Chapter 52:35. Jian Wushuang was shocked by this short picture. It was just a sword that caused the ancient city of Qiu Huangqing to fall away, and the powerful kendo master left without even looking at it. Jian Wushuang wasn't interested in the reason for it. He was calling for that sword even more now. The illusory long sword only evolved once and then began to collapse. Jian Wushuang absorbed the powerful kendo origin, and eventually a large part of it entered his ultimate kendo, and he had no choice but to swallow a large part. He can only swallow about 20% of the origin of those Dian Immortals. This is the sword power of that swordsman power. Even if the origin contained in it is very rare, a part of it has been lost after so many years. Now he can still observe that again. One sword is already pretty good. Prison cage! Jian Wushuang frowned. The sword of this kendo power is very similar to his heart sword world. But the world of the heart sword is not full. It is more like a piece of paper, and the sword of the kendo power is more like a paper rubbing into a sphere. Jian Wushuang has a clue, but it is far from enough to make a breakthrough. But this time the receipt has already satisfied him very much. His figure turned, and he came to Hui Qing and the others. It has been a month now. Qiu Huangqing still didn't use a trace of movement, and they all began to be a little impatient. Fortunately, the ranking has been fixed, and now no one will actively provoke a fight. This place is also very suitable for cultivation. They are a little greedy for this big city when they wait. The traces of battle on the city wall alone were enough to benefit them a lot. Wouldn't there be more benefits in there? Qiu Huangqing was like a tempting piece of fat, and the saliva of these hungry wolves was about to flow out, but they just couldn't eat this piece of meat. Jian Wushuang fell down and glanced around. This is the gate of the city. Most of the strong are here to comprehend. They also think that if the gate suddenly opens, they will be the first to enter. There are almost 400,000 cultivators here. Jian Wushuang glanced at the crowd and said lightly. Ji Chaiyang was also lazy to comprehend the traces on the city wall. He was very confident in his ultimate way. The battle traces left by these strong men were absolutely the same. After just a few glances, he waited boringly here. Now that Jian Wushuang came back, he leaked a smile. Brother Wushuang, be surprised. I didn't expect that there would be so many tortoises with shrunken heads. I thought there were only 100,000 people at most. Ji Chaiyang looked at those people very disdainful. Jian Wushuang gave a faint smile and didn't say much. When Ji Chaiyang first came to Primordial Star, he was estimated to have half the power of the Taoist king. He had no idea how difficult it was for the weak. He also fought with Hui Qing in the mountains, designing traps to kill those Dian Immortals. At that time, they also had the power of the peak Dian Immortal, and in the end they grew up in battle, slaying the limit Dian Immortal and defeating the Emperor Malong. After entering the Eclosion continent, he broke the cocoon and became a dish. Wait, it should be waiting for everyone. Jian Wushuang guessed. Qiu Huangqing will be opened sooner or later, and it is estimated that there will be a time limit. Anyway, they're not waiting here in vain. Isn't there still those powerful battle traces for them to comprehend? The existence that can leave marks on the city wall is at least the strongest among the emperors, especially the sword in white. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of yearning. Powerful. Once the heart of the strong is planted, it can never stop. The white swordsman power left a strong stroke in Jian Wushuang's heart, and he broke the city with a single sword. Then the other traces must have been left by a strong man who was weaker than the white sword god. However, no matter how weak they are countless times stronger than them. While they were still waiting quietly outside of the Yuhua continent, it was already difficult to see the cultivators. In a month's time, even if the 9th-rank Dian Immortal drove with all his strength, he would almost reach the Yuhua continent. At this time, the sense of summoning is so strong, and there are still people who are unwilling to come. It is estimated that they are also completely hopeless. Darkness struck from the void, but in an instant it covered the mountains and then spread to the Eclosian continent. Those Dayan immortals who hadn't come to the Closure continent could not sit still anymore, and they walked out of the cave and soared into the air. What is this? A ninth turn, perfect Dayan immortal, looked at the covered darkness, shaking in his heart. Danger! A strong crisis came as soon as it was said. They didn't even have the heart to resist, and they all fled desperately. This scene is constantly being staged in other primordial stars. Inside the Suzaku temple, a month is too short. Zhu Yi carried her hands behind her back and looked at a piece of the sky below the main hall. All the movements of the primitive stars were happening above. She calmly said, "It's not short, their time is precious. It has been wasted a month now. In a month's time, even if the speed is slow, I can reach the mainland. For such a long time, regardless of the call, I just want to sit down and shrink my head, a cowardly move." Zhu Yi hates iron, but not steel. The inheritance from this trial is extremely precious. And now I am giving them benefits. I don't cherish it, and I can't blame her for being cruel. She has given enough tips. If it is the old man of the spirit guard, it is estimated that he will not even leave the summoning crystal, so he will run away after passing down the inheritance. Inheritance is not for nothing. It's just an appetizer to test their ambitions. If they don't have this ambition, the Temple of Qixin will not feed idlers. Those who have come outside Qiuhuang City now haven't noticed any problems. They don't know it yet. They have passed the first level. The darkness struck, and those Dayan immortals who are in the darkness flee desperately, trying to rush out. Click! A Dayan immortal was broken by his waist, donating blood and spilling. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes leaked out. Jia Jia! The day that was killed, not only the body was eaten away, but even the original Tao was swallowed cleanly by these monsters. If Jian Wushuang saw them, I'm afraid he would call his own expert. And the complete Tao of a Dayan immortal was actually swallowed. It's clean, and there is no waste. On swallowing, they are seniors. The darkness continued to expand, enveloping 90% of the area of the primordial star. And finally the source of darkness converged on the edge of the feathered continent and began to march. The rate of spread this time was a bit slow, but it was also several times faster than Dianxian, and it only took a quarter of an hour to reach Qiuhuangqing. The Optimus pillar in Qiuhuang City shook, and a burst of hot light burst, as if shattered the barrier in the sky. For 100,000 practitioners outside the city stood up and looked up. Crackling. The entire city shook, and finally the barrier that encased the city was shattered and turned into electric snakes swimming over Qiuhuang City. Chapter 5236. Such a huge change made everyone react in an instant, especially those Dayan immortals who had been waiting outside the city gate from the beginning. They plunged into it as soon as the barrier was broken. Jian Wushuang frowned as he watched. What do these people think? Think of the Temple of Qixin as something. You don't really think that whoever enters has an advantage. Those who are not afraid of death have the cowardice. Those half-travel monarchs who had confidence in their own strength entered Qiuhuang City calmly, and Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing began to enter one after another. This is a recognition of your own strength. Even if you can get the treasure if you go in first, I can grab it. The city gate is very wide, thousands of miles long and wide. It was enough for them and the Dayan immortals to enter together, but some people hesitated and wanted to enter at last. Whether it was for the purpose of picking up leaks or holding the mentality of being a cannon fodder who entered in front, these people did not panic at all. In just one cup of tea, all 400,000 Dayan immortals had entered Qiuhuang City, and there were 1,000 people left looking around, planning to wait. But at this moment, the gate of Wanli suddenly closed. Sure enough, this city is really strange. A rank 9 Dayan immortal exhaled deeply, as if he had just escaped a catastrophe. Haha, even if you don't go in, whether it's good or bad, I can at least look at the traces left by these emperors on the outside of the city. The other Dayan immortals also nodded. They were not good at first, and they probably didn't have much chance to go in, so they might as well just practice outside the city. It's over. Inside Huang City, just after they entered the city, they were teleported to the wall. At this time, a Dayan fairy stared at the people outside the city and said with a trembling voice, "They're done!" Jian Wushuang stood on the city wall, looking across the entire feathered continent, but the people outside the city couldn't see him. He could see any place outside the city, especially the darkness spreading from far away. Jie, 1,000,000 miles away from Huang City, the darkness suddenly stopped spreading. But after it stopped, countless dark ghosts and demons suddenly rushed out. These ghosts are not like the ghosts after the emperor's fall in the great wilderness. Jian Wushuang can clearly see that they are wise. Moreover, the strength of these ghosts and demons is at the rank 9 level at the lowest level, even the strong ones at the Taoist level. Only then did the thousands of people outside the city react, but they could enter Huang City no matter what. Temple of the Gods, enlighten me. These people are all cowardly people, and even the challenger's heart is not just thinking about entering Huang City to escape. Dead. The assault of death fell in an instant. 1,000,000 li was only an instant of time. 1,000 people were no more than rubble, and they were shattered in an instant, and even a single wave could not be stirred. They can't get in. Jian Wushuang pressed his hand, and the retreating Dayan immortals dared to approach the city head and look down. Sure enough, those ghosts and demons just wandered outside the city wall with their bodies surging. They had no intention of attacking Huangqing at all. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The ghosts outside the city were wandering, and there was a tremor in the city. Everyone stood on the city wall and descended into the city. Only then did Jian Wushuang notice the appearance of the entire city. The entire Huang City is divided into 4 areas, and they are in the East City. Jian Wushuang glanced at the number of people on the wall. It was about 100,000, which also showed that the others were on the other 3 walls. The wall he was assigned to was the same wall they came in. Other scenes outside the wall can be seen here, but it is certain that it should not be much different from this side. This trial is a bit interesting. Ghosts gather outside the city, and the Temple of Qixin will not let them guard this city, right? Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. As far as the number of ghosts and demons outside the East City is counted in hundreds of millions. There are 7 or 8 of them that are as powerful as Dao Jun, and there are no less than 100 at the half-step Dao Jun level. Looking at these people on the wall, Jian Wushuang shook his head. After 10 years of trial of Primordial Star, there were no more than 10,000 elites who survived, and the rest were Dayan immortals who were weak in strength and hid in the mountains from the beginning. Most of them were ordinary 9th rank, perfect Dayan immortals. There are even more than 10,000 rank 9 Dayan immortals. There are only 1,000 people in the top level of Dayan immortal, and there are fewer at the peak level, less than 100 people. There are only a dozen extreme Dayan immortals. The half-walking monarchs were also wrapped in it. As for the powerhouse at the Taoist level, Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked far away. Another powerhouse standing on the city wall. Tier, Heaven, Dao Jun. There are 2 powerhouses at the Taoist level in Dongcheng, which are pretty good. On the entire Primordial Star, even if Ji Chaiyang is added, there are only 7 Dao monarchs. Maybe Huiqing and Wanqing Tiandi will each guard a city wall. Jian Wushuang guessed in his heart. After all, the strength of Huiqing and Wanqing surpass them too much. The remaining city wall is probably Blood Moon, Leng Shuang, and Ji Chaoyang. The strength of these 3 people is actually not too strong. Jian Wushuang is confident to defeat anyone, so it is reasonable to divide the 3 of them into a city wall. After verifying that he could not go to other city walls, Jian Wushuang began to calculate the battle power on other city walls. He had to take precautions, because this time there is really a danger of death ding. There was a crisp sound, and a deep gasp came from the Tianju in the city. Jiajiu Primitive Star, the second phase of the inheritance trial, will start in 3 days. The sound is like a puppet without emotion at all. Inheritance trial. That has heritage. Jian Wushuang scanned the surroundings and looked at the foggy city. Let alone inheritance, he didn't even have a brick. Receive the identity token now. As soon as these words came out, those Daanxians who had lost their identity tokens leaked out of joy, and for a while they were not afraid of the ghosts and charms of the outside world, especially God Emperor Mo Long. As soon as he came out of the mountain, he learned that Jian Wushuang and the little bald donkey had the power of Tao Sovereign when he was studying the traces of those battles outside the city. After hearing this news, the Emperor Mo Long's heart was cold. Originally thinking of turning over, now there's no chance at all, unless he becomes the emperor. It is enough for him to be able to regain his identity token now. What if he loses those treasures? After he goes out, he asks his father for it, and can he not give it to him? Back in his own world, he is still the emperor. Of course, if you can get some treasures in the Temple of Qixin, it is the best. Jian Wushuang reached out and took the token flying from the Tianju. A little bit of strength was injected, and the token was instantly activated. He also saw the rules of this trial from the token. Temple of Qixin, the highest trial of Dian Immortal, the second stage of Primordial Star Inheritance Trial. Jian Wushuang glanced at the above content and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. There are actually 10,000 inheritances in Huang City. What a wealth of wealth! Jian Wushuang looked at Huang City with scorching eyes. Chapter 52:37. But these inheritances are not given to them for free. Everything is still based on strength, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the inheritance. The 10,000 inheritances in the city can't be the kind of powerful inheritance that Huiqing accepts. There are strong and weak points. From top to bottom, they are the inheritance of unique knowledge, such as A, B, C, and D. Huiqing once said that the inheritance he received is unique, and it seems that it is not the same as these inheritances. Because these inheritances are all simplified versions, there are 100 copies of the first-class inheritance, and these 100 copies are the same content. Jian Wushuang was discouraged seeing this. If it were not the best match for him, he would rather not practice. It would be too wasteful of treasures and energy, and the estimate that could be improved was limited. If he is lucky, this first-class inheritance happens to be the Kendo inheritance, it would be best. But this chance is too small. Jian Wushuang can't even think about it. According to his calculations, this inheritance is probably a more popular inheritance, allowing all the origins of the genre to be cultivated. This is to maximize everyone's combat effectiveness. Class A has 100 copies. Class B has 1,000 copies. Hanel has 3,900 copies, and the remaining 6,000 shares are all inherited from Ding class. Except Jian Wushuang. Everyone became excited. Looking at the ghosts outside the city, the light in their eyes was even more terrifying than those with scarlet eyes outside the city. It is also mentioned in the rules that these ghosts are indeed similar to those of Emperor Dune, but these ghosts have another name. Forbidden Demon Lord. Also known as the Devouring Demon Lord, Jian Wushuang's heart moved and swallowed? Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered. If it is really as he thought, then there will be no place for him to stand in this temple of Forbidden God. But thinking about it again, he is still fine now, and there are a lot of Dian Immortals that have been swallowed, but the Temple of Forbidding has not done anything to him. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was relieved. Keep watching the rules. Inheritance trials. An inheritance of the first-class inheritance requires 100,000 treasure points. Class B needs 10,000. It takes 1,000 for the handle to wait. Ding needs 100. Jian Wushuang still agrees with this point, knowing that he only got 1,000 points of treasure when he ranked 21st, and Huiqing only got 100,000 first. He didn't know how the Temple of Qixin was converted, but now on the entire Primordial Star, it is estimated that only Huiqing can exchange Class A inheritance. But he just finished accepting the unique inheritance reincarnation, it is estimated that he will not be so stupid to accept the first-class inheritance directly. Be aware that, in addition to inheritance, there are treasures that can be exchanged. On the identity tokens, a dazzling array. To exchange treasures, you need to enter the city, Lord's mansion in the city. According to Jian Wushuang's conversion, almost a treasure point is a pinnacle treasure. The legacy of Qixin Temple is a great treasure in itself. I'm afraid they won't keep the general treasures either. What can make Qixin Temple collect is a special treasure, and there are even many treasure suits. Jian Wushuang has 1,000 treasures. Wouldn't it be possible to exchange 1,000? Looking down, Jian Wushuang quickly dispelled the stupid idea. Because there are innate treasures and even eternal treasures. Bafang Yunlong Seal. The simplified version of the eternal treasure. The emperor can almost stimulate all the power, and it needs 1,000,000 treasure points. Printed. Forget it, it's uncomfortable. Although it is only a simplified version of the eternal treasure, its power also surpasses the innate treasure by much. If he can get it, Jian Wushuang still decides to exchange this treasure first. He had heard that the entire primitive universe was an eternal treasure, a powerful treasure that even the ultimate emperor did not have. Jian Wushuang looked greedy, but he still looked for a divine sword that suits him. Since the Great Wilderness War and the fall of the sword, he has not had a weapon to take advantage of. The divine sword obtained from the divine emperor Mo Long can actually be used, but his strength has recently improved too fast, and the supreme long sword was quickly eliminated. Fighting against a powerful person at the Taoist level, ordinary treasures, even peak treasures, may break in the fight. The innate treasure is their magic weapon. For example, he wears the madman slaying armor. This innate top treasure armor, which was obtained from Mo Long, is extremely powerful. Even now he can't activate all the powers. During the battle with Dao Junling Shuang, he used to resist the ice toughness of the ice crystal phoenix. If there is no madness to destroy the armor, he will be the least seriously injured. But because of the battle armor, the strength of the ice blade is weakened by 99%. The last trace of strength on him was also offset by the inner armor. Now, Jian Wushuang's supreme treasure is the supreme defense of his entire body. There is a madman slaying armor, which can offset 99% of external attacks and can be superimposed. Every time the same move, it will be weakened by 99%. The ice crystal phoenix of Taoist Lingshuang. Each attack is very single and the same in strength. It can't threaten Jian Wushuang at all. It can only play a containment role. In addition to the outer armor, there is an inner armor to protect the divine body. Jian Wushuang, who was originally a powerful divine body, coupled with the weak 90% strength of the inner armor, could not harm his divine body even if he passed through the outer armor. However, after seeing Wan Xing's strength with his own eyes, he felt that Wan Xing and Hui Qing were able to break his defenses. Now it is only half a step that the emperor can threaten him, and the opponents of the Taoist level can't even break his defense, especially the Blood Moon Taoist. There is no single powerful means he stands, and let's dealing with fights will not necessarily kill him. This is the aspect of the divine body. If you want to break his origin, you have to break his divine body first. The one who can do this is not the half-step emperor, but also the top powerhouse comparable to the half-step emperor. Besides, he has the innate treasure to guard the origin. Jian Wushuang was very confident in his defense, and all of this had to be thanked by the Malong divine emperor. In addition to the imitation version of the eternal treasure, there are also a few top innate treasures. The price is around 100,000 treasure points. But unfortunately, there is no long sword type. There is a magic sword among the top innate treasures, which is quite suitable, but it also needs 5,000 treasures, which he still can't exchange. Arcana points can be obtained by killing devourers outside the city. Sure enough, just like Jian Wushuang guessed, they really came to defend the city, but the benefits they gave were beyond his expectations. Devour the devil, unlimited number. Attack Chiu Huang City in 19 times and hold a wave to get a lot of treasure points. Pass all of them and get special rewards. Now that the taboo demon lord outside the city had all retreated, Jian Wushuang didn't know how powerful each wave was. Just look at the combat power on the wall. Let alone keep it to the end. It would be good to not die. The special reward is not marked, but it is certainly not simple. Now, he has a lot of expectations for the Temple of Qixin, not to mention special rewards. The treasures on paper that can be exchanged make everyone boil, especially among the strange treasures. Many of them are useful treasures to the emperor. Even if the emperor came, he was very excited. And these treasures are not available in the outside world and can only be obtained in the Temple of Qixin. Chapter 5238. In addition to these, there are rewards for the first stage. The top 10,000 powerhouses each get a ray of Emperor's Avenue. The top 1,000 strong, each person can get the inheritance of Ding and can also be exchanged for the most precious point. This was the reward obtained from the original identity token. Jian Wushuang gently smashed the token. Ding ETALS inheritance was generally tempting to him. At least Huiking's inheritance was needed to help him. Those weak inheritances did little to help him, and if he had that energy, it was better to understand his origin. Ultimate swordsmanship helped him to break through the 7th layer much more powerfully than those inheritances. After the token was crushed, 100 treasure points were added to the new token. Inheritance, treasures, special rewards, and even some exotic fruits that can enhance your strength. These things can have a much greater impact on them than in the first phase of the trial. Nowadays, many people in the city have begun to exchange treasures, pieces of powerful pinnacle treasures and even innate treasures have flew out of the beam of light one after another. Haha, with this explosive magic war, I don't know how many times I have increased my strength, but I am against the peak power. A powerhouse who was originally only a top-level fairy held the magic wand in his hand and laughed madly. The momentum and fighting spirit are condensed in their hearts. At this time, there is no fear of beginning, especially those dying immortals who don't have the treasure point to exchange the innate treasure. They are crazy now than ever before, seeing others gaining the treasure and their strength skyrocketing. Apart from envy, all they have left is the intent to fight to the sky. Among the top 1,000 strong, many people have begun to accept the inheritance of Ding et al. They are both the origin Dao of the second rank. Although they are strong and weak, the inheritance of Ding etc. is enough for them to use. Now these 3 days are for them to prepare for the battle, and they can improve a little. In stark contrast to these people is the god Emperor Emolong. He now has peak combat power and no treasure on his body. However, his strength is on this city wall, and he can still rank in the top 100. Even if there is no supreme treasure, his consummation-level physical body combined with a powerful bloodline divine body can burst out with a combat power comparable to the limit Dian Immortal. If there is a powerful treasure, he can fully display the strength of the limit Dian Immortal. One move behind, always behind. Mo Long shook his head. At the beginning, his father advised him to master a fascinating school. Even if it is not in harmony with the Tao, he can be compared to the half-step emperor in Dian Immortal. But at that time, he already had the ultimate strength of the great immortal. In his father's world, he could be invincible at the same level. He felt that there was too much distraction to practice the genius, so it is better to understand the origin and wait for the emperor to cultivate the genius. Now, he regrets it's too late. Hey! Mo Long sighed, sitting cross-legged on the head of the city, lonely, looking at the devouring demon king like a tide, with a trace of fire in his eyes. He was about to turn around, only to find that he didn't know when a towering figure appeared beside him. Familiar armor, familiar people. Jian Wushuang. Mo Long quickly got up. Mo Long, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang's back, both hands, also staring at the large, swallowing demons outside the city. It's okay, it's much better than the rewards of the first stage trial. I am very excited about many treasures. Mo Long smiled awkwardly. Even if his blood jade palace is disassembled, it can be comparable to those tens of thousands of supreme treasures, and the combined value is similar to those of the supreme innate supreme treasures. Now that there is nothing, it is really difficult for him to obtain the best innate treasure with his own strength. More than 100,000. He heard that those who ranked in the top 1,000 only got 100 points, and the top 10,000 only got 10 points. As long as you have a record on your body, even if you only have a few hundred records, you can get a treasure. This is probably a reward for participation. The Qixin Temple is also rare and generous for such a while. A supreme palace is a pinnacle treasure. Among the 100,000 great fairy immortals on this city wall, many of the treasures in the hands of people are ordinary great treasures. With your strength, you plan to resist a few waves of Demon King's siege. Jian Wushuang asked without a match. Mo Long was a little embarrassed, but on this city wall, Jian Wushuang, as the only powerful Taoist monarch, was able to talk to him. It should have been a face-saving thing, but when I thought of the life and death of fighting with each other a few years ago, the unforgiving person is suddenly so powerful that he is unattainable. The more he thought about this, the less emboldened he became. According to the rules, the first wave has 100,009 ranks of demon masters. Each wave increases the intensity once, and I can resist up to the 6th wave at most. The first wave of demons with a rank of only 100,099 ranks were not enough to kill Jian Wushuang and Tiantian Daojun, so they could naturally resist. However, in the second wave, there were 1,000,000 rank 9 demon lords, and Jian Wushuang and Terror Heaven didn't dare to say that they could resist the 1,000,000 demon lords. At this time, everyone had to join together. The third wave is tens of millions, but fortunately, the first 3 waves are at rank 9 levels. Although the number is a bit large, it does not threaten their lives. Every 3 waves increase a level. The 4th to 6th wave is the devouring demon of the 9 revolutions consummation level is also the first 100,000 to the last 10 million. Mo Long's strength under the burst can only barely reach the limit level, and it is not bad to be able to survive the 6th wave. I didn't want to earn too much. Mo Long shook his head and said with a faint smile, "The seeds of Motenghua only need 500 points to resist the 6th wave. It's almost enough." "Yes, your father is an incredible powerhouse, and you don't have to fight like that." There was a powerful father or master who was much better than his peers in the beginning, and both Ji Chaoyang and Mo Long were people like plague. Ji Chaoyang belongs to that kind of character with very strong strength and talent. Even if he is not the only son, his father and the emperor have enough reasons to get a lot of treasures for the son. After all, he is the first person in the Ji family dynasty. Mo Long's father is different. His father is a powerful ruler. In their big world, his father speaks for words. He can give the treasure to whomever he wants. There is no need to consider others at all. But this is also the point. Mo Long had not been a manager since he was young, and his strength was average. With so many powerful treasures in one body, he could only exert the strength of the ultimate Dayan immortal. Although Mo Long was a little unconvinced, he couldn't refute it. If it weren't for his father, he wouldn't be better than Luo Hao. All 9th turns are complete, and the 2nd stage origin Dao is still at the 7th level. He Dao can barely merge, but the 7th layer of He Dao, even if it succeeds, will be much worse. Incompatible and unable to break through, Jian Wushuang saw Mo Long's embarrassment on the side, patted him on the shoulder, didn't say much, just left the other side a mustard seed before leaving. Chapter 5239. There is a set of pinnacle treasures, enough for Mo Long to use. These treasures didn't help Jian Wushuang at all, so he gave it. He was not willing to help others, nor was he pitying. He just wanted to give Mo Long a chance. Jian Wushuang glanced at the east city wall and found that the heaven-tearing Daojun was drawing some peak Dayan immortals everywhere. Realizing that someone was watching, Tearing Sky also looked over, with the corners of his mouth rising. The two were facing each other far away, and some of the other strong men also found that their situation was not right. Dayan Immortal, who had been drawn up, did not dare to stand in disorder at this time. He hadn't regarded Tyr Heaven as his opponent from the beginning, but the opponent had an ancient aura very similar to the eye of the beast god, and it seemed that Tyr Heaven was staring at his eye of the beast god. A few years ago, Mo Long also said that the reason for his injury was also toward the sky, but when he was about to escape, he was overshadowed by the emperor of the Daluo realm. He could have escaped without injury, but was eventually beaten to death by the torn sky. Jian Wushuang now understands that the treasure on his body has been spotted. There was a black flame in his eyes. Tearing the sky wanted the eyes of the beast god, and he also wanted to figure out where the ridiculous aura of tears came from. The two looked at each other full of gunpowder, but they separated in an instant. As for wooing people, he naturally couldn't beat the sky. After all, he was a veteran Daojun, but wooing people was useless. The rules for defending the city are clear. You need a coach, 5 commanders, and 10 generals. These positions will be blessed by them. For example, Jian Wushuang now kills 199 ranked demon kings and can obtain 10,000 supreme points. If he has the position of commander, then he can obtain 15,000 supreme points. Command can increase by 30%. The general is only 10%. The position of the coach is naturally very attractive, but everything is about strength. The coach is not selected but killed. These 3 days were considered the last time for their preparations, and the next devouring demon siege was only 1 hour between each wave. At this hour, they can exchange treasures with the supreme treasure haul they just obtained, and as for the inheritance exchange, they have no time to practice. Many of the treasures on the token are pills and fruits that quickly restore the body and origin of the gods, and of course the price is outrageous. A fruit of life can instantly restore Dayan Immortal's divine body to its peak, requiring 50 treasure points. All can be exchanged for a peak arcana suit. There is also the 9 turns concentration pill, which is a great medicine to repair the origin, and the price is more expensive than the fruit of life. If you need 300 treasure points, you can redeem a few ordinary innate treasures. No wonder Mo Long lost more than half of his source at the beginning, and he only fully recovered after consuming half of the treasures to restore his source. The reason why Jian Wushuang's precious spot did not move at all was just in case. The first 9 waves swallowed the devil, who was able to deal with it, but in the next 10 waves he had nothing to do, because only 9 waves were displayed. Even if the evolution speculates, it is not easy for him to pass all levels. When those devouring demon kings first appeared, many demon kings had reached the level of Tao Masters. Who knows if there were any demon kings at the half-step Tao Master level in the end? These Dayan Immortals on the city wall can accompany him to the end. Probably not many. Dayan Immortal at the extreme level can barely pass the first 9 waves, and then there are only a few half-walkers left. This trial is all based on personal will. As long as you resist the first 3 waves of the guarantee, you can choose to retire and go to the city to practice. Looking at these fighting intentions, it is estimated that few are willing to retire early, all thinking of fighting desperately, unable to resist it and go on. There are not many people like Mo Long in the universe. After all, there are not many 4th Order emperors, and he is still an only child. Now, there are only 2 kinds of people who can survive here. One is that they don't have a strong background, and the other is that they have a strong background. These people do not lack small opportunities. What they lack is this kind of heavenly opportunity. They either came from some powerful emperor families or some Taoists in the sect. Whether it is a family or a sect, internal struggles are always more cruel than external ones. Fighting with the outside world. Everyone goes up together, taller and taller, and you can see what else. But the inside is different. The same generation are all Dayan Immortals. You're the only immortal. You're not embarrassed. Everyone else is the emperor, the pinnacle Dayan Immortal, but you are just an ordinary 9-rank, perfect Dayan Immortal. This sense of gap can most arouse people's victory and defeat. The previous first stage trial was actually not that fair. Some ordinary ninth ranks were consummated, and they had no strength to fight, and they would die in vain. Now it's different. Regardless of your strength, you can at least fight the first 3 waves, get the treasure points, exchange for powerful treasures and treasures to quickly increase your strength, and you can continue to fight. Jian Wushuang, who saw through this, understood these people a little bit. 3 days only passed in an instant, and the Dayan Immortal on the city wall had already been unable to bear it. And at this time they were staring at the outside of the city. Those devouring demon lords have long since retreated, and now the outside of the city is empty and is completely silent. The position dispute: I am not qualified to be the coach. I should be the one in charge of the position. Humph. If you want to be the commander, at least you have to have the strength of a half-step Dao Jun. You are a limit Dayan Immortal, and you want to be the commander. According to the information from Tianju Dayanxian, who ranked first in the first 3 waves, can be appointed as the coach, and each position is subject to the ranking. This is the fairest practice. At the beginning, Lord Terheaven, he really naively thought that they wanted to elect by themselves. What if there is no position? The first 3 waves of danger are very small. It is our opportunity. As long as we obtain enough treasure points, we can gain a strong inheritance. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the first attack of devouring demon lord. Jian Wushuang's body was suspended in the air. Looking at the barrier in front of him, the barrier would disappear at the beginning of the trial, and he could also go out of the city to kill the enemy. A bell rang, ringing in the entire primitive world. All the Dayan Immortals on the primordial star heard this refreshing bell ringing and raised their heads to the sky. The bell rang 3 times, and Jian Wushuang felt that his mental power had reached his best state at this time, which was simply amazing. Boom! Without waiting for them to think, the Tianju in the city behind them let out a roar. If the previous bell can refresh their minds, then the current roar would be a heavy punch, slamming them in the chest. The second stage of trial now begins. As soon as the voice of the puppet fell, the barrier outside the city began to collapse, and the barrier in the city behind him was still there. The first 3 waves were not completed, and no one wanted to enter the city. At the moment when the barrier just disappeared, the Dayan Immortal on the city wall was like a vicious dog, rushing out in an instant. Tens of thousands of top-level Dayan Immortals took the lead, knowing that this first wave of devouring demon lords with only 109 ranks was simply slaughtered for them. Chapter 5240. Jia Jia. In the darkness, a terrifying sound rang, and then a long black line that stretched for thousands of miles swept across. Jian Wushuang took a closer look. Good fellow. 100,000 devouring demons rushed towards them in neat rows. 10,000 in each row, a full 10 queues. Although the precious points given in the first 3 waves are few, it is related to the position of the coach and several other positions. Toward the sky, rushed to the forefront regardless of his face. And now it is speed that is completely fighting. Looking at these crazy people, Jian Wuming was not moved. He was still standing on the city wall, but an extra long sword appeared behind him. It was the ordinary supreme long sword, with its grayish-white body like gray stone. Kill the enemy? It's not who runs fast. Jian Wushuang is best at the domain, the stars, lakes, and seas, the world of heart swords, the domain of beast gods, and the universe. Each one is a big killer to the group. Looking at these devourers, it reminded him of the ghosts he encountered in the great wilderness. So, Jian Wushuang drew out the divine sword, only to slash it with a flat sword, and an extremely magnificent sword light instantly turned into a river of millions of miles in size. The river water is full of fierce sword energy. The speed of the sword light is extremely fast. It only takes a breath to surpass those vying for fear of the Dayan Immortal, and go straight to the devouring demon. The half-walking monarchs rushing in the forefront, as well as the sky-tearing monarchs, were all taken aback, and then turned their heads to look behind them. Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up and smiled at them faintly. Everyone am welcome. Although Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face, his eyes were fierce. Sword Qi is like a river rolling, and it meets the devouring demon in an instant. In front of the fierce Sword Qi, these devouring demon lords are like thin paper which breaks with one touch. 100,000 devoured the devil, and one was strangled clean. Ding! The token on Jian Wushuang trembled. Just 1,000. Jian Wushuang originally thought there would be around 10,000, but he didn't expect it to be 1,000. In the leaderboard on the token, except for his ranking changed a bit, everyone else is still the same. First, Jian Wushuang devouring record. 1,000, that is 1,000 treasure points. However, in this ranking, Jian Wushuang can also watch the rankings of other original stars. Randomly glanced, it turned out that other primordial star powerhouses, like him, ate alone. Soon the battle on the other four walls was over, and the rankings changed a bit. The 10,000 star Heavenly Emperor was really overbearing, and he also obtained 1,000 treasure points. He had seen the strength of 10,000 stars, and 100,000 devouring demon lord estimated one. Fist can kill. Now he is tied for first place with Wanqing, followed by Huiqing, Xueyue, Lingshuang, Ji Chaoyang, and others. In fact, Huiqing's strength can also be swallowed by one person, but his character dictates that he is not like Jian Wushuang and Wanqing, who can swallow it by himself. The other primordial stars also ended very quickly without any muddling. Jian Wushuang didn't even get out of the city, so he killed 100,000 devouring demon lord in one fell swoop. This combat power is actually nothing to brag about, and Blood Moon and Lingshuang can also do it. It's just that Wanqing is the only one of the strongest. Even if other people are dissatisfied, they dare to say more. Jian Wushuang is here, but there is also a Dao sovereign who can challenge him. He ran the fastest, didn't get the last treasure point, and didn't even touch those devourers. Both Xueyue and Lingshuang have a large area, and the two can even divide it. He didn't get anything. For a while, he couldn't hold back his face, and he returned to the city wall with a black face. At this time, there were also many half-walking monarchs gathered around him, and some extreme great fairy. It seemed that he was about to put pressure on Jian Wushuang. Brother Tear Heaven, this Jian Wushuang is so selfish that he can swallow it all by himself. The demon monk has the power of a half-step emperor, and he knows that it is distributed to others, but he is a new Taoist monarch so rampant. It's just bullying too much. All the treasure points that were picked up for nothing have been taken by him alone, and the remaining difficult ones are left to us. This person has the strength of a strong man, but he does not have the style of a strong man. Yes, if so, it would be too unfair to us. A half-travel monarch frowned, and the first torn his face, his voice hoarse. Since he waited for me to be unrighteous, don't blame me for waiting for him. As soon as these words came out, those extreme Dayan immortals were silent, and Jian Wushuang was a powerhouse at the Taoist level anyway, and it was okay to complain. They didn't dare to stumble this ruthless man. The half-step Dao monarch was okay. He could have survived in the hands of Dao monarch, but now he has obtained many innate treasures, and some treasures that increase his strength. He was so energetic for a while that even Dao monarch didn't care about it. In fact, there is another meaning to them when they say that is letting the Lord of the Heavens to come out and talk to Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang stood on the city wall, his expression unchanged as a strong Dayan immortal. Even if the voices of those people were small, he could still hear them. He just ignored them lazily. As for making Kizuna, he disdains even more. Anyone who has the courage and is not afraid of death can come. He had just killed 100,000 devouring demon lord. The same breath made him tremble all over. It was pretty good if he didn't do anything with them, and it was too naive to even want to divide the most precious points. What he didn't expect was that Dao Shou Tian was really naive to find him. Jian Wushuang, I and others are all powerful Taoist monarchs. Are you too lost in doing this? Your powerful family knows, but more or less leave some for them. The Taoist swordsman just opened his mouth and stood in morality. The highest point of Jian Wushuang is a condemnation. This was the second person who made Jian Wushuang feel very stupid besides the strong in the big dream world. Tear the sky. You ran like a dog before, so you have a strong demeanor? Jian Wushuang stared at the opponent coldly and then said, "The 10,000-star heavenly emperor and the strong on other primitive stars. Kill them all by one person. Is there no demeanor for 100,000 devouring the devil?" Facing Jian Wushuang's questioning, Dao Juntir Heaven's expression moved, and he wanted to speak again. Jian Wushuang is not Hui Qing, and he will not save any face to these people at all. His aura suddenly rises, and his pitch-black shining armor exudes an aura of extinction, which makes everyone who surrounds them soften their legs and feet, almost planted. After a glance at them, Jian Wushuang yelled at Dao Shou Tian, "Do you dare to say that to Wanqing? Do you dare to say that to the powerhouses on other primitive stars? If you dare, I can still look at you high. If you dare not, just get out of me." With the long sword hanging in front of him, if he dared to say one more thing, he would do it directly, although the Qixin temple stipulated that he could not kill the same race Dayan Immortal. But I didn't say that I could not teach the other party. Taoist Ripper gritted his teeth and frowned. He only eased his mind when he wanted to speak. Now is not the time for internal fighting. If he fights Jian Wushuang, wouldn't it be cheaper for those half-step Taoists? Chapter 5241. Only then did he realize that he was almost fooled by others. But now he only needs to take a step back, and his ruin is not enough. But his reputation will definitely be unpleasant. Forget it, there are 2 more waves. The battle for the position of the coach is hiding in the key 3rd wave. Xian Tian comforted in his heart, but on the surface he gave a cold snort and turned to leave. Among the many powerful people onlookers, no one dared to speak. They could only retreat after tearing the sky. Those half-walking lords, all secretly cursing the tearing lords, are simply a sorrow, and they are even scared. On the contrary, none of these people hated Jian Wushuang. They were all secretly cursing for inaction. This is the strong one. The strong is not convincing on the surface, but convincing. These people said Jian Wushuang was selfish, but in their hearts they felt that this matter couldn't be more normal, and they would swallow it if they had that strength. This is the temple of Qixin. Who doesn't want to be the first? Who doesn't want to get the best inheritance? Yield? This word shouldn't appear in this world. The only truth is the strong eating of the weak, and everything else is false. After these people retreated, Jian Wushuang put away his sword and sat cross-legged on the wall with his eyes closed. The 100,000 devouring demon lord just now. Just as he guessed, the Tao in their body was the devouring origin, and these origins were of great help to his extreme Tao, no less than devouring the Dayan Immortal. How can Jian Wushuang let such a big supplement? He has already thought about it, and he will swallow it in the next wave. The horn sounded, and the second wave of devouring demons struck again. This time it was Million devouring the demon lord. These people didn't worry much when they arrived. They couldn't recognize 100,000, and even a half-step emperor couldn't kill him with one blow. This time, Taoist Tier Heaven maintained his style of being a strong man in the air, standing proudly on the top of the city alone, watching the other strong men rushing past him, and nodding slightly. When he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, he gave a cold snort, with a disdainful expression on his face, but his eyes revealed fear. Ouch! A heavy breath rushed towards his face. The millions of devouring demon lords were 10 times larger than the previous formation, and their aura was even stronger. This made those who rushed in the forefront stunned. But now it is exactly the best time to get the treasure point. I rushed forward without thinking too much. Just when these Dayan Immortals and those devouring demons were less than 10,000 miles away, Jian Wushuang began to move. This time he didn't make a sword, but his heart moved slightly. The 5th floor of the ultimate kendo, heart sword world. This trick was already very familiar to him. To him, he didn't feel the overload of the phantom sword at all. It was just a move of his mind, and a huge heart sword illustration covered the area of millions of miles. Exit. Spit it out. The sword intent within 1,000,000 miles rose. Billions of sword lights fell, and when the devouring demon lord was about to rush to the dying immortals, he suddenly stopped. Those dying immortals were also stunned, looking up at the sky, countless sword lights that made their heart palpitations tilted down, and every sword light was enough to kill the top dying immortal. It is more than enough to deal with these level 9 devouring demon lords. Ha! Just like cutting leeks, Jianguang instantly harvested the millions of devouring demon lords in the audience, leaving no one behind. Not only beheaded, but also swallowed them all one by the way, and in the end there was not even a trace of the aura that swallowed the demon lord left on the battlefield. Cutting the grass and rooting it out, everyone who saw his trick was dumbfounded. Tyr Heaven Daijin's jerky movement before coming. The battlefield in front of him regained the dead silence. He simply couldn't accept it. The first wave was enough. The Taoist with the domain could easily be killed by a single blow. But this was the second wave, and it was enough to swallow the demon by 1,000,000. Even if the Emperor arrives in half a step, he is not sure that he will be wiped out in one blow. His face is darker than last time. Even he has decided that next time he will stay out of the darkness and wait for those devouring demon lords to come out. This time, after the Dayan Immortal retired, they were surprisingly silent. If it was the level of the Taoists last time, then this time there was half a step of the Emperor's power. They all suspected that Jian Wushuang was hiding his strength now, guessing that he had already half-stepped the strength of the Emperor. No wonder he is a life and death relationship with the demon monk. He may already have half the strength of the Emperor. Otherwise he would not dare to stand for the demon monk in front of so many Daojun in the last war. 8 or 9 are not far from 10. We should stay away from him, and we can't provoke him anymore. Dayan Xian, who had previously said to give Jian Wushuang a trip, was hiding far away at the other end of the city wall, fearing that Jian Wushuang would look unpleasant to him and severely hurt him at this time. At that time he will lose a lot. Everyone prepare for the third wave. Well, the first 2 waves of Wushuang brothers are powerful and can be killed by a single person, and we have to take action in this third wave. Haha, you are too shameless. I think we can live without you in the third wave. On the city wall, the hostility of the last time was missing, but it became more harmonious. This is the respect for strength. The first time they felt they could provoke, the second time they were really afraid. Even Ter Heaven Daojun is now uncertain. If it were in the past, he still has confidence. www. Until novel. Calm, but now Jian Wushuang's demonstrated strength is too strong. Even if he broke the seal and used that treasure to increase his strength for a short time, he didn't have any confidence to deal with Jian Wushuang. Damn, how could he be so strong? The surface of the Taoist Tyr Heaven is calm, but his heart is burning with anger. The ancient aura on Jian Wushuang's body is very similar to his secret treasure, and the 2 treasures must be related. If he can get it, maybe he will have the hope of being comparable to the Emperor Banbu. Looking at it now, hope is too slim. Not reconciled. Torn days roared in his heart. The treasure in his body allowed him to become Tao sovereign from the peak of Dianxian. Once all the seals were unlocked, his strength could skyrocket again. I am afraid that few Tao sovereign would be his opponents. If he gets the ancient secret treasure from Jian Wushuang, he can still rise again. Hope is now shattered. Nothing. Maybe he was spotted by Jian Wushuang. He is now a prey, and anyone who has the intent to kill must be killed first. The old saying the city does not deceive him. Now he can only go one step at a time, but he will not give up the position of coach. Even if the restriction in the body is opened in advance, he will also fight for it to increase the treasure point by 50%, which is too tempting. In the first two waves, there were only 11,000 treasure points, but in the third wave, there were 100,000 treasure points. As long as he could kill 60%, he could seize the position of coach. He snorted and said in his heart, "Wait." This time Taoist Sundering Heaven jumped off the city wall and waited outside the city in advance. This scene made Dian Immortal on the city wall astounding. What about the strong demeanor? One seated on the wall, motionless, his breath soaring into the sky. A man like a hungry wolf, salivating his saliva. Those half-walking lords looked down on Taoist swordsmen even more in their hearts. Chapter 5242. He was the weakest of the previous 5 Dao Jun, but at this time he made such a decision, and Dao Jun's face was torn to heaven and lost. The previous 2 times were completely due to the power of his extreme Dao, and his Bodhi strength was almost endless. If it were an ordinary Taoist, I am afraid that he would not waste his strength in this way. In the third wave of 10,000 swallowing demon lord, Jian Wushuang was somewhat powerless. Either he used Yin Yang universe to kill all of them as before, or he could only end up fighting. The third wave has a total of 100,000 treasure points. He is still not focusing on his eyesight, mainly for the position of coach. The more you get to the later stage, the more treasure points you get. If you have the position of the coach, 1 million treasure points will be won. 5 million. This is an extra 500,000. The eternal treasure of the placement version, but only 1 million treasure points. In the first 3 waves, there were a total of 111,000 treasure points. With his strength, not to mention the clearance, he really hopes to reach the million treasure points by virtue of his position as coach. At that time, the imitation eternal treasure can be exchanged. Although he majored in swordsmanship, he has the blessings of the ultimate Taoism, and he can build another Taoism to match the 8 Fong Yunlong seal. He doesn't know how strong the eternal treasure is, but he only needs to understand that the entire primitive universe is now a real eternal treasure. This kind of treasure is too rare. To obtain it, not only strength, but also luck is needed. Only the air transporter can obtain the eternal treasure in the long river of time and space. Emperor Zhutian is the kind of grandeur. An ancient relic suddenly appeared in front of him, allowing him to receive several eternal treasures. This incident, once the ups and downs spread in the long river of time and space, has set off a wave of fanatical time and space drifting, and even the business of the time went out and drifted for several epochs. Visible the attraction of the eternal treasure. The current Jian Wushuang is not even the half-step emperor. If he can obtain this eternal treasure, he will be able to have the half-step emperor's combat power in the 9th rank realm, which may be comparable to the 9th rank. This is much stronger than those inheritances, and it can also practice another powerful genius. Jian Wushuang couldn't imagine how strong he would be by then. 9 turns are comparable to the emperor. Wouldn't even the emperor be able to kill even the emperor at the 9th round of consummation? I am afraid that what Qishan Temple wants is this kind of heaven-defying Dian Immortal. Only when this kind of Dian-Xian combination is successful can it help the Temple of Qishan. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. For the eternal treasure, he decided to fight. Just after the horn sounded, Jian Wushuang followed the crowd to rush out, but his figure flashed, and he did not go to the ground when he was in the air. The whole body is trembling with thought power, and the strongest hole card is also his biggest battle now. One thought of the universe. Jian Wushuang's brows trembled. Get up! Under the control of the immense power of thought, a miniature universe appeared outside Qiuhuang City. No way! At this moment, everyone took a breath. They didn't expect that Jian Wushuang actually had a backhand, and he was thinking of swallowing the demon lord of 10 million this time. How crazy is this? If it was the power of the Taoist the first time, then the second time they guessed that Jian Wushuang concealed his strength or had special means, the origin Tao was strong enough to kill 1 million devouring demon lord at one time. But this time it was 10 million. Even the Taoist swordsman felt crazy, thinking Jian Wushuang was desperate. Even if it is desperate, it is impossible to kill 10,000 devouring demon lord in one fell swoop. But the next scene made all of them tremble. A sword formation condensed with evil aura appeared in the sky. They're very familiar with this breath. It is the breath exuding in the dark, very similar, but it is slightly different. Absolute immortal formation. The eye of the beast god. Not only did the absolute immortal formation be pulled out, but even the eyes of the beast gods were not let go, and everything turned to the extreme. There is still a majestic and powerful world under the Ju Xian array, which is the heart sword world. All domains are all superimposed together, and now Jian Wushuang's aura rushes into the sky. Although he is not a half-step emperor, he also has some strength. Kill! Jian Wushuang killed the word as soon as he said it. 18 phantom swords formed a large array that swept the entire land. The original star continent, which was extremely hard, was cut into a chinking of thousands of miles. Each phantom sword has the size of tens of thousands of battles. Among the army of thousands of devouring demons, 18 phantom swords cooperate with each other to give out absolute, suppressing force. No one dared to approach. Even the Taoists sundering heaven could only stand on the periphery with gritted teeth. Just watching, just 2 breaths, the 10,000 devouring demon lord was all beheaded by Jian Wushuang. What kind of strength is this? Someone looked at the sword formation blankly and asked tremblingly. 100,000 Dian Immortal didn't say a word at this time, just staring at the absolute immortal formation in a daze. In the end, I didn't know who spoke and said something. This is the emperor. After all the devouring demon lords were beheaded, Jian Wushuang hurriedly put away the sword formation. The whole person's breath trembled, and it fell to the freezing point. 2 short breaths drained the strength of his whole body. It's important to know that the reserves of the ultimate origin Tao alone are comparable to the emperor. The Jian Wushuang Polar Tao's reserves are even more amazing, hundreds of times more than the ultimate origin Tao. His body, the Yanli reserve, has exceeded the weak emperor and can be compared to the second-order emperor. With such a huge power, he actually consumed 2 breaths cleanly. He himself felt incredible. The phantom sword was originally only an inch long, but it was raised to the size of 10,000 battles by him. After the phantom sword, which was originally extremely expensive, expanded 1,000,000 times, it could be imagined how huge it would consume. Call! Breath out this breath. Swallow the devil and perish. He also exposed his full strength, and the consumption this time was too exaggerated. Even if he recovered, it would take time. Fortunately, in every 3 stages, there will be a whole day interval. Jian Wushuang's aura was a bit unstable, and he couldn't manage that much. He hurriedly put away all the methods, and the figure almost fell on the top of the city. Thousands of devouring the devil, and all being swallowed by him, can also be regarded as suppressing the evil arrogance in his heart. It's half full. Once his appetite is opened, he will be even crazier next time. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He tried his best to restrain himself, exchanged several pills for restoring Yanli, and swallowed them in one mouthful. Turned the power emanating from the pill to quickly restore one's own strength. 100,000 Dian Immortals outside the city. I don't know whether to return or not at this time. The accumulated fighting spirit has been hit again and again, and now it has completely collapsed. Either go back and retire or just guard outside the darkness. No matter how powerful the devouring demon lord is, they will go. They were already scared, afraid that Jian Wushuang would kill all devouring monarchs again. Moreover, the aura emitted by Jian Wushuang's sword formation just now was too similar to those demon monarchs, which had to make them think of a horrible secret in the primitive universe. Swallow. Taboo. Demon Lord? Chapter 5243. At that time, you can also break through rank 9 and become the perfect powerhouse of rank 9. At that time, his strength is estimated to be much stronger than the average half-step emperor. Interesting. Jian Wushuang's eyes beamed, as if seeing Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Ji Chaiyang was not bothering, so he pulled Hui Qing back to Beiqing, and the two of them were assigned to a city wall, but they had mutual support. Insert an app. Perfectly reproduced the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an interchangeable app-mimi reading, saying goodbye to the two men, Jian Wushuang, stepping on the heiau stone slab and walking into a palace. The city lord's mansion is divided into 4 halls. The treasure hall is just one of them. There are a lot of treasures stored here, all of which are extremely useful to Dayan Immortal. Entering the hall, there was a change. There were several Dayan Immortals passing by just now, but after entering the interior, no one could be seen. Jian Wushuang guessed in his mind that he should have entered the space mezzanine, and this treasure hall was opened up with countless mezzanine levels. It is impossible to meet other people at all, and everyone enters a unique mezzanine. Jian Wushuang had seen this method, and only when the origin of the space reached a very high level could he create such a strange palace. After entering the hall, look around. The hall was empty, and it didn't look like there were treasures. In the main hall, there is only a green bottle and nothing else. Puff, Jian Wushuang just took a step, and a burst of cyan smoke appeared in the green vial in front of him. The fist-sized bottle eventually emitted several battles of blue smoke, and finally turned into a scaled monster. But looking at its face, Jian Wushuang could see that the opponent was very old. There are several gullies on the face, and the scales on the neck are a little off. Thanks, Tusk, young man. I can sense that there are so many treasures in you. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to be careless, clasped his fist, and said, Senior, Junior Jian Wushuang, the trial of the God of Fortune, come to exchange the treasure. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to underestimate this old monster who didn't know how many years he had lived. Don't worry, take your time. No one has spoken to the old man for a long time, and I will tell you what treasure you want to change. I will also check it for you. The scaly old man was very easy to talk and looked like a naughty child, which made Jian Wushuang relax. Come down. I don't know the name of the predecessor. Jian Wushuang said with a smile leaking joy. You can call me Qiu Huang. When the scaly man said that he was famous, his voice became extremely majestic. After Jian Wushuang heard this name, he was also excited. Qiu Huang? Qiu Huangqing? Is this old guy the master of Qiu Huangqing? Little guy, don't be afraid. The city of Qiu Huang you are in used to belong to me. The sword has no muscle tremor on both sides. Come on, let me see your origin. This seat will list you more suitable treasures. Qiu Huang said as he drifted over. Can't let him see. Jian Wushuang instinctively backed away to avoid him, but he still let Qiu Huang smell his original power. Qiu Huang, who had just approached Jian Wushuang, was taken aback first, then shocked. In the end, his body trembled so badly. His figure dodged behind the throne for an instant. Only one head leaked out, his eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang, and he said in horror, Who are you? You have that fellow's breath like this. It was still seen. Jian Wushuang was not hiding it, so he dragged it out. He had just learned that the other party was Qiu Huang's identity, and his secret path was not good. Now, in his kendo origin, there is the origin of the sword who destroyed Qiu Huang's city. Fortunately, he kept explaining that Qiu Huang trembled out of behind the throne, but there was still a look of fear in his eyes. I can imagine how much he was afraid of that person back then. Ahem, in fact, I and him already belong to the same camp, and I am not afraid of him. Qiu Huang clenched his fist and covered his mouth and coughed twice before remembering that this was the alien universe, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Senior, I don't know if it was. Jian Wushuang deliberately said that there are indeed many secrets in the world of the Temple of Qixin. If you can learn some, you will be prepared in the future. Qiu Huang looked straight and waved his hand quickly. Young man, Zhu Yi confessed that I can't tell you about the Temple of Qixin. You should try it honestly. When you leave the primitive world, you will be told what you should know. Jian Wushuang didn't expect the other party's mouth to be so strict, and he didn't want to say anything, but he still knew a person's name from his words. Zhui! There is also the primitive world. The world of Primordial Star was originally called Primordial Realm, and Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. The predecessor thinks that the treasure points in the hands of the juniors are more worthwhile to exchange for those treasures. Jian Wushuang didn't ask more, and went straight to the subject. Qiu Huang turned around and sat cross-legged on the throne, stroking his beard with one hand and waving the other. There were countless treasures all over the hall. You are the ultimate kendo. It seems that your Dao should only be around the 6th level, and your realm is only the 9th rank Dian Immortal. But the origin in your body is extremely powerful, which is a bit strange. Qiu Huang wondered. Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent is not strong enough to see through his body. At least the Ji Dao opponent didn't see it. He didn't know that Ji Dao was the original Dao with no action, let alone Qiu Huang. Even if the true spirit was lying on his body to see it, he couldn't see it. Although he didn't know Qiu Huang's past, Jian Wushuang could also tell that Qiu Huang was at least a 5th-order emperor. Otherwise, he would not be able to build a city of this level. This is much stronger than the heavenly court of Zhanwyang. At least he has never seen such a luxurious city in Desiu, completely made of He Yaoshi. The whole body is a treasure. Combined, this is a broken eternal treasure. Qiu Huang frowned and then said, "The enlightenment flower is indeed suitable for you, but the ultimate source needs not only enlightenment, but also the tempering of life and death." Hearing this comment, Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. He was indeed able to break through so quickly in the trials of life and death. Since entering the great wilderness, he has been walking around the tip of the knife every time, and Yanxian has resisted the Nineth rank Dianxian. After he broke through the 3rd rank Dian Immortal, he met the 9th rank perfect Dian Immortal. Every time it was the suppression of absolute strength. He couldn't breathe at all. After entering the Temple of Qixin, it was a little better. At rank 6 Dian Immortal, he will behead the ultimate Dian Immortal, singing all the way, and attacking the powerhouse of rank 9 battle Dao Monarch. Now that he hasn't had that kind of tempering between life and death, he has indeed slowed down. Your origin is strong, but there are some other places that can't keep up with your origin, such as the divine body and soul realm. But the mental strength is particularly reluctant to keep up with your origin. Qiu Huang commented on Jian Wushuang's strength one by one, pointing out Jian Wushuang's shortcomings. Jian Wushuang didn't find these things himself. Especially the divine body, 1,000 times the basic divine body, is strong enough, in his opinion. Chapter 5244. With the blessing of the eye of the beast god, it can be comparable to a special life. Qiu Huang seemed to see his doubts, and said in an educated voice, "Little guy, don't be convinced. I know that you have a special secret treasure that can increase the divine body. But don't forget, you are the 9th rank. When you reach consummation on the 9th revolution, and even the ultimate way of cultivating to consummation, the effect of the secret treasure at that time is much smaller. The most important thing for the divine body is the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger your divine body will become, more tenacious. In our era, the requirements for the divine body are much higher than you are now." Qiu Huang looked back on the ancient times. His tone also changed, yearning, and said tremblingly, "In the ancient times, your strength is considered superior, far from being a peerless. Only the peerless Tianjiao, who is barely counted by the origin Dao, and the others. The difference is far, at least in the current era." His words are not exaggerated. The glory of the ancient times is indeed a great era. At that time there was still an overlord in the starry sky, but now the starry sky is desolate. There are not even a few masters of the universe, especially in the long river of time and space where the original universe is located. The strong are almost dying. Jian Wushuang heard that he couldn't compare to the Tianjiao of today's age, and his expression was a bit solemn. Isn't the strongest emperor in Dian Immortal half-step emperor? After breaking through rank 9, he still has another leap in strength, which can be comparable to the emperor. Isn't this a peerless? Senior, can other primitive stars have Dian Immortal who is more against the sky? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, your primitive star has 3 high-level trialists who are no less than yours. You must know that their chances are also very good, especially the little monk. Look at the cause and effect on your body. I should know him, Qiu Huang said slowly. Little monk? It's Hai Qing. Jian Wushuang nodded. Hui Qing's chance was indeed extraordinary and could be taken care of by Qixin Temple. The entire primordial realm Dian Immortal was the only one. His chances are very unusual. At least I can't see where the inheritance from him comes from. Maybe some big man has taken a fancy to his potential and bestowed it in advance. Big shot? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Could it be that in this temple of forbidden god? Boy, don't think about it. This temple of the gods is more powerful than you think. Qiu Huang said proudly. Haha, it's a bit farther to say it. Let's talk about yourself. That little monk has a strong inheritance, and his path is almost fixed. You are different from him. At least you haven't practiced inheritance yet, and now you need what you need most. It is still to grind the foundation and prepare for the future inheritance, and then it is the harmony. Speaking of this, Qiu Huang couldn't help but mention Ji Cheyang, and Jian Wushuang knew the other side's road to the strong, which was the road to the strong that best met the Qixin Temple's plan for Dian. The Wanqing Heavenly Emperor was originally an emperor, and he had cultivated a powerful genius to gain half a step of the emperor's strength, which is not worth mentioning on Qiu Huang's side. That said, he can only be ranked 3rd in this original star, not even as good as Ji Cheyang, although Qiu Huang said that it was him who didn't listen. He really didn't believe it. By virtue of the one origin of the great Tao, it was many times stronger than the ultimate. Wait, sooner or later, I will surpass everyone. The seed of the strong has already been planted. Jian Wushuang's determination cannot be changed. No one can stand in front of him. He used to be a strong Taoist, but now he doesn't care about it. Half-Step Emperor is also at your fingertips. Qiu Huang didn't say much. He directly proposed several treasures and asked Jian Wushuang to choose them one by one. These treasures, worth 100,000 treasures, are the most suitable treasures for you. Qiu Huang introduced while talking. There are 3 categories. The treasure to enhance the soul. This is what you need most now. The stronger the soul realm, the faster you can advance to the 9th turn consummation. This underworld stone is most suitable for you. The soul power on it is very sufficient. Your soul is strong, and you can only absorb one in your life. 50,000 points, absolutely no loss. Jian Wushuang's heartbeat was indeed what Qiu Huang said. Breaking through the rank of 9 helped him more than breaking through the ultimate kendo, which is indeed what he needs most today. But just after breaking through the 9th revolution, he had no brows for consummation and no confidence in his heart. Yes, I have exchanged this underworld stone. Jian Wushuang took out the token and handed it to Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang took the token, saw the treasure point above, smiled and nodded. That's a lot. The second category is the divine body. The treasures worth 30,000 points of treasure here are to enhance the divine body, which can make your divine body break through to 1,800 times. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart. The improvement of the soul realm would not be realized into combat power for a while, but the improvement of the divine body was a real jump in combat power. 1,800 times the basic divine body, combined with the eye of the beast god, can almost reach 8,000 times. The stronger the divine body, the higher the multiplier will decrease if you want to break through 10,000 times. I am afraid that the basic divine body needs to be 5,000 times. The more difficult it is to upgrade later, and the more precious points it spends, Jian Wushuang suddenly feels a lot of pressure. The 110,000 precious points have already been spent 80,000, and the strength has only increased so much. The third category is your origin Tao. Since you insist on improving, I recommend you to exchange it. origin fruit is much stronger than enlightenment flower, and it is more natural. It can instantly increase your origin Dao, and the price is also 3 Wanzabo point. There are a total of 110,000 treasure points, no points left. Jian Wushuang's heart is dripping blood. But Qiu Huang is indeed correct. These treasures are indeed what he needs, so he exchanged all of them with his teeth. Now these are all yours. They are all treasures that can be upgraded in an instant. You don't need to spend the most precious point to go to the time chamber. Jian Wushuang was speechless, and the time secret chamber spent only a few precious points, and now with a wave of his hand, he spent 110,000 precious points in Qiu Huang. I am afraid that there are not many people in the primitive world who have his mastery. By the way, I think you are very interested in space. I still have a unique space treasure that needs 500,000 points. If you want to, you have to work harder. Qiu Huang suddenly appeared in his hands. The light blue crystal on one side exudes the breath of endless space. After Jian Wushuang felt this power, his mind moved, and he immediately felt that the treasures in his hand were useless, and all of them were not as good as the square crystal. His biggest reliance is that the space origin of one thought of the universe is too useful for him. In Immortal, there are not many who can touch the threshold of the origin of the space, and he can't do it if he wants to swallow it. Only when the Emperor of the Great Desolation fell, he swallowed a lot of the origin of the space and allowed his universe to reach a range of tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 5245. Now, although his strength has broken through one after another, the scope of the universe has not expanded because of the stagnant origin of his space. He could feel that if he swallowed that square crystal, his thought universe would be able to break through. But 500,000 treasure points are not a small number. At least for the first 9 waves, he could barely make up enough with every effort. In the next few waves, he will not be able to kill all of them, but fortunately he has the position of coach, which can increase by 50%. It's not difficult to reach 500,000 treasure points. I was afraid that this square crystal would be exchanged in advance. This old guy didn't tell me earlier he had known that he would not exchange these things, so he would make up the 500,000 most precious points first. Jian Wushuang finally walked out of the palace with a black face. Although the contact didn't last long, he could also see that the old man probably recommended the square crystal to others, and now he has become more competitive. At least the Taoist-level powerhouses of the other 3 city walls are likely to compete with him. Universe Rubik's Cube. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. Qiu Huang told him that this square crystal was cut out of a space and universe, and it was the size of a small world. The name is also very exaggerated, called the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. After leaving the palace, there is still a lot of time. He is not in a hurry to use those treasures now. Anyway, they are all treasures that are quickly upgraded, and in the end there is no need to worry. He went to the other 3 halls one by one. After walking around, Jian Wushuang scolded Qiu Huang in his heart. The other 3 halls are the halls of exchange pill, treasure, and inheritance. The inheritance hall still needs it. Those inheritance Jian Wushuang have known for a long time that they didn't intend to exchange it, although there are also many treasures in the alchemy hall that he needs, but the promotion is limited, similar to the exchange in the treasure hall. He also didn't think much. But in the palace of the supreme treasures, there was a treasure that made him unable to observe. In the identity token, only the name can be seen, and the power of the treasure cannot be seen at all. Now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he discovered that a special secret treasure was actually an accessory for the eye of the beast god. The old man in charge of the treasure exchange also told him that this was one of the beast weapons. It was a treasure of wings, with a pair of silver scarlet wings, lifelike. The breath exuding from above is the same as the eye of the beast god. This reminded him of Tao, sovereign tier heaven. This man also had a treasure similar to the breath of his beast god's eye. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. The other party must also know this winged treasure. Beast God Soldier. Jian Wushuang said silently in his heart. There were a total of 9 pieces of this treasure in ancient times, and 6 of them were in the hands of the strong on top of the universe. The other 3 are in the hands of the emperor, who has taken the 6th step. The 6th step, the emperor? That is the 6th order emperor of the original universe. Although the names are different, they have roughly the same meaning. Jian Wushuang just thinks about it and feels outrageous. The most precious treasure used by the 6th order emperor, and it is not an ordinary 6th order emperor. That is the direct disciple of Qixin, the 6th order emperor of the ultimate way. The powerhouses on the top of the universe are very eager to get beast warriors. There are a lot of other treasures, but the beast warrior only has 9 in the entire starry sky. Because in ancient times 9 great beast gods were born, and all of them were killed by the gods, and finally 9 great beast gods were refined. According to the old man of the Supreme Treasure Hall, his beast god's eyes are the eyes of one of the 9 beast gods, Candle Dragon. The pair of supreme wings were also the wings of the Candle Dragon. Although incomplete, the power of the eye of a beast made the 3rd order emperor crazy. If he gets the pair of wings again, the combination of the 2 will probably surpass the limit of the innate treasure. It is completely comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure, 8 Fong Yunlong seal. This beast soldier is called Candle Dragon. It was also named after the beast Candle Dragon. The strong man who used this treasure back then was a super strong man who made the universe tremble. When it finally fell, the Candle Dragon was also divided into several pieces and left in various places in the starry sky. This was also Jian Wushuang's good luck. First he got the eye of the beast from the Emperor Malong, and now he encountered the wings of the beast god and the one in the hands of the tearing sky. According to his guess, it should be the claw of the Candle Dragon. Torn the sky. He is a strong man with claws together, the claws of the Candle Dragon. 8 achievements are in his hands. Now, Jian Wushuang has secretly decided. The first goal is to exchange Candle Dragon wings, and the second goal is to win the tearing sky. There is no way to deal with him now. There are plenty of opportunities later. If it hadn't been for tearing the sky to stare at him with a longing look, he really hadn't paid attention. The Candle Dragon's wings are 800,000 treasures, but its power only improves part of the space origin and also has a very large speed increase. And its defensive power is also outrageous. There are probably not many people who can keep an eye on this treasure. There are so many treasures. It is better to exchange for the complete 8 Fong Yunlong seal. That treasure is much stronger than the Candle Dragon wings. All aspects are crushed. However, Jian Wushuang has the eyes of the Candle Dragon. After the combination of the 2, it is much stronger than the Bafong Yunlong seal. After a sigh of relief, after adjusting his mentality, Jian Wushuang walked out. The city lord's mansion. When he returned to the city wall again, he would look at Dao Shou Tian from time to time. Dao Shou Tian, who had already distanced himself from Jian Wushuang, felt a chill in his heart. He has also been to the palace of the supreme treasures, and the matter of the beast god soldier has long been known. And now that Jian Wushuang has been staring at him, he must have been to the palace of the supremes too. After all, I still can't hide, but I won't give up. The Taoist tier heaven decided secretly. He was more calm than Jian Wushuang, strolling around the 4 great halls without redeeming anything. Just glance at the treasures he needed. Feeling the pair of Candle Dragon wings accidentally made him overjoyed. But then, thinking of the breath on Jian Wushuang's body, he was silent again. Ranked 4th, he only got 20,000 supreme points, which was far from 800,000. Jian Wushuang already had more than 100,000 supreme points. Want to compete for difficult. But the temptation of that treasure to him was stronger than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is today because of the powerhouses of the extreme Tao and the ultimate Tao. The eye of the beast god is nothing but a foreign object. Compared with these, it is the right way to be strong. The Taoist tier heaven is different. If he doesn't have the treasure in his body, He is nothing but an ordinary peak Dian. The origin Tao is still very weak, and it can't be ranked in the second-grade origin. Therefore, his desire for beast soldiers is even greater. The birth of the Temple of Qixin made it possible to understand that he Tao is no longer a dream and may become a reality. Now that he entered the Temple of Qixin, after a fight, he found his shortcomings. https://1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5246. He also knows his mind and strength. If he wants to obtain the top inheritance in the Temple of Qixin, and if he wants to succeed in harmony, he must become stronger so that the Temple of the Qixin can see his potential. Now, there is one in front of him, which has obtained the remaining accessories of the beasts. Now he exploded with all his strength, and he was still at the top of the Taoist monarchs. But in the future, compared with those half-step emperors, he is much worse. He needs to be stronger. The road to harmony is right in front of him, and he has no reason to give up. Is it because his opponent is stronger than him, so he gives up? That was ridiculous. Even though he was shameless, he was not top in the same rank before. But since he got the secret treasure, he has a seed of the strong in his heart. He wants to see more than anyone else that seed blossoms and bears fruit. Not to mention the half-step emperor. Even if Jian Wushuang is the emperor, he has to bite the bullet and fight for it. Moreover, Jian Wushuang felt he hadn't reached that point now, half a step where the emperor was suspended. Although those areas were powerful, he could also see that Jian Wushuang should be the ultimate way, and the strength of his body would be so strong. The strength of the two should not be much different, and the subsequent competition may not necessarily lose. As for the treasure that Jian Wushuang stared at him, he sneered. Even if it is impossible to compete, Candle Dragon Wings, he will not give away his treasure. At least the current rules are forbidden to kill each other. He is not afraid of Jian Wushuang at all. Even if there is another fight in the future, he still hopes to survive in Jian Wushuang's hands. Can't beat, can't hide? The secret treasure is his life. With it he has today. He is used to being looked up to. Look up to others again. Might as well let him die. Jian Wushuang glanced through, saw the determination to tear the sky, couldn't help but sneered. Then give it a try. 800,000 treasure points. He has 90% hope of getting it in advance, and he has the position of coach, so tearing the sky can compete with him. No one else can compete with him except Wanqing. The Tao of Huiking's major also runs counter to the beasts and gods and should not be exchanged. His most powerful opponent is not tearing the sky, but Wanqing. Xueyue and Lengshuang Daojun are equal in strength and can't compare to him at all. He didn't know much about Wanqing, and he was really afraid that Wanqing would exchange for that treasure. One day passed quickly, and the 4 major city walls, except for the eastern city wall where Jian Wushuang was located, the Dian Immortal on the other city walls had increased a lot of strength. East City Coach, Jian Wushuang. Commander, tearing the sky, Nantong Guchao. General, Moron. 16 positions were announced soon. People who thought they had no record except Jian Wushuang, but also thought of getting a position by luck, were discouraged. It seems not as naive as they thought. Everything still speaks for strength. This also let those powerful Daexians breathe a sigh of relief. As a powerful Taoist ruler, tearing the sky was ruled, and naturally no one was unconvinced. However, of the 5.5 trail monarchs here, for our commanders, and one is unluckily assigned to the position of general. This makes him extremely hate Jian Wushuang, but he dare not show it. His method is very beneficial to the weak, at least a bit stronger than the half-walking monarchs, and now he is squeezed out of the commanding position. Hate it. Someone hates it, others like it. I think this distribution is simply too fair. You have to thank Master Jian Wushuang. Otherwise the position of commander will be taken up by some xiao-xiao. The speaker was burly, and he hugged Jian Wushuang with his fists, his voice deliberately raised. One is for the disgusting half-walking monarch who was squeezed out of command, and the other is to please Jian Wushuang, by the way. Strong strength will naturally be respected by others. At the same time, Mo Long was also very pleased. With the treasure suit, he is also the ultimate fairy. In addition to Jian Wushuang and Tier Heaven, the battle power on the city wall now has 5.5 trails and more than 30 limit Dian Immortals. Among more than 30 people, Mo Long's strength is still not in the top 10, but his foundation is very strong, and all strengths are divided according to the foundation. Mo Long's physical body is consummated. This is not something that Dao Jun can do casually. Either there are not so many treasures to pile the physical body, or there is not so much energy to practice. After all, the physical body is no more than the mortal body, and many strong people are more about improving the divine body. The flesh does not practice much. Mo Long didn't think the flies were too small, but he improved them one by one. If the physical body is raised to the point of immortality, then it's another matter. Just like Mo Long, he was almost immortal in the same rank. The physical body is eternal and immortal, and it is also regarded as basic strength. If you count his once treasures, his strength is comparable to that of the half-travel monarch. After the positions were assigned, the city lord's mansion issued a golden arrow to the sky. The darkness was turbulent. Countless powerful devouring demon lords were already unable to hold back. Their hideous fangs lowered their lower lip. Their eyes were red, and blood suddenly appeared. They were suppressed in the primordial star for a few years, but now they were released again, staring at the practitioner again. The breath made them crazy and fascinated. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting firmly on the head of the city, looked at the turbulent darkness with the same eyes. His breath is very similar to those demon kings, but the color is pitch black swallow. The earth began to tremble at this moment. The buzzing of horns sounded, and a big burst was triggered. Kill! At this moment, regardless of whether there is a position or a weak person, it explodes at this moment. The turmoil in the dark, the madness that swallowed the devil, the desperateness of the practitioner. The scenes of this scene seem to have happened in ancient times. 199 revolutions swallowed the devil perfectly, shaking his head and rushing out of the darkness. This momentum can shake the world and is far from comparable to that of 10,009 ranks. The gap between rank 9 and consummation cannot be offset by 100 times the number. According to the rules, the devouring demon lord who is comparable to rank 9 Dian Immortal is 1 star, and now those who are comparable to rank 9 are 2 stars. The classification of grades is similar to that of Dianxian. 9 turn 1 star, perfect 2 star, top 3 star, pinnacle 4 star, extreme 5 star, Taoist 6 star, half-step emperor 7 star, comparable to emperor 8 star. Although these devouring demon lords are not as powerful as practitioners of the same level, their strength is genuine, and what they lack is the use of supreme treasures or the peculiar knowledge of cultivation. This collision was extremely intense. The forbearance of the first 3 waves was all played out during the attack of the devouring demon lord. Even part of rank 9 Dian Immortals struggled to fight, and 3 or 5 people besieged a 2-star demon king, and the world collapsed and the earth cracked. 2-star devouring demon lord is just comparable to 9 ranking demon lord. Among 100,000 Dian Immortals, now as long as Nineth range consummation has the power of top-level Dian Immortal, you can slaughter those 2-star devouring demon lord at will. When the numbers of the 2 parties are similar, the difference in quality is irreparable. Among the 100,000 Dian Immortals, there are close to 90,000 top Dian Immortals. Chapter 5247. The individual combat power of the devouring demon lord is the same, and the practitioners here have extremely strong combat power, and there are many that can be comparable to the 6-star devouring demon lord. Even Mo Long could destroy hundreds of 2 stars and devour the devil by himself. The claw law of tearing the sky is even crazier, the huge blood claw tearing the sky. Thousands of devouring demons' formations were instantly torn apart, turned into powder, and completely wiped out. In just one breath, 100,000 2 stars swallowed the devil, and 10,000 fell. And Jian Wushuang just pulled out the long sword behind him. The sword light is fierce, and a sword is a world descending. And under the fusion of heart strength and sword intent, an unrivaled aura erupts. Ouch! A sword light swept across the battlefield. This ray of sword light rushed into the formation of devouring demon arrogantly, disturbing everything, and the fierce sword intent destroyed the body of devouring demon. Boom! People are not yet in shape. Sword intent is full of sky. When many practitioners saw Jian Wushuang enter the arena, they became even more crazy. They were really afraid that Jian Wushuang would be ruthless and kill them all again, leaving them nothing. Quick! Get started quickly. Some 9th rank Dian Immortal teams couldn't help roaring. They resisted the 4th wave of offense at most. And the 5th wave was the 1,000,000 2 stars devouring Demon Lord, and it would be difficult for them to think so easily at that time. Either the 4th wave is desperate and the 5th wave is retired. If they don't fight in the 4th wave, they will not be able to resist the 5th wave of attack. Million is more than 10 times the current pressure. Feeling the soaring sword intent, the dignified face of the prince to tear the heavens. 100,000 2 stars swallowed the demon lord, but only took 3 breaths and all fell. The mutilated devouring demon lord fell from the sky one after another, but before it fell to the ground, it turned into strands of black smoke hovering in the sky, and was eventually absorbed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang put away the long sword, slowly closed his eyes, opened his hands, and enjoyed the feast to the fullest. These devourers wanted to devour them, while Jian Wushuang wanted to devour each other. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, looked into the darkness. Staring into the dark fog, the evil aura in his eyes became more intense. Since he started to devour these demon kings, he found that the ability to devour them has become stronger, and the demand has also increased, but other aspects have not improved. Especially Jidao did not rise at all. This is the purest avenue of devouring. Jian Wushuang put aside his aura. He realized at this time that the 2 sides are fundamentally different. His extreme way encompasses all things, and the origin of swallowing the devil's body is the purest swallowing. The difference between the 2 is very large. The so-called Tao begets 1, 2 lives, 2 lives 3, and 3 lives all things. The extreme way encompasses all things. This is the purest way, and the other ways are nothing more than trails derived from them. All things are the origin of the Tao. Call. Returning to the city, Jian Wushuang began to comprehend Jidao. Everything. Jian Wushuang frowned, his face leaking doubts. If all things are the purest and include so many Taoisms, what shall we do in the future? This is a huge problem. In the ultimate kendo, he can still point to his heart, and the path of harmony may also have a rudimentary shape, but he has no clue at all. Now, if you have a little eyebrow, you will be more enlightened and don't miss any chance. Especially swallowing. If everything depends on him to enlighten, he will not be able to enlighten to consummation if the universe is destroyed. Only by constantly devouring other practitioners can he quickly ascend. This time swallowing these demon kings, his receipt is very large. At least his understanding of everything is more than just paper. He could feel Tao because of the devouring of these demon kings. If he swallowed those Dian Immortals again, a complete Tao, he could consume 30%. It's a bit stronger than before, which is a big gain. It's a pity that Dian Xian didn't give him an experiment, and now he can't do anything with other people. After the 5th wave of siege, Jian Wushuang still rushed to the forefront, and now his demand for the most precious points is really a bit big. Fortunately, the strength of Yin Yen Universe kept his record in the first place. When this stage is settled, there will be a lot of ranking rewards. Naturally, he can't let it go. Last time I suffered a big loss. Hui Qing ranked first, but she won 100,000 points. In the second stage of the trial, the treasures and the most precious points were increased several times. Especially the exchange within the city lord's mansion was opened, which was much fiercer than the first stage of the battle. Although there are not many casualties yet, the more this cycle progresses, the more people can't stop. In the fifth wave, the 1,000,000 2-stars devouring demon lord attacked. The 9th rank Dian Immortals who were going to retire originally, after obtaining the Arcana point, immediately exchanged for a set of Supreme Arcana armor and some enhanced Arcana, ready to fight again. There are even some people who broke through in the battle, and they had just reached the 9th round of consummation, and they had top-level combat power, and they were even more frantic when fighting. After the 5th wave, the overall strength has once again improved a lot. Jian Wushuang saw the meaning of training soldiers with his more and more courageous posture. More than 10,000 rank 9 Dian Immortal. Now half of them fell, but the remaining half didn't mean to stop in the slightest. The last wave, the 6th wave, is over. If I can get enough of the treasures of the Bay Flower, I will be able to break through. A 9th rank Dian Immortal, his eyes full of war. Retire if there is no breakthrough, and continue to fight if there is a breakthrough. Use war to support war, until death. Said to be retired, now only a few rank 9 Dian Immortals who have no hope of breaking through have chosen to retire, and the rest, as long as they have a little hope of breaking through, or are stronger in strength, have chosen to continue fighting. In the Nineth rank Dian Immortal, there are indeed some people who have broken through the final Jihao through the tempering of life and death, and become the 9th rank perfection, exchange for a set of peak Arcana set, and instantly have the top Dian Immortal combat power. Among the 9 ranks Consummation Dian Immortal, the weakest is the rank 9 top level, who can kill the 2 stars at will to devour the devil. In the first 6 waves of battles, there was no threat, and even among them, there were examples of breakthroughs in the origin and becoming the peak powerhouse. At this time, everyone was most concerned about, rather than the top combat power, they all began to stare at those top Dian Immortals or rank 9 Dian Immortals. It is even more exciting to see them break through and become stronger. At least this is true. Looking up at Jian Wushuang and others, after all, is unrealistic. They spent 10 breaths in the 5th wave of battle, and now the 6th wave begins. Jian Wushuang could have a foreboding that if the 9th rank Dian Immortal wasn't able to break through in the battle, then only death would be. Thousands of 2 stars devour the devil, and Mo Long's peak strength had only dared to resist this wave, but those 9th rank Dian Immortals were desperate struggles. This is the 10,000 devouring demon lord. Each one is much stronger than them. They can only win by the number of people, but now the number of opponents is 100 times theirs. The exact calculation is 10,000 times. https:// 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5248. Now there are only a few thousand rank 9 Dian Immortals and 1,000 2-star devouring demon lord. They can still bear it. But tens of millions of 2 stars devour the devil. How much can other strong people share for them? When 1,000,000 swallowed the devil, the 9th rank Dian Immortal lost half. And this time I am afraid it will be extinct. It's a pity. Jian Wushuang sighed in a low voice. When the horn sounded again, his figure moved into the air outside the city. In the 3rd wave, the devouring demon lord with 1/10 of a star is 100,000 treasure point. Now the 6th wave is the 1,000,000 treasure point. Although it can't be monopolized, half of it can still be won. Now he has accumulated almost 100,000 again. If he can take half this time, including the bonus of the coach, he can almost exchange for candle dragon wings. This treasure has helped him too much. Let's not talk about the increase in speed and defense. The increase in the beast god domain alone can make him stronger. By then, I am afraid that he will really have the power of a half-step emperor. The increase in the divine body, coupled with the powerful defensive power of the candle dragon's wings, is really going to fight the tens of thousands of stars. He is also sure to fight. At that time, this primordial star, he can really walk sideways. At this moment, Jian Wushuang even had an evil idea. Swallowing all the primordial star dye in Immortal, he could take another step. This idea just came out of my mind, and it was quickly rejected by him. Not to mention the feasibility of this method, let's talk about the trial of the original star. It is estimated that it will be difficult to fight around like the first stage. Now that the Temple of Qixin has opened its treasure trove, so many treasures have been invested in it, how can it be possible to make them like they used to be? It will not let him go and mess around. Jian Wushuang has always believed that there are still some strong men who have survived from ancient times in this Temple of Qixin. Otherwise, the internal world will not function in such an orderly manner. There are too many hidden secrets, and I'm afraid they will be able to understand the real Temple of Qixin after the original star. The horn hummed, echoing in everyone's ears. The sixth wave devours the devil. This is a hurdle, the hurdle of rank 9 dye in Immortal, and also the threshold of some top dye in Immortals. Because after this hurdle, the life of the top dye in Immortal will not be too easy. Even the next few waves of the peak dye in Immortal will be difficult to sustain. At the beginning of the 7th wave, it was Samsung Devouring Demon Lord, the Devouring Demon Lord with top dye in Immortal combat power. At the beginning, it was also 100,000, until the next tens of millions. What kind of concept the tens of millions of top dye in Immortals are, the powerful Tao sovereign may fall. But at that time was also the craziest time to earn the most precious points. Thousands of treasures. Any imitation of eternal treasures is not just exchangeable. Those treasures that are cherished can be exchanged. Can redeem half of the treasures in the treasure house. The physical body is immortal. The divine body is increased, and there are too many treasures from the source, and it is possible to reach the sky in one step. What a temptation this is! How can it not make people crazy? Thousands of devouring the Demon King, each towering and 10,000 battles, overwhelming the sky, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. The evil aura disturbed everyone's breath. Jian Wushuang stands tall in the void, and people are like sword shadows standing in this world. Looking back, 100,000 cultivators, no matter weak or strong, their faces were very solemn. Although 10 million, the luster in their eyes made Jian Wushuang understand what it meant to be unrepentant. Fight with war and never regret until death. Kill. I don't know who murmured, and slowly everyone shouted. In the end, everyone roared even more. Kill. The soaring killing intent was no weaker than 10,000 devouring demon lord. Jian Wushuang yelled out, and the killing intent at this moment infected everyone. Boom, 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 boom. Jian Wushuang rode as 1,000 and pulled out the divine sword behind him, breaking through 10,000 enemies with one sword and rushing into the tens of millions of devouring demon kings. In addition to him, there is also the tearing sky, and those half-walking monarchs, extreme dye in Immortals, have also rushed into the devouring demon's army. 100,000 dye in Immortals lined up and ran into the devouring demon army in the form of a large formation. Life and death had already been put aside, and now they only had craziness in their eyes. Chi. At the moment the two sides fought, countless devouring demon lords died, turning into pitch-black mist and floating between the heaven and the earth. In the early stage, everyone had plucked up their courage, but when they really collided, they didn't lose much, but they gradually couldn't stand it in the face of the continuous devouring demon lord. This is the 2-star devouring demon that is comparable to the 9th ranking consummation, and it is much stronger than the 1-star devouring demon. Dye in Immortal's front line soon began to collapse. The first thing that couldn't stand it was the rank 6 to 9 dye in Immortal. Although they formed a battle formation, it was a pity that Yan Li was running wildly and consumed too much and couldn't bear it at all. Eventually, the big formation collapsed and was swallowed by tens of thousands of 2 stars into the big formation. At rank 6009, dye in Immortal confronted tens of thousands of 2-star devouring demon lord. Just a facet claws were drawn down, and more than half of it fell instantly. Many Dayan immortals who were weaker than their divine bodies and flesh bodies were directly torn apart by a single claw, and their corpses split. Devouring demon lord even and scrupulously grabbed those broken corpses. Akanchu. Combite. You guys it. A golden armored power also used his claws, and his body flashed to close a gap. But unlike those devouring demon lords, his sharp claws turned into golden dragons, majestic and majestic. One person smashed thousands of demons, and the tens of thousands of two-star devouring demon lords killed by oneself were defeated. It's a pity that it was a little too late, just a few breaths, and this group of devouring demon lords killed the 9 ranked Dayan immortals cleanly, and no one survived. Kill me. Even the corpse capital is not let go. This is the Ni Lin that has touched Dayan immortal. In a short moment, tens of thousands of devouring demon lord was torn to pieces by the golden armor power, and he was injured very seriously. On Mo Long's golden armor, there was black blood all over his body, his hair was messy, and his face was stained with blood. Although he looked down on the weak Dayan immortal, he felt that these people were working as cars on the man's arm. But when those devouring demon lords were tearing up their kind and devouring them with big mouths, he couldn't help but rushed over. In the first 2 waves, he also killed a lot of devouring demon lords, plus the bonus of having a general position, and obtained a lot of treasure points. After redeeming a set of innate treasures, he is also considered to be back to the top. Plus strong, he is no weaker than those half-legged monarchs. You guys, why bother? Looking at the mutilated body, Mo Long had pity in his eyes. It's just that on this battlefield, countless fights are being staged. The top Dayan immortal is also falling, and the peak Dayan immortal's body is damaged, the divine body collapses, and the origin is almost extinguished. Those who can really fight on the battlefield of Zhongheng are still those extreme Dayan immortals and half-trail monarchs. But Jian Wushuang and Dao Shou Tian, like 2 suns shining in the deepest place that swallowed the devil tens of thousands. These 2-star devouring demon lords can't hurt Jian Wushuang at all. Even if millions of devouring demon lords now beside him, they are still as steady as ever. Chapter 5249. Xinghe Lake Sea Sword Intent. Jian Wushuang shouted coldly. A magnificent sword intent burst out along the tip of the sword. A river of sharp sword energy rolled on the battlefield, and it was annoying that everyone who encountered it was torn apart, and even the origin of the swallowing body in the body was absorbed by Jian Wushuang. Not enough. The killing wasn't fast enough in the huge heart sword world. The sword intent wasn't enough, and it wasn't pure enough. Ouch! A dragon howl soaring to the sky sounded, and a huge candle dragon phantom rushed out of the ground under Jian Wushuang's feet. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang, whose divine body has soared to 7,000 or 8,000 times, has a body size of thousands of miles, and can already be comparable to Fa Tianxian and Earth. Candle Dragon. Innate life in the largest river area in the starry sky. He is stronger than a special life. He is born with a universe origin, and he is born to be the strongest. The phantom roamed around Jian Wushuang. A pair of huge wings cover the sky and the sun, and sharp claws can cut through the space. This is the true origin of space. The darling of the entire space, let him roam. The scarlet light on Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered, looking at the candle dragon phantom with a look of yearning. Born to be the emperor. The huge space contained millions of devouring demon lords. Jian Wushuang held the sword in both hands and slashed out with one sword. The huge sword light scattered hundreds of millions of times, filling the entire space. The strongest sword. In other words, it is the strongest sword in 10 today, the most perfect swordsmanship for group killing. Those who have used swords from ancient times to the present can only go down in the annals of history if they have this sword. Wow! In the airwave that Jianguang turned into, there are hundreds of millions of sword intents mingled, killing all the devouring demon kings. 1 sword million. 1,000,002 stars swallowed the devil and was beheaded by a sword. Now that the entire battlefield has fallen to less than 2,000,000, he himself has killed half of it. When the rest of the people saw this sword, they also held their breath, especially those top Immortals. They could kill one devouring demon with one blow at most, but Jian Wushuang killed 1,000,000 by one person. The corpse of 1,000,000 devouring demon fell into the sky. How spectacular it was! Tearing heaven also noticed the movement of Jian Wushuang in the army on the other end, with a wry smile in his eyes. Although he was unwilling, he also had to admit that Jian Wushuang was much better than him, not only in the field. The divine body and origin are much stronger than him, especially the strong growth, at least 100 times stronger than him. This gap is too big. If it is transformed into combat power, he and Jian Wushuang will fight for a day. Maybe Jian Wushuang's breathing will not be disturbed. Even if he has been taking drugs, he will not be able to keep up with Jian Wushuang's rhythm. Jian Wushuang's blow, destroying 1,000,000 and devouring the devil, his expression remained unchanged, and he even wanted to come back a few more times. If it were other powerful Taoists, I am afraid it would have been unable to withstand it. Come again. Arcana points rushed into his identity token. 1,000,002 stars swallowed the devil, with a reward of 100,000 arcana points, plus the position bonus of the coach. It was 150,000 arcana points. Being strong means being able to do whatever you want. Nowadays, those who can rank first on all primitive stars are practitioners of the ultimate way. This is the ultimate charm. Maybe everyone is a half-step emperor, but the practitioners of the ultimate path are stronger than the practitioners of other origin paths. Especially when facing this kind of trial, the practitioners of the ultimate path are too advantageous, and they have a reserve of power. It is dozens of times stronger than other practitioners. Other Taoists may be exhausted if they kill 2,000,000, but the ultimate way can kill 20,000,000 and there is still room for it. Especially Jian Wushuang. The origin of Ji Dao surpasses the ultimate Dao, let alone 20,000,000. Even if it is hundreds of millions, he can slowly consume these devouring demon lords. With the first sword, there is the second sword. The same moves, the same devouring demon lord. Wow. It was the fall of the 1,000,000 devouring demon king. This scene not only stunned the Immortal on the field, but also felt incredible on other primordial stars who had been observing the rankings. In Jiajia's original star ranking, Jian Wushuang's treasure point increased by 150,000 every time it changed. The interval between the front and back does not exceed 5 breaths. What is this concept? The top Immortals who were seriously injured and invincible stood on the wall, looking at Jian Wushuang's figure with envy. 1,000,000 sword swallows the devil, 150,000 treasure points. The former is strength, and the latter is opportunity. Both of them are satisfied as long as they are the same. This is the stunner of the contemporary era. At this time, everyone put Jian Wushuang's position in the first place, surpassing Hui Qing and Wan Qingtiandi, who had previously shown their brilliance. 1 star and 3 emperors. There were no half-step emperors in the original Jiajio primitive star. Now there are 3 half-step emperors. In the future, they will be able to take what they have seen today as an experience if they go out of the temple of discord. Everyone is a witness to the growth of a day against the sky. Thousands of devouring the devil will finally be solved by the time of a cup of tea. 8,000,000 of them were all beheaded by Jian Wushuang. Ranking: first, Jian Wushuang second, Wan Qingtiandi third, Demon Monk Hui Qing fourth, Blood Moon Daoist fifth, Lengshuang Daojun sixth, Ji Chaoyang seventh. Seer the Heaven Daoist, what's interesting is that Ji Chaoyang is still 6th and Tirtian is ranked 7th. Ji Chaoyang and Hui Qing separated on the northern city wall. According to Hui Qing's indisputable temperament, Ji Chaoyang picked up a big deal. Dao Monarch Blood Moon is good at the field, so Dao Monarch Cold Frost naturally can't compete. When Tirtian saw this list, his face was dark. He killed 1,000,000 by himself, and only obtained more than 100,000 treasure points, plus the previous accumulation, no more than 300,000 treasure points. The fight for the candle dragon wings was a complete failure. Ended. After the 6th wave of offensive, there was also a day of preparation time, and many people sent to the city lord's mansion, ready to exchange treasures and strive for breakthroughs. Starting from the 7th wave is the real test. The 7th and 8th waves are okay, and the 9th wave, tens of millions of 3 stars, swallows the devil, even if the limit die in Immortal is threatened with falling. By then, it would be a tough battle for Jian Wushuang. Glancing at the record on the leaderboard, in addition to him, Wanqing has broken 1 million. They shouldn't be over yet. I have to go to the city lord's mansion first. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and as soon as he entered the city, he teleported into the city lord's mansion. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, hundreds of people have been here cross-legged for a long time. Most of these people were retired from other city walls in the 5th wave, and some came down from the East City Wall. Nowadays, seeing someone teleporting in, many people are looking over, wanting to ask about the outside world. When they saw that it was Jian Wushuang, they stopped again and didn't dare to step forward. How can Jian Wushuang have time to take care of these people? Stepping forward and entering the Supreme Treasure Hall again. Familiar scene, familiar old man. The white-haired old man has a pair of spiral-shaped corners, and his body is unusually strong, but the white beard and hair cover the angular muscles of the body. Chapter 5250. Senior, I'm here to exchange the treasure. Jian Wushuang didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject. The white-bearded old man, unlike Qiu Huang, looked overwhelming. After looking at Jian Wushuang, he faintly replied, "Well, you have a lot of treasures on your body. What do you want to exchange for?" Wow. With that, the old man with horns waved his hand, and countless treasures were floating in the hall. The distribution of treasures is like a triangular pyramid, and the lowest level is the cheapest peak treasure. Further up is the innate treasure, and even the innate treasure suit and the best innate treasure. From small to high, inferior congenital supreme, medium congenital supreme, upper congenital supreme suit, best congenital supreme. Then there are a few special ancient secret treasures. These secret treasures are completely unique. Their types and powers are different, and the price is more than 500,000 treasure points. Senior, I want to exchange candle dragon wings. Jian Wushuang said firmly, "The candle dragon wings of dreams." One of the accessories of the beast soldier, Candle Dragon. He now has the eye of the Candle Dragon. Combining the two, his strength will skyrocket again. Many people now think that he is a half-step emperor, but in fact he is not at all. Although the 2 of divine body and swallowing had improved a lot, there was still some distance from the half-step emperor. Don't look at him swallowing the devil with 1,000,000 in one blow. He really wants to fight with the half-step emperor. He can save his life, but he will definitely not have the upper hand. With the candle dragon wings, he can truly display the power of the half-step emperor. Candle dragon wings. The eyes of the old man with horns lit up, and then he leaked a look of shock. "Ha, good. But you have to wait a moment. There is also a little guy on the other side who wants to exchange the treasure." Jian Wushuang leaked the color of doubt. Wait, is there anyone faster than him? No matter how fast he can come in, he can redeem that 800,000 candle dragon wing. How can someone rank in front of him? Making the old man with horns so happy. Although Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled, he didn't dare to say more. Anyway, he had already said that he would exchange candle dragon wings, and he had enough treasure points on his body, so he didn't believe it. Someone could cut him horizontally. After just a few breaths, the old man with horns was full of joy, and he faced Jian Wushuang again. "Haha, okay." The old man with horns smiled, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "You want to redeem the candle dragon wings, right? Take out your identity token." After Jian Wushuang took out the token, he automatically flew towards the old man with horns. It's just that when he looked at the pyramid-shaped treasure again, he found that the imitation of the eternal treasure, 8-fong Yunlong seal, that had been standing at the top of the tower had disappeared. He was stunned, and then his eyes flashed before he realized that the imitation eternal treasure was exchanged. No wonder the old man with horns had to be distracted to deal with it and let him wait here. It turned out that someone had exchanged the 8-faced Yunlong seal. Hui Qing's record should be enough, but his long stick has almost unlimited power, especially after inheriting the inheritance. Not only has his strength skyrocketed, even the brown long stick has become silver, even more than before. Be strong. There's no need to redeem the imitation eternal treasure at all. It is better to redeem other treasures if there is that treasure. Except for Hui Qing, there is only the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor, and he also has 1,000,000 treasures. It was originally a half-step emperor, and he also cultivated a certain emperor's genius, and now he has obtained the eternal treasure of imitation. Wang Xing's strength is probably going to skyrocket again, approaching the emperor. But as long as the candle dragon wings can be combined with the candle dragon eye, according to the old man with horns, the beast weapon is really so powerful. After the combination of the two, it should be comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. The old man with horns stretched out his hand to grab the treasure floating in the hull. The candle dragon wings, exuding endless power, were carefully taken out by him. It was also the first time Jian Wushuang saw this pair of candle dragon wings, and when he looked closely, he discovered that the color of this pair of wings was not scarlet. Only at the end of the wings there was a scarlet color, and most of it was still black, but the scarlet color was like a streamer, and when the wings moved a little, the scarlet halo would also tremble. Yeah, your luck is also very strong. You have one of the accessories of the beast warrior, and another is in the hands of another little guy, but I think you are a little stronger than the opponent. It seems that you have hope. Make up 3 pieces of candle dragon accessories. The old man with horns slowly commented. If it's a complete beast weapon, he doesn't even have the qualifications to watch. But he doesn't care about the smashed ancient soldier, because he himself was an extremely powerful casting god and also a powerful warrior under Kishin's command. Although his strength was not strong, he was able to refine treasures. Many of the treasures in this treasure house were made by him, especially the imitation of the eternal treasure. 8-fong Yunlong seal was made by him. That's why he was so excited when Wanqing exchanged that treasure. The Bafong Yunlong seal was refined in ancient times, but unfortunately it has always been stored in the treasure house. The 5th Order Emperor made it more than enough the 4th Order Emperor could exert its full power. Although it was exchanged by a Dayan Immortal, Wang Xing's talent, as long as he succeeded in harmony, it would be to sit around and look around for 5. The 4th Order Emperor is very simple for him. The 5th Order Emperor depends on good luck. Now that the time and space are along in Hanoi, how can there be more fortune than the Temple of Qishan? As long as the Wanqing combination succeeds, the Qishan Temple will definitely cultivate vigorously. The 5th Order Emperor is really nothing. You know, the 5th Order Emperor of the original universe, when Dayan Immortal, was not so against the sky. The Arcana points were deducted, and Jian Wushuang also got one of the accessories of the coveted Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon wings. He couldn't wait to recognize the Lord directly, and when the blood dripped on the Candle Dragon's wings, a dragon roar sounded. This is the once overlord of the starry sky, Candle Dragon, the innate emperor. It is conceivable that the secret treasure refined with his body is more powerful than Jian Wushuang's cognition. At least this pair of wings can't be damaged even if the emperor and the strong attack with all their strength. Of course, Jian Wushuang is not invincible with it. If the emperor really wants to kill him, he can see through his origin and divine body at a glance. There's no need to break this Candle Dragon wing. Moreover, the strength of Candle Dragon's wings is not defense. Defense is nothing more than passive means. The truly powerful place is the power of its own space. The Candle Dragon is a space beast god, and his wings account for more than half of the credit. With it, Jian Wushuang can also improve his understanding of space. And his speed can be incomprehensible, at least under the emperor. He has the confidence to aspire. His own speed is fast, and the speed requirements of Kendo are also very high. Even among Dao monarchs, his speed still ranks among the top. AMX. Chapter 52-51. Except for the Blood Moon Dao monarch and the 10,000 Star Heaven Emperor who broke out with all his strength, he was a bit unsure and other people might not be as fast as him. Now with the Candle Dragon wings, his speed will absolutely crush the same level, surpassing the Emperor by half a step, and even faster than those heaven-defying Dayan Immortals. I truly achieved my first degree under the Emperor. Jian Wushuang took a closer look and plunged into it. When he used the Beast God realm again, he frowned. It's over. Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart, the speed is the same as he imagined, and it suits him incomparably. But what he wants most is the fusion with the Eye of the Candle Dragon, although he dare not extravagantly ask for a complete beast weapon. But as long as the two are fused with each other, the power of this ancient treasure can be comparable to those imitations of eternity. The treasure is. Now it is incompatible, and the value is greatly discounted. Fortunately, when cooperating with the Beast God domain, his speed did increase by more than one level, only to make up for him slightly. If other people exchanged this, wouldn't they be off? Spent so many treasure points, only increased the speed. Seeing Jian Wushuang's doubts, the old man Yangjia slowly said, Little guy, do you feel that the two can't be completely integrated with each other? The old man with horns, who has seen everything, sits in great danger. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and nodded respectfully. That's right, since the Beast God Soldier was destroyed, although there are still a lot of powers left above, the cost to restore it is very high. The old man with horns grasped the small hammer in his hand and said lightly. Jian Wushuang was frowning, and the master spoke. It seemed that the price of wanting to merge was really extraordinary. Master, I don't know how to merge. Now that he has obtained this ancient secret treasure, and its power is so powerful, he can be inspired by a great Yenxian. Even after entering the Emperor, it can help him a lot. Especially now that there is an opportunity for the two to merge with each other, as long as the fusion can be comparable to the imitation of the eternal treasure. Even if he reaches the Fifth Order Emperor, it is extremely useful. This is a secret treasure that can increase the divine body. Great value. In the primitive universe, the most heaven-defying special life has tens of thousands of divine bodies. Now with the eyes of the Beast God, he can barely explode to 8,000 times. If the two merge, it is not impossible for him to increase the basic divine body more than 10,000 times. Divine body origin. These are two paths for practitioners. The former affects combat power, while the latter affects the realm. Both are indispensable. Now his origin Dao is strong enough. Even if Sword Dao can't break through in a short time, he can still be comparable to the half-step Emperor, and his soul realm rises very quickly. It is not impossible to break through the 9th revolution, and he will be able to improve at that time. What is needed now is the strength of the divine body, and the subsequent devouring demon lord's attack. He himself is not very sure. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face solemnly, the old chauffeur man said a few words for his great respect. If you want to merge, it is not difficult. It depends on whether you are willing to spend it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. This opportunity should not be missed. The fusion of the beast gods and soldiers could only be done by the great power in the temple of the gods. If he really went out, his eyes were blackened and he was blinded. No matter what the price, I'm willing. Jian Wu said with a calm expression on both sides. The old man with horns nodded lightly and then said, If you want to merge, you must be the best caster in the universe. This old man can do it, and the rest is much simpler. You need 5 heavens and earth. Origin, 4 of them are in the treasure hall. You can redeem them. Respectively, the origin of gold crystal, the origin of wood crystal, the origin of fire crystal, and the origin of earth crystal. Jian Wushuang wrote down one by one the origin of the four heavens and the earth, he had some memories, and he probably glanced at it once. The prices are all around 100,000 treasure points. Now he has 3 million treasure points on his body, and after deducting the 800,000 yuan of the eye of the candle dragon, there are exactly 500,000, which is enough. As for the origin of the space, it won't be too late to redeem it after a few waves of praise. Even if it is exchanged by other people, it's okay. He has the candle dragon wings, and the speed of understanding the origin of the space is also very fast, although it can't be improved significantly, but the price is lasting. As for the treasures, these are all things outside of the body. As long as they can improve their combat power, they're worth it. Jian Wushuang didn't care about this at all. In the next 3 waves, there are more than 10 million treasure points. He can at least win half of it. Although the more difficult he is, the confidence to win half is still there. Moreover, with the candle dragon wings, the speed can be even higher. Quickly, he can walk in the devouring demon lord. The origin of the 4 heavens and the earth, for 100,000 treasure points. Thank you, Senior, Jian Wushuang respectfully said. Then he asked with some doubts, Senior, I don't know where to redeem the rest of the original source. The rest? The old man with horns smiled slightly. All he could do was within his scope. The remaining share is with him. Although he knows it, he can't tell Jian Wushuang that the first 4 shares are in the treasure hall and they are public. He said it and said, but the remaining share is not public. He can't speak out. Little guy, I can't tell you where the rest is. The horns shook his head steadily. Jian Wushuang's expression was taken aback. Can't tell him, what does it mean? Can't tell him. Why did you say so much in the first place? Let him play. There is still something hidden. Jian Wushuang guessed from the bottom of his heart that he was like an ant on a hot pot, very anxious. It's a little bit worse every time. It's really uncomfortable. Jian Wushuang had an idea and asked tactfully, Senior, I don't know this last source. Do I have any hope of obtaining it? This is a very sophisticated question. Even if the Temple of Qixin has control over the old man with horns, it won't care about it. The old man with horns also leaked a hint of smile, with a rudimentary expression, nodded to Jian Wushuang, and smiled lightly. This can tell you that there are still opportunities, especially in the 11th wave, your hope. It's huge. Some happy old horns also narrowed the scope a lot, which made Jian Wushuang very happy. By the way, the name of this last source is similar to the names of other sources of heaven and earth. The old man with horns continued. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, The origin of the crystal! Correct. Thank you, seniors, for answering the doubts of the juniors. The juniors will remember. Jian Wushuang bowed deeply. This time it was from the heart. He remembered all those who helped him on the path of spiritual practice. Xianyi, Jian Wushuang bowed. Thinking of the mentor who had been of great help to him in his mind, his eyes flashed, and he was a little sad, not only muttering to himself, Teacher Xianyi, will we meet again? Since my farewell, I have grown a lot. Chapter 52:52. I don't know when I will meet and show what I have learned, so that you know that I have been moving forward over the years, never staying and follow the teaching. Recalling the Tao of my life, it was left behind by the reason Xuanyi. This is his enlightenment teacher. Although I also knew in my heart that Teacher Xian, he had a plan, the reasons for never showing up are complicated and confusing. But the respect in my heart has never disappeared. When he raised his head again, Jian Wushuang put away his emotions. Go, little guy. You can come to me after all these sources are gathered. The old man is still a little good on the road of casting. After speaking, the old man with horns put away the treasures and disappeared in the hall. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and he also left the hall. He just went out and ran into the 10,000-star Heaven Emperor, who was also teleported out. When the two met, they didn't say much, they just nodded slightly. His ranking really surprised the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. It seems that there is another opponent. Wan Xing secretly sighed in his heart, but with the imitation of the eternal treasure, coupled with his unique knowledge, among the half-step emperors, he is considered to be at the top. The two passed by. Jian Wushuang went to the treasure hall next door. Wan Xing left the city, Lord's mansion. Boom! Stepping into the palace, the familiar figure and smile came into view. Haha, boy, you are late this time. That space treasure has already been exchanged. Qiu Huang laughed. He seemed to want to see Jian Wushuang regret it. It was a pity that he was disappointed. Jian Wushuang just sighed faintly and didn't care too much. Huh, you are not calling at all? Qiu Huang asked in confusion. Jian Wushuang said with a smile in his voice, enlightenment is not forced. If you can't get it, then fate has not arrived. That treasure is really not attractive to him now, so forget it. Even if there is, he will first exchange for the four origins of heaven and earth. He touched the threshold of the origin of space, and then he raised it and got the recognition of the origin of space, and he traveled in space ever since. Can't improve too much. Now the trial is getting more and more intense. What he needs is a qualitative change in strength so that he can become stronger in Vietnam. Now every point in his strength can get a substantial return. This kind of opportunity is not many. He has to cherish it. Qiu Huang squinted his eyes, nodded slightly, and said in a tone of educated younger generation, Well, yes, it's really unusual that the mood is frozen, at least the old man. I don't think you are telling lies. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The juniors don't have to coax the seniors. Okay, what are you going to exchange this time? It seems that you have a lot of treasures. I will give you some advice, old man. Qiu Huang rubbed his hands and said with some excitement, Jian Wushuang didn't understand why this old guy liked to recommend treasures to people so much. Could it be that he sold a lot and got commission? However, thinking of the last time he was scammed, he had an idea, pretending to be pious, and asked Qiu Huang to recommend it to him. Sitting on the throne, Qiu Huang waved his hand and took out all his belongings and began to give directions. Every kind of treasure said that the sky was falling into the sky. Jian Wushuang did not say a word and silently nodded to the side to express his approval. In the end, Qiu Huang jumped out of almost 500,000 treasures and once again elaborated on the stakes and how useful it would be for Jian Wushuang in the future. Many of them are really useful treasures for Jian Wushuang in the future, especially the treasure of perfect flesh. Harmony is not only a test of the original Tao, but also a test of the divine body. I won't say much about the two. The strength of the physical body can also increase the chances of Hadao, especially when the physical body is cultivated to a state of immortality. Even if the physical body is torn and shattered by humans, it can be reunited. Falling down can leave the physical body for countless years and remain the same. Jian Wushuang recognized this. According to Qiu Huang's plan, the physical body is also hierarchical. The first is to cultivate to consummation, and then divide the body into the upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as the special supergrade demon body. Although Qiu Huang was boasting of being extremely powerful, Jian Wushuang remained unmoved. These things had to be discussed after he had transferred to other halls. He didn't know much about the physical body. He only knew that Immortal had cultivated to consummation, and he was still a very strong one. The backlash of the Blood Jade Palace had never made him fall. That is the innate treasure suit. The backlash is extremely powerful. The ordinary Dayan Immortal had to fall, but he was forced to carry it down. The power of the physical body is also related to the divine body. At that time, Mo Long also had the eye of the candle dragon. After the increase of the divine body, coupled with the consummation of the physical body, he possessed such a powerful physical power. Jian Wushuang knew that Qiu Huang was selling guanzi, so he took the initiative to ask, Senior, you said that a body can be 1,000 times as a top-grade body, so how many times a god body is needed for this supergrade? This. Qiu Huang narrowed his eyes with a look of yearning. You are dissatisfied with that. I myself was only a top-grade flesh body back. Then many strong people are only refined to top grade, and the flesh body can be comparable to the innate treasure. Extreme, raising one's physical body to a super grade level, not to mention how many treasures are needed. The hurdle of the divine body alone has stopped countless dying immortals. The God-defying immortal who can truly condense the physical body to the super grade level requires 10,000 times the divine body. Without 10,000 times the divine body, no matter how much resources are smashed, it will be useless. This is the ultimate physical body. After becoming an emperor, you can have an external incarnation, and there is no way to improve it unless you reform it. Qiu Huang paused, not daring to say too much. He is still some distance away from the peak of the universe, knowing that although he is a little more than other emperors, it is limited to that point. 10,000 times. Jian Wushuang's interest, just mentioned, disappeared suddenly, but his expression condensed slightly when he heard the transformation. Can the emperor transform his body? This was the first time he had heard of it, but the distance was too far, and it flashed in his mind without thinking too much. How about it? Do you still have the confidence to practice? Qiu Huang deliberately stimulated. Jian Wushuang's expression regained his calmness and said faintly, the younger generation's divine body is less than 2,000 times. The gap is too big. Haha, let me just say this super-grade flesh body is not cultivated by humans. It is reserved for those God-defying evildoers. Unbelievable! Jian Wushuang wanted to say something. Am I not enough to guard against the sky? Rank 9 Dian Immortal is strong enough to be like this. The key is that his ascent space is very sufficient, especially the origin, which is now so strong, but there is too much room for improvement. You need to know that a lot of great immortals have already raised the origin Dao to the 9th level, and even the origin Dao is about to reach its peak combat power, or the special origin of the 2nd stage. After the completion, it will have the power of the Taoist. Chapter 52-53. Now, because of the treasures of the Qixin Temple, the divine body and the physical body can be upgraded to a half-step emperor level, just like the Wanqing Heavenly Emperor. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know the origin of his cultivation, it was certain that it was definitely not the ultimate way. Without the ultimate way of cultivating, he now has the half-step emperor's combat power. This is because the emperor's unique learning allows him to have half a step of the emperor's combat power, and his original path has been cultivated to the extreme, is ranked at the top. The total ranking can be ranked 216. Ranking ahead of him are half-step emperors who practice the ultimate way. Just imagine how powerful he is. Now that she has been exposed to her absenteeism, her ranking will definitely rise again, especially now that he has exchanged the imitation eternal treasure. His combat power may have touched the emperor level. Transcend those ultimate existences that have not practiced faculty. After all, Jeremy can give Dian Immortal a qualitative leap. He was originally the strongest among Dao sovereigns, and he has practiced jerk, coupled with imitation of the eternal treasure. This combat power is definitely a heaven-defying existence in the top 100. A heaven-defying Dian Immortal who didn't master the ultimate and didn't cultivate the origin of 10,000 Dao. His combat power was enough to disregard all the powerhouses of the 2nd stage origin Dao. Wang Xingdou has reached the end, and one step is Hedao. He has also cultivated the genius, and in this respect, even the emperor of the outside world can't match it. There are very few things he can ascend, only a negligible physical body or some other sideways. But Jian Wushuang is different. He can improve too much. Not to mention that he has cultivated to consummation. He doesn't have that confidence, but he still has a lot of confidence before he breaks through to the 6th level. Although the ultimate way can be combined at the 7th level. But with Jian Wushuang's current breakthrough speed, when he is combined, he can at least step into the 8th level and even work hard to cultivate to the level of consummation. Only these two origins can make his strength reach an incredible level. Jian Wushuang himself can imagine. The divine body was a bit short, but it was 10,000 times the height that ordinary people could not see. Once Jian Wushuang was also a special life, and he had only broadened his horizons when he entered Desiu. It was not until the opening of the Qixin temple this time that he understood what a special life was. The darling of the origin of the universe is simply the pro-sun of the primitive universe. Weaknesses are all 3 to 5,000 times the divine body, and the top one is the 10,000 times divine body, surpassed everyone at birth. This Jian Wushuang was incomparable. He had nothing to say, but as long as the treasures given by the Temple of Qixin were not worse than this time, Wanbei dare not say that. 5,000 times he was still confident. In addition to these, if you don't say anything else, it's just fascinating. If there is no suitable faculty in the future, Jian Wushuang's wholeheartedly dedicated to cultivating the source Tao will be able to walk out a road that is beyond the reach of the sky. When he reaches the limit, he can cut the Nineth rank Dian Immortal. In the limit of the great Yanxian, raising everything to the limit, maybe you can achieve the feat of defeating the Emperor. This is something that has never happened in the original universe. But I don't know if there was such a day against the sky in ancient times. Senior, how strong is the great Yen Immortal in the ancient times? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. When Qiu Huang above heard these words, his face blushed. In ancient times, he was not from the disciple of the gods. At that time, the god-defying Dian Immortals were disciples of the gods. He was really embarrassed to mention it, but he could only talk about himself back then. Then talk about me, old man. When I was a Taoist monarch, graciousness was what you call Dian Immortal. At that time, I could almost be able to fight the First Order Emperor without losing the wind. Qiu Huang was very proud, said, compared with the little guys like Jian Wushuang, he is indeed very talented. Since he was a child, he was a direct descendant of a big family. Although he was stubborn, he was a waste of time before he was 100 years old. He was surrounded by a lot of eagles and dogs, so he didn't know how to practice. It wasn't until after being assassinated that he began to practice wholeheartedly. The assassination changed Qiu Huang's life. Although luckily survived, it was the first time he walked on the edge of life and death. From then on, inspirational, cultivating immortals. After all, he is a direct descendant and has sufficient resources. His matrilineal family is also very powerful. Several uncles are all powerful emperors, and his mother is also an extremely powerful emperor. I don't know how to get him a supreme skeleton from there, making him a forged natural supreme. Only 1,000 years have allowed him to become a strong Yanxian. In ancient times, Yanxian was also named Xiaodaijin. Only when you become an immortal can you touch the source, and you can be regarded as a practitioner, relying on inexhaustible use and hard work. Qiu Huang became a great master within 100,000, and has since stepped into the ranks of the strong. At that time, several dozi of the same age in the family were just Dian Immortals, not much better than him. Subsequent matrilineal family offended a terrifying strong man and was destroyed overnight. Once again, he was inspired to become a super strong man, disregarding the past and the present. In this way, millions of years have elevated themselves to the limit and broke through to become the emperor, and also a very strong Fourth Order emperor. After becoming the emperor, his family did not help him so much. Moreover, their universe has been swept clean by several big families or sections. That kind of cannibalization is not comparable to those forces in the primitive universe. The current primitive universe, to be precise, even the emperor has not reached the peak, and the control of the major forces is also average. At least several epochs of reincarnation need to be developed to be as strong as the universe of the ancient times. Qiu Huang, who went to the long river of time and space, was also full of luck. Just after entering the long river of time and space, he encountered a great opportunity and was later recruited into a certain big power and was cultivated as a genius. It was only a matter of time to break through the 5th rank, and later this Qiu Huang city was obtained and the combat power reached its peak. In the family, it is comparable to the existence of the clan leader. It is a pity that the forces where he was at the time were not very lucky, and they even dared to sneak attack on the forces where the gods were. The difference in strength between the two is not too big. The grassroots is okay, but there is a big gap among the top powers. In the end, the face is swept. The master of that power patted his buttocks and left. Qiu Huang and others were miserable. Fortunately, at that time, Qixin was building the Temple of Qixin and needed manpower, so these people were thrown into the big world of Temple of Qixin to build some treasures and treasures. Strange secrets. This waiting is countless epochs of reincarnation. Qiu Huang only stayed in that sword against the outside world. The old man was also a character back then, but his luck was not good. Otherwise, he could also take the sixth step. Qiu Huang said with emotion, "The sixth step, that is the top powerhouse. Like the primitive universe, now the Fourth Order Emperor can walk sideways. If it were placed in the ancient era, the Fourth Order Emperor could barely count as a medium combat power." Chapter 50-54. The real top powerhouses are still those Sixth Order Emperors or Fifth Order Emperors with special methods. Just like the old man with horns, although he only has the strength of Tier 5, he can cast a treasure that is only the eternal treasure. At that time, sitting down in the Qixin, he was also a big man, with a status comparable to a Sixth Order Emperor, and even the Lord of the Universe had to treat him courteously. "Okay, it's almost done. You kid hurry up and pick the treasure." Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Senior's story is really wonderful. The younger generation has been taught, and they understand that they need those treasures. "Really? You are fancy that." Qiu Huang asked in doubt, and weighed the treasure in his hand, looking at Jian Wushuang curiously. "Jin Jing origin." Qiu Huang's face was shocked, a little confused, but he was still calm. Did not ask, just nodded. "Would crystal origin?" Now, Qiu Huang can't sit still a little bit. There is no question about the origins of these heaven and earth. This kid doesn't buy the treasures he recommends, so why do you buy these? The origin of the fire crystal and the origin of the earth crystal. Jian Wushuang said all the 4 origins he needed in one breath. The origins of the 4 heavens and the earth for 100,000 treasures. Are you sure you want to exchange it? Qiu Huang asked incredulously. Jian Wushuang nodded firmly and replied, "Yes." He originally came from these 4 sources, And the reason why he talked with Chiu Huang for so long was to get a little more useful information. Chiu Huang also reacted at this time, only to realize that this kid had been playing tricks. But when he saw Jian Wushuang's breath change, he discovered the hidden secrets. Do you know about the beast god soldier? Chiu Huang asked incredulously. Oh, seniors are also interested in beast soldiers? Hee, it's more than just interest. Chiu Huang's face sank, his voice became serious, and he guessed. I'm asking you if the old horn man in the Supreme Treasure Hall asked you to come here to redeem these 4 origins. Senior knows this. Jian Wushuang seemed to smell a bad feeling from his words. That's right. Chiu Huang took a breath, put a smile on his face again, and then said, Boy, I can tell you clearly that you are fooled. You were deceived by the old Yang Sanmu. He asked you to exchange these for origins, just to let you find him to refine the treasure. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, a little puzzled by Chiu Huang's meaning. He knew that the old man with horns was a divine envoy who specializes in refining treasures. Without his affirmation, he would really not dare to spend so many precious points to exchange these heaven and earth origins. Now that he was cheated, what do you mean? Don't have an expression that you don't understand. The old man tells you clearly that the accessories of your 2 beasts cannot be integrated at all. If they can be combined, do you think it is important for you to be a Dayan or the beasts? Jian Wushuang was stunned by Chiu Huang's words. Yes, what level of treasure is that beast god soldier? First of all, Jian Wushuang is a powerful secret treasure that is certain that it is likely to exceed the eternal treasure. If it were such a powerful treasure, how could it be exchanged for these Dayan immortals? Is there any hidden secrets? Jian Wushuang was also a little confused, and he blurted out a very thoughtless sentence. Will the temple of Qixin plot my candle dragon eye? Puff! Chiu Huang, who was sitting above, almost laughed. Ha ha ha, are you going to laugh at the old man? The temple of Qixin is plotting you a treasure from Dayan Immortal. Ha ha ha, this is the best joke I have heard so far. Maybe I will never hear again in my life a joke that is more funny than this. Jian Wushuang was confused. Chiu Huang suppressed a smile and explained, Little guy, first of all, I can assure you that the Temple of Qixin will never deceive your treasure. Don't worry about that. At most, the 3 eyes of the sheep will cheat you. I know that Candle Dragon Wing is indeed a beast soldier, but the beast soldier has its own origin. Now the candle dragon has long been broken, and the origin has long since disappeared. How do the beasts and warriors of the candle dragon origin fuse? Chiu Huang continued. You don't think that by virtue of the 5 heavens and the earth, you can merge the beasts and gods. The former beasts and gods contain a complete spatial origin. Also, do you know who made this beast weapon? In addition to shock, Jian Wushuang's expression was shocked. First of all, he was surprised that the beasts were stronger than he had imagined. The source of the complete space. The Emperor can't grasp it. It is the origin of space comparable to the origin of the universe. Is there a space source comparable to the universe in a secret treasure? It made him dare not even think about it. If the beast god weapon were so powerful, the Qixin temple would really not be open to them Dayan Immortal. But I heard Chiu Huang explain that the origin has already collapsed, and even if the 5 sources of heaven and earth are collected, they cannot be integrated at all. These 5 heaven and earth origins are all in one strand, and none of them are complete. Even if it is complete, it can't merge with each other into a real spatial origin. Jian Wushuang, who knows everything repeatedly, looks like ashes. The old man with horns looks pretty reliable. How could you cheat him? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. I hope seniors can answer. He wanted to hear how exactly this beast warrior was refined, so that the heart is dead anyway. The original source has not yet been obtained, and it is a big deal that he will not exchange it again. Chiu Huang saw Jian Wushuang's interest aroused, and said again, Speaking it out will also change your understanding of Qixin, and let you understand what the Star Overlord is. You should know that the beast weapon is refined by the body of the natural beast god. What you don't know is that the body is just the beast weapon you see. There are some things that you can't use. The beast weapon. Not only does it contain the complete origin of the space, but there is also the consciousness of the beast in the beast gods, and the weak ones can't control it at all. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Beast consciousness. When he fully displayed the candle dragon realm, could that candle dragon be transformed by the candle dragon's consciousness? At first, he felt that he had completely inspired the candle dragon realm. It turns out that the ghost of the candle dragon is a manifestation of consciousness knowing the truth. The back is instantly startled with cold sweat. Qiu Huang continued, "What kind of kid? Now I know how difficult it is to merge. Even if you have collected all 5 sources, you may not be able to condense a strand of spatial origin, let alone the consciousness of the beast god." Back then, the gods of the gods killed the 8 beast gods in the long river of time and space, destroyed the kingdoms of the gods, and even skinned them into cramps and refined them into the gods of beasts. This is a masterpiece of the gods. You want to make a tier 5, it's just a wishful thinking that the god-forging messenger will merge with the beasts and gods to you. Indeed, as Qiu Huang said, Qixin was the overlord back then. How could a secret treasure created by an overlord be able to be reproduced by a small, god-forging messenger? Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-55. Don't be too disappointed. That old guy was fooled by the identity of the messenger of the gods. He tried to refine the eternal treasure every day and finally made some imitations. Now he is wishing to recreate the beast warrior. This joke is not funny. Qiu Huang looked at Jian Wushuang's face and tried to comfort him. But Jian Wushuang didn't think so. The old chauffeur man is not as unbearable as Qiu Huang said. He didn't know whether there was the consciousness of a beast on the candle dragon's wings. Maybe Qiu Huang knew it, or the big man named Zhu Yi knew it. Jian Wushuang guessed that these Dian immortals could not be thrown to them, because they really had the consciousness of beast gods, so the emperor should not let them fully understand. If there is some enlightenment from the above, maybe the origin of space will break through. It is a waste of such treasure to give them these Dian immortals. If it doesn't, it makes sense. One piece can only increase the speed. It is really useful for him, such as the Dian immortal who has not yet been recognized by the origin of the space. The usefulness to the emperor is only to increase the speed. There is almost no big gap. If defined in this way, then it is correct. Otherwise, it is impossible to give them these Dian immortals. However, in his candle dragon's eyes, there was the consciousness of the beast god. This was something he had clearly determined. Qiu Huang didn't know and couldn't see this, but the old man with the horns, who is the messenger of the gods, can see it. He saw the difference between the eye of the candle dragon and the wing of the candle dragon, and he dared to open his mouth to help him fuse, asking him to collect 5 heaven and earth origins in order to fuse a ray of space origin. Qiu Huang was right about this. How about it? Are you going to exchange it now? Qiu Huang asked without a hassle with his legs folded. After his painstaking explanation, he decided that Jian Wushuang would not exchange it. It's a pity that he was disappointed this time. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly, his complexion restored. Senior Qiu Huang, thank you for your guidance. His words were very respectful, which came from the heart. No matter how he fooled him before, saying so much this time really made him receive a lot of goods and made him believe in the old man with horns even more. At least he knew how obsessed the old horn man was with secret treasures. Because of this, he would help him wholeheartedly to fuse beasts and magic weapons. Although this thing is crazy, but the others are crazy, he has any excuse not to follow the madness. But it is only 400,000 treasure points, and he is betting the last crystal origin, The 11th wave of devouring demon attacked him with confidence to hold, and he had the confidence to take all the 5 origins. Slowly straightening up, Jian Wushuang looked at Qiu Huang with respect. Just want to understand. Qiu Huang smiled lightly. As a result, Jian Wushuang said astonishingly, the younger generation is determined. Jian Wu's bilingualism is firm and unwavering. It's better to redeem the origins of the 4 heavens and earth. Since Senior Yang dared to fight, the juniors have no reason not to fight. Qiu Huang's expression changed. He was about to get angry, but he seemed to have thought of something, and finally he didn't say anything. Great. Swish, swish. The origin of the 4 worlds and the token all flew towards Jian Wushuang. Thanks, Senior. Jian Wushuang carefully collected these origins into the world of Sumi and thanked him respectfully again. Qiu Huang recalled the past and said with emotion, I really don't understand you people who was like you back then, but he gambled more than you. Determination. This is something he has never understood. When he was weak, the determination he always felt was to practice wholeheartedly. He obviously did it, but when he saw other practitioners, he couldn't understand their determination. Is determination really to give up oneself and stick to the Tao? Jian Wushuang watched Qiu Huang fall into deep thought, and he didn't know whether to leave directly or to interrupt him to say goodbye. Fortunately, Qiu Huang was just stunned for a while, and finally he sighed again and asked him a question that surprised him. Boy, you are taking the ultimate kendo. Why don't you see that you have a powerful saber? Saber? This time I changed to Jian Wushuang and lamented. He wants to have it too, but so far I haven't met a suitable one, and even if I exchanged it, I still have no intention of raising a sword. Returning to the seniors, the juniors have not yet encountered a suitable divine sword, and their strength is rising again, and they have no intention of raising the sword. Jian Wushuang replied truthfully. Qiu Huang's thoughts moved, and then he said, That's right. Then you have to work hard, but you are favored by a big man, and you will have something with a sword. There's no need to rush to exchange it. The Qishan temple is not as rigid as you thought. Oh, Jian Wushuang was surprised. Not so rigid? Is there another big man who fancy him? Could it be that he, like Hui Qing, was bestowed by Qishan temple? Jian Wushuang became excited when he thought of this. Qiu Huang also saw it, and immediately poured him a basin of cold water. Of course, don't think too well. Everything needs a corresponding price. Try to resist until the end. You will know it then. Jian Wushuang didn't say much after enlightenment, and quickly bid farewell to retreat. The price, the last of resistance. It seems that the price is really not small, and the last 19th wave that needs to be resisted. He had confidence in the 11 waves, and of course he had to look at the level of the devouring demon, lord of the undisclosed 10 waves, before he dared to make up his mind. If the span is too large, forget it. A saber is not worth it. The ultimate kendo. Don't be afraid if you don't have a sword in your hand. Just have a sword in your heart. As soon as they left the palace, they saw Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, talking with Dao Jun Lingshuang. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he waved quickly. Brother Wushuang, you are too tough. You can actually suppress the tearing sky, making me the 6th. Ji Chaoyang, as always, has no demeanor, pulling Jian Wushuang bluntly and talking about them. The battle of the city wall. On the side, Hui Qing made up some of the things that were missed. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that these 2 people became living bodhisattvas on the north wall. Starting from the 5th wave, it was the 2 of them who resisted the devouring demon lord. First killed a large number, and then let those weaker Dayan immortals go into battle. This is naturally great for those who are weak, but for those who are strong, it is a great evil. This kind of story of sheep and wolves. Doesn't Hui Qing know that Ji Chaoyang is not afraid of riots? But seeing Ji Chaoyang's excited look, calm Jian Wushuang couldn't help dispelling his fighting spirit. So he said something perfunctory. When he saw Taoist Ling Shuang, Jian Wushuang greeted him politely. Looking closely now, it really looks a bit like the old man. It's just that since he realized his mental strength, his heart seems to have died too, and he has looked down on everything he used to. Perhaps the seeds of the strong have blossomed and bear fruit, or perhaps they simply forgot. Dao Jun Lingshuang's voice was crisp, and he said, "How about it? Get such a treasure. Exchange those treasures." Ji Chaoyang on the side also said, "Yes, Brother Wushuang. What treasures have you exchanged for?" "This time I exchanged my full worth for a space treasure. I am afraid it will not take long to break through." Dear, click in. Give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-56. He winked his eyebrows for a while. The breakthrough he was talking about was probably the 9th revolution consummation, and Jian Wushuang knew it at a glance. It was that the strange treasure of space fell into his hands and made Jian Wushuang a little surprised. He originally thought it was Dao Jun Blood Moon who had exchanged it. After all, Dao Jun Blood Moon had a deep understanding of the origin of space, and he was not far from admitting it. It can't be too far. If you get this spatial treasure, you might be able to break through. This is the cube of the universe. If it weren't for the candle dragon wings, Jian Wushuang's first choice would be it. I didn't exchange any special treasures. I just exchanged an ancient secret treasure. Jian Wushuang said casually. Hui Qing's expression moved, and she couldn't help but say, "Brother Wushuang, could it be that I exchanged the wings of that candle dragon?" "Yes, that's the treasure," Jian Wushuang admitted generously. "There are only a few top treasures, and the top ones are also these people. You can't hide it, so it's better to say it generously." As soon as these words came out, all three people present showed a look of local tyrants. It was Hui Qing who was honest and told the truth directly. "Brother Wushuang, the old croissant said that this treasure is not so valuable and is not suitable as the first choice." Lord Lang Shuang also said, "That old man, I did say so. I also feel that the treasure has improved us too little, and the speed does not represent anything. The blood moon is an example. I really want to fight head-on. The strength is average, not much better than tearing the sky." Could it be that Brother Wushuang discovered the special feature of that treasure? Ji Chaoyang still has a lot of thoughts, and he immediately sees the key to the problem. As he thought, there was indeed something special, but I couldn't say more about it and ended the topic politely. Ji Chaoyang also saw Jian Wushuang's intentions and quickly broke the topic and talked about the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. Then it's certain now, the Bafang Yunlong seal was exchanged by Wanqing. A few people talked about it with one word. After all, this is the strongest treasure in the treasury, and Wanqing faintly, as the first person of this primitive star, now has such a treasure. The strength has definitely undergone a qualitative change. It can be regarded as a complete demarcation with them. His strength can't be seen now. I hope I won't encounter him in the future. Dao Jun Lung Shuang looked helpless. As a female Taoist, her ascension has reached the limit. If you want to have half a step of the Emperor's combat power, you can only hope that the inheritance of the first class is strong enough. Otherwise, there will be no chance at all. Ji Chaoyang doesn't matter. He has achieved half a step of the Emperor's combat power when he breaks through the 9th round of consummation, and coupled with his fascinating knowledge and treasures, he is really imaginary. As for Hui Qing, this is indisputable nature, and it doesn't matter to these things. Only Jian Wushuang knew about him. Although not missing the edge, Jian Wushuang can feel that Hui Qingqiang is better than the former Wanqing, and can also match the current Wanqing. This hasn't broken through the 9th revolution to consummation. All three of them broke through rank 9 to consummation, except for Ji Chaoyang. Both he and Hui Qing were able to surpass the 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor. After chatting for a while, sharing some thoughts, a few people broke up. The horn of the 7th wave of attack will sound soon. Now in the City Lord's mansion, there are still thousands of people, the 9th rank Dayan Immortal. They had completely bid farewell to the Temple of Difference and could only wait for the 30-year deadline to come and return to the original universe. The only benefit that can be regained now is that the comfortable cultivation environment in the City Lord's mansion is stronger than the original universe, but it is not a level. Among these people, there are still a few unlucky rank 9 perfect powerhouses. Even if they get the treasure, they haven't been able to raise their combat power to the top level, so they can only retire with hatred. This is also the best destination. There are also tens of thousands of rank 9 Dayan Immortals, but they have fallen into the hands of devouring Demon Lord. There are also millions of Dayan Immortals who have fallen into the first stage of the trial, and they have not even survived the second stage. Now that they can retire alive, they are better than many. Step away from the City Lord's mansion and return to the city head. Jian Wushuang, who had just appeared, attracted the attention of Tier Heaven. He got the candle dragon wings first. Dao Xiaotian said unwillingly in his heart, "That breath is stronger than before." He clenched his fists and was extremely uncomfortable with tearing the sky. Obviously, it was his chance, and he blamed Mo Long for this waste. It should have been a little bit more brutal at the beginning, and all the strength exploded to kill Mo Long, and there would not be so many things behind. Just one thought, this situation is now falling. Jian Wushuang stood on the head of the city, turned his head and looked at the tier sky. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and the greedy look in his eyes made no secret of it. He just wanted to tell Tier Heaven that I also saw the treasure on your body, and I will take it back sooner or later. Humph! He let out a cold snort and averted his eyes. Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart, "You can't rely on the Temple of Qixin. If there is no internal fighting behind, the treasure will never be obtained. You have to find a way." In the war of Qiu Huangqing, all Dayan Immortals are comrades in arms, and they are not allowed to fight without authorization. Anyone who violates the order is dead. Even if it was an ordinary conflict, there might be a big punishment. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to take this risk. Only in the last few waves, I took advantage of my strength. It would be better if Torn Sky were slaughtered by those devouring demon lords. Just thinking of this, the buzzing of the horn rang. Samsung's devouring demon has been waiting for a long time. The devouring demon lord, comparable to the top Dayan Immortal, is still the same, starting with 100,000. There are now more than 80,000 people on the city's head, all with top combat power and thousands of peak combat power. After these few times, the overall strength has risen a lot. There should be no problem with this 7th wave. The key is the next 2 waves. At that time, these people will not know how much they will survive. Jian Wushuang calmed down, the horn fell, and his figure flashed into the battlefield. At the same time, the 7th wave of battles on all primitive stars also started. In the deepest part of the primitive world, the Vermilion Bird Palace was extremely lively. Hundreds of figures gathered in the Sazaka Hall where no individual shadows are usually seen. They sat next to the case, watching the battle in the sky below with a sense of taste. Haha, it's really great. I don't know how many years I have been in a deep sleep. When I drank again, I thought I was not awake. An old man covered in scales drinking alcohol and watching the sky. The battle in China is so uncomfortable. The other people on the side laughed and said, "Qiu Huang, you'll be cool just by drinking, and you won't have to wait on you soon." Everyone laughed. Zhu Yi, who was sitting on the main seat, frowned again and again. She still doesn't understand until now. Why revive these old guys who are about to fall into the ground? True spirit thinks that there are too many sources in the sea of sources, or feel that she really needs the help of these old-fashioned people. These people are now left with a skin bag, and after the physical body has been transformed, they have become like this, and they have no combat power at all. Regardless of how strong they were before they were alive, they are at best the combat power of a second-order emperor. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife, the new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-57. Suzaka Hall. Hundreds of veteran strong men have revived. Although they are only doing some things to raise the younger generation, the breath of the strong men has not yet dissipated. These people are all seniors in front of Zhu Yi. Even she didn't have much to say. She could only smile awkwardly in the main position. Hall, Master Zhu Yi, I heard that one of the primordial stars of Jiajiu. There is a Dian Immortal who has been favored by Lord True Spirit. I don't know the true or false. The one who spoke was a gray-haired old man with horns, exuding an ancient aura. Everyone shuddered unconsciously when they heard the word Zhenling, although he has just recovered. But I have heard from those old bacons that this true spirit lord has a weird temper and is extremely domineering. Even the 4 core halls left by Qixin, the true spirit did not pay attention to at all. The highest trial is also arbitrary. In the tomb of the gods, the rebels are harassing. Regardless of it, the true spirit insisted on reorganizing the 4 secret realms, making a big mess. People like them will listen to these things. After all, they're not the core line of the gods. In ancient times, they were nothing more than the coolies that were plundered by the gods. However, the gods promised them at that time, and they will be regarded as the temple of the gods in the future. Senior veteran. Now these elders have been fished out by the true spirit from the sea of origin of the Qixin temple. People like them have a lot of questions to ask, but after hearing the true spirit's weird temper, they dare not ask more. Now, on such occasions, they only dared to ask the first seat of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Zhu Yi, who was sitting above, raised his brow. Qi Qiao Ling Longxin turned slightly, and the smile on his face was put away, putting on a serious expression and scanning the group of elders below. Dissatisfied with seniors, there is indeed such a person. For this person, Master Jinling did not hesitate to start the second phase of the trial in advance and also change the rules set by the gods. Ah, this can be changed. The old chauffeur man was meditating, and the many strong men were only a little surprised and did not dare to guess. Even the rules set by the gods dare to change. This true spirit is really extraordinary. At least the sky is about to change now, although the gods promised them, but now the gods have already fallen. The entire Qixin temple, now the real spirit, has the final say. This point, they can now be regarded as confirmed, and their recovery is also related to that true spirit. The true spirit went to the 4 secret realms and released them by taking advantage of the second phase of the trial. Haha, the Dian Immortal who can be regarded by Master True Spirit. Then I will have to take a closer look. Seeing that the scene was a little cold, someone took the initiative to mention the Dian Immortal who was chosen by the True Spirit. It's all for the purpose of changing the subject, being able to be favored by the real spirit, and even changing the previous rules. They really want to see who this person is. Jiajiu Primitive Star. Could it be the 10,000 star Emperor Qiu Huang fancied? At this moment, Qiu Huang was sitting at the end. His small eyes narrowed over the many elders above him, and his figure was inconspicuous. Hearing someone mention his name, his body shook, and he quickly got up and explained. The strength of Wanqing is indeed good. He is not the ultimate way, but he has cultivated a special kind of skill, and his combat power is half the emperor, and he has also exchanged it. The imitation of the eternal treasure. The strength can be comparable to the emperor. Hearing that the emperor was comparable to the emperor, everyone took a breath of cold breath. Compared to the emperor, or the second-rank origin, this son is expected to take the 6th step. Many people also nodded. Although there are few Dian Immortals comparable to emperors on primitive stars today, there is no Dian Immortal that can make these people particularly concerned. Qiu Huang said that the second-rank origin is comparable to the emperor, and they are still a little surprised. The second-rank origin has a half-step Emperor's combat power, which is still normal, and it is rare to be able to be comparable to the second-rank origin of the Emperor. The eternal treasure of imitation is not something that can be improved so much for anyone. It is very rare to be able to use that side's 8-fong Yunlong seal of the second-rank original source. There should be quite a lot of connection between this and that special faculty. Just when everyone couldn't help looking at the 10,000-star heavenly emperor in the sky, Qiu Huang spoke again. However, I am not optimistic about this one. He is indeed very powerful, but there is still one person who can compete with him on the Eju primitive star. There is someone else. Could it be the kid named Jian Wushuang? I heard that he has a crippled beast soldier. Qiu Huang leaked his joy and said, "It is this son, and he is still the 9th rank Dian Immortal, and he has not reached the 9th rank consummation. Now, he has half the power of the Emperor. I think that, from the eyes of Master True Spirit, he should be optimistic." The old man Yang Jia nodded and said, "I agree with Brother Qiu Huang." Zhu Yi, who was sitting above the main hall, never spoke, just watching the changes. Originally thought that Ding Jiu primordial star was strong enough, and several half-step emperors suddenly appeared. I didn't expect Jiajiu primitive star, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Yeah, they're not only the Dian Immortal whom the true spirit masters fancy, but also a few peerless Tianjiao. I think the little monk named Hui Qing is also good. This son is extremely low-key, and the Taoist heart is indestructible. He is a good seed. Because of the true spirit, many veterans are looking at the Jiajiu primordial star in the sky. Look, this 8th wave of siege is a small threshold. Millions of 3-star devourers, those the little guy, is in trouble. Everyone looked down the sky, and it was Qiu Huang city of Jiajiu primitive star. The horn hummed. Millions of 3-star swallowing demons were waiting in a serious array. As soon as the horn sounded, they rushed out of the black fog and rushed towards the north gate of Qiu Huang city. Guarding this place are Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang. Ji Chaoyang now has the power of Dao Jun, standing side by side with Hui Qing at the forefront. This time, no one was going to hate the two of them. Millions of 3 stars swallowed the devil, and the arrogance was unstoppable. The half-walking monarchs all retreated to the city wall, and the wave flooded them, leaving them all buried in them. Ha ha! Millions of devouring demon lords are all 3 stars happy. Ji Chaoyang has some peaks, and his stature is extremely tough, standing on the front line. As soon as the devouring demon lord struck, the two turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed into the army of millions. This is the power of space. An entire diamond-shaped space rose up, and Ji Chaoyang's hair was messy. In his space, he seemed to be the unshakable demon god. Hui Qing, as always, took off the long silver sticks and turned them into 1,000,000 li long. One person shook the pace of 1,000,000 3-star, swallowing the devil, making them unable to move forward. Hiss! In the Suzaku Palace, the veterans were dumbfounded. The performance of the 4 walls is almost perfect except for the almost meaning of cold shuang and blood moon, especially the 10,000-star heavenly emperor who has taken charge of the 8-fong Yunlong seal. The Dian Immortal who dared to take this name was really extraordinary. On the wall of his city, he was incarnate as a god of 10,000 warriors, dressed in a pale silver-patterned robe, and there was an emperor's might in every gesture. Chapter 5258. Hold the seal of the gods and hold all directions. A tens of millions of mile-sized mountain fell directly and smashed into the 1,000,000 devouring demon lord, and one person withstood the 1,000,000 3-star devouring demon lord, and he was very casual. Even his unique knowledge was not revealed. This son actually concealed his strength, and he has the power of the emperor if he doesn't use his faculty. It's amazing. The Tao monarchs and the 4 secrets are just like that. And it's comparable to those native Taoists. Zhu Yi also nodded in satisfaction. The future of these Dian Immortals will be under her control, and they will not be considered as leaving the Vermilion Bird Palace until after the success of the combination. True Spirit has optimistic people, and she naturally also has optimistic people. Wanqing is one of them. In the Temple of Qixin, it is not difficult to be in harmony. At the beginning, only a part of the Xuanwu Temple could allow Lu Kuo and Dao Gong to become emperors by swallowing them together, and it is still possible now. As long as Wanqing Hedao succeeds, one can definitely dominate one of the 4 secret realms. Even if you leave the Vermilion Bird Palace, as long as you remember her goodness, you will have a good impression of the Vermilion Bird Palace in the future. This is the candidate for the 6th Order Emperor in the future, Zhu Yi silently noted, and then he was considering the distribution of the treasures. And look at the 10,000 Star Emperor. There is still lack in that aspect. She can prescribe the right medicine. Since the True Spirit brought these people back from the 4 secret realms, he has also been added to the trial, making the originally hasty 2nd stage trial even more chaotic. Especially the distribution of treasures can be changed at will. Just now, Qiu Huang and Yang Samu were in front of her to discuss the first wave of the treasure and bestow it on Jian Wushuang. These 2 people are optimistic about Jian Wushuang. In the future, after they settled in the 4 secret realms, there is a high probability that they will be reused. The True Spirit no longer believes in the people of the core 4 halls, or does not recognize the puppets refined by the gods back then. Your own people are now being divided by these old guys. Although they are unwilling, they can't say anything on the surface. After all, they are really people who fished out. Jian Wushuang is also over here, and his way is very suitable for this kind of trial. The 3rd eye of the sheep's 3rd eye flickered and dimmed, exuding a touch of power. Outside the east city wall, on the back of Jian Wushuang, a pair of jet black and scarlet wings spread out, and his figure was like lightning shuttled among a million devouring demon kings. The fierce candle dragon wings completely cut the battlefield. Scarlet's 3rd eye was always exuding scarlet color, and the beast god realm was stimulated to the extreme. Rushing in the devouring demon lord, Jian Wushuang's figure is like Shura. Here is his Shura field, and those devouring demon lord are like the little ghosts in purgatory. Jian Wushuang is impermanent. The few devouring demon lord who rushed out were also beheaded by the crowd guarding on the city wall. The heaven-tearing Dao monarch knew that he was unable to compete with Jian Wushuang. He was afraid that Jian Wushuang would calculate when he was out of the city. Tens of thousands of Dayan immortals guarded the city wall together. Chi. Thousands of devouring demon lords rushed up the city wall, and a pinnacle Dayan immortal was seriously injured and quickly retreated. Looking at the evil and ugly devouring demon lord, this peak powerhouse was almost desperate. At this moment, Dao Suver's claw broke through the sky, cut through the sky, and instantly killed thousands of devouring sovereigns, and his figure fell in front of the peak Dayan immortal. Looking at the stalwart figure, the pinnacle Dayan immortal knelt down and saluted. More Dao monarchs will help. Torn Tian turned his head slightly. Only half of his face leaked out. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "It's all my own. Don't thank me. Go to the back and recover the body." "Yes." Jianfeng Dayan immortal said excitedly, Tearing the sky, left here, and once again went to the other hole where the devouring demon rushed away. These small groups of 3 stars devouring demon lord can't threaten him at all, and can slaughter him at will. But those pinnacle Dayan immortals are a bit unable to withstand it. Even if there are hundreds of devouring demon lords, they are very difficult to stop. Jian Wushuang stopped almost 600,000 3-star devouring demon lord. Only 400,000 devouring demon lord attacked Dayan immortal on the city wall. In addition, dozens of extreme Dayan immortals and those half-walking monarchs blocked almost the same level, and the remaining 200,000 could reach the city wall. Tens of thousands of top-level Dayan immortals, coupled with the peak Dayan immortal of more than 1,000 people, could not even stop 200,000 devouring demon lords. In the 9th wave, tens of millions of 3 stars swallowed the devil. Even if Jian Wushuang could block 6 million, who would block the remaining 4 million? Now, the peak Dian Immortal has begun to fall, and the next time it will fall is the limit Dian Immortal and those half-walking monarchs. Tens of millions of Samsung swallowed the Demon Lord. Even if it was tearing the sky, there was not much confidence to resist, and Jian Wushuang could resist it alone. With Jian Wushuang's massacre, millions of 3 stars swallowed the Demon Lord, and the more they killed, the less. Also kill one by one. Call! Jian Wushuang put away the candle dragon wings behind him, and after taking a sigh of relief, he stood on the city wall, looking at the corpses of the Dian Immortal that had been devastated by the devouring Demon Lord, with some regret in his heart. 100,000 Dian Immortals. First, rank 9 was eliminated early, leaving more than 80,000. Then, in the 7th wave, many top Dian Immortals died. Of course, in the 7th wave, only 100,000 3 stars swallowed the devil. Jian Wushuang left them only 3 or 4. Just like that, there are still people who fall. This time it was even more exaggerated, and nearly 10,000 people fell directly. These people are all Dian Immortals who have been promoted to the top level by relying on the Supreme Treasure, and even the peak Dian Immortal has also fallen to several places. These people now are framed here. Dilemma. Retire, not reconciled. Only in this wave they have obtained hundreds, or even thousands of treasures. Especially those extreme Dian Immortals, who have obtained tens of thousands of treasure points, they will naturally not retreat. Even if there is a crisis of fall, they will fight hard. Oh, Let's Go, he was already average in combat power, but now he is wounded again. A lonely top Dian fairy turned his head and glanced at the broken earth outside the city wall. This is the last time he has seen Primordial Star. There is no chance. After passing through the barrier, he has reached the city, Lord's Mansion. At the same time, many top Daexians chose to retire. For a time, the number of people on the top of the city was reduced by half. Only less than 40,000 people are left. Some people are weak and choose to retire. Some people break through and choose to stay. The most precious points obtained in the last wave, the weaker Dian Immortal chose to spend all of them, staying if they break through, and retiring if they don't break through. On the edge of the city wall, 6 people sat cross-legged in one place, men and women. The 4th child let the 6th sister go. The headed boss had sadness in his eyes. Big brother. There were tears in the 4th eye. Let's go. The 3rd sister has fallen, and I don't want anyone to fall again. Without peak combat power, I will stay dead forever. There were originally 9 of them, all from the same big world, but they were just different sections. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 52-59. Since entering the primitive world, he became a brother. In the first stage of the melee, none of them fell. Now, in the second stage, 3 of them have fallen. After the 9th wave, I really don't know how many people will survive. 4th brother, listen to eldest brother. The 6th ranked woman had a gentle expression in her eyes. The 4th child was a little unwilling, but he didn't know how to refute it. Finally, he took the treasure in Lemai's hand and bowed his head in silence. They once swore that once they retired, they would leave all their treasures to the people on the wall. The 5 people left now have peak combat power, and only the 6th is the weakest. According to the rules, she had to retire and actively contribute her treasures. This scene was staged in many teams. Quickly, those who have not retired and are ready to continue fighting, come here to gather quickly. A half-walker in the general position, standing on the head of the city, shouted loudly. The 10 generals, each responsible for a lot, began to check the number of people, preparing for the 9th wave. Jian Wushuang looked at all this. This is the weak Sorrow. He is powerful, and those people resented him for grabbing the treasure in the early stage. but now they are grateful that he can block the devouring demon lord and give them a chance to breathe. He was accustomed to all this. Since the 7th wave, everyone on the wall has been in order, and the position seems to be really useful, except for Jian Wushuang, the coach. Tearing the sky became the backbone of the city wall, and the other 4 leaders also listened to him. Report to Dao Jun. The 10 generals have been counted. 8 Extreme de Yenxian respectfully reported. Divine Emperor Mo Long was also among them. The section of the city wall under his jurisdiction had 3,000 top-level Dynamortals, more than 200 peak-level Dynamortals, and 7 or 8 extreme Dynamortals, all of which were about the same as his strength. But they are all newly promoted powerhouses. The number of other generals was similar, and Tearing Sky quickly grasped the remaining Dayan Immortal. He rose to the sky and began to mobilize before the war. The high fighting spirit also drove everyone. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look up at the tearing sky in the sky. Everyone, this is the 9th siege now. I know that this is the last chance for many people. I also understand your difficulties, but since you choose to stay, you have to obey the command. It's not too late to retire now. Don't blame me for not reminding you. When the devouring demon comes in, you all have to go up. If anyone is timid, I promise to throw him into the devouring army, personally as fodder. The voice of Taoist Tyr, heaven, echoed in the sky. Many people who were swayed have strengthened their determination. They've seen the heaven-tearing heavenly immortal carrying several cowardly Dayan immortals thrown into the swallowing army, and instantly turned into a blood mist. Not even a trace of the origin path is left, as if the whole person does not exist at all, and they can't die. Die again. This is also the reason why they dare to fight to the death. If you don't fight, you will die, and you can get the most precious points in the fight. The mobilization is over soon, and there is almost a stick of incense for these people to calm down, and the 9th wave will come soon. Tear the Sky fell from the sky. This time he took the initiative to find Jian Wushuang with a low posture. Leader Ter Tian, I have seen the head coach. Ter Tian folded his left arm and bowed slightly. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that he would come out like this. Looking around, he knew that this person had no good intentions. Brother Ter Heaven, I've said it, no need for such a big gift. I will do my best to stop those devouring demon Lord later. He has never used it since cultivating the absolute immortal formation. This time in the 9th wave, he is going to use the entire battlefield as the core of the formation to practice his hands with these devouring demon lords. Although there is some meaning to kill chickens with a sledgehammer, but after this time, there will be no treasures. Of course, he has to seize this opportunity. According to the information learned from Qiu Huang, after the 9th wave, every time you guard, you will get treasures, and the most precious treasures are likely to be cancelled. Of course, he has to be sure. Tyr Heaven's face was heavy. No matter what Jian Wushuang said, he bowed again and said respectfully, 34,076 fellow Taoists of Tyr Heaven, Brother Xia Wushuang. This voice is not loud, just so that everyone can hear it. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He clearly felt that this man was not well-intentioned, so how could he sell his? I originally thought that Tearing the Sky would use these people to give him some eye drops, but I didn't expect it. Started to kill him. If you can't stop it, you're not a sinner. The words still cannot be too full. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, his voice pressed very low, and he said faintly, Brother Ter Heaven, I don't care what your intentions are, it is my thing I will eventually get, even if it runs to the end of the world. I am determined to get that thing. If I get it now, I can take out half of the treasure points to exchange. There is really no chance when it is too late. Tear the Sky and laughed, pretending to be unknown. But he knew Jian Wushuang's intentions in his heart, which was threatening him. He also tried to ask, I don't know if it is half of the present or half of the future. Half of the treasures he was really tempted. Jian Wushuang's current treasure point, according to his guess, should be only more than 1 million. He only knew that Jian Wushuang had spent 800,000 in exchange for candle dragon wings. If he hadn't exchanged for other treasures, there would have been millions. In the current half, he is not very vocal. In the ninth wave, he has the ability to make millions. After the ninth wave, if Jian Wushuang was willing to exchange half of the treasure points, he would be really tempted. But it is only limited to the fascination with the treasures. Jian Wushuang saw his thoughts. His voice tactfully said, "You can treat it as after the ninth wave." There are not many treasures on his body right now, and even if he took them all out, he wouldn't even have a look at it. But after the ninth wave, he had at least 6 or 7 million arrogance points on his body, and half of that time was at least 3 million arrogance points. Although there are no imitation eternal treasures in the current treasure house, they can be exchanged for those emperor elixir medicines, or the heavenly materials and earth treasures that are useful to their own origin, and a lot of them can be exchanged. There are still a few pieces of the best innate treasures. The price is about 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and they are about to be exchanged for a set. These treasures make the Third Order Emperor www until novel, calm, and even the Fourth Order Emperor very tempted. If you are afraid of the Emperor's prying eyes, you can also exchange for heavenly materials and earth treasures to strengthen yourself. The first-class physical body is perfect, and it can't spend 3 million treasure points, and it can also increase his divine body, by the way. This is an instant improvement method. Tyr Heavendaegin's eyes turned, and in the end he did not let go, but he did not refute Jian Wushuang's words. Instead, he left a tone and solemnly said, "Then I wish Brother Wushuang after the ninth wave he will win that piece. Treasure." After speaking, he turned and left. Jian Wushuang looked at his back and closed his eyes again. This person is too cunning. If there is a chance in the ninth wave, he is more willing to slay this person. Dear, click in. Give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 5260. Inside the Sazaka Hall, a group of veterans pushed the cup and changed the time to evaluate the princes on the original star. As for the fallen Dayan Immortals, they all chose not to see them. In their opinion, entering the Qixin Temple was a waste of resources. It also means that the temple family has a big cause and doesn't care about those. According to Zhu Yi, they're not afraid of large numbers. Even if a half-step emperor is born out of 1 million Dayan Immortals, the Temple of Qixin will make money. Now it seems that they are not earning less. Before entering the Temple of Qixin, Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing only ranked in strength, and they couldn't enter the first 100 million. Now, the first 500 properly. In addition to the two of them, there are also a few amazing and brilliant people. When they entered the Temple of Qixin, the 9th rank Dayan Immortal, who is only a 2nd rank origin, has now broken through the 9th rank and has reached the level of consummation. This is also a big profit. Anyway, the Dayan Immortal who can finally settle in the 4 secret realms does not exceed 10,000 people. The lowest threshold for these 10,000 people is Dao Jun. This was just the beginning. The original Taoist had 700 or 800 people, but at the end of the first stage, it has increased to 1,000. This is a Taoist who has been tempered from life and death and has great potential. The second stage is the real explosive growth. It has almost doubled. Maybe they didn't feel Tao themselves. They already had Tao, sovereign combat power. The half-step emperors who originally had about 200 people, and most of them were the ultimate way, have now doubled, and there are already more than 400 half-step emperors. Among them are dozens of Dayan Immortals who are comparable to emperors. Among them are Wanqing, who has been away from 200, and Hui Qing. It is not surprising that there is no Jian Wushuang among these people, because the second stage of the trial is too friendly to Jian Wushuang, just like the Blood Moon Dao Jun on the Eclosion continent. Hall Master Zhu, you don't sell it anymore. Let's talk about whether Master Jinling is interested in Jian Wushuang. Now many people are staring at this kid, and be careful to you away. Qiu Huang smiled heartily, asked actively, although he is at the end, he is no worse than those people in terms of strength. It's just that the existence that suppressed him back then was too strong. In the 4 great mysteries that were once, they were all trembling existences. When he entered the Temple of Qixin at that time, he didn't know how high the existence was and thought he had entered. The Temple of Qixin is the person of the gods, and he is no longer calling for the existence of that person and cursed the existence of that person if nothing happened, and was finally taught a lesson. His position in the Temple of Qixin also plummeted. Back then, people like them had obvious status. For example, the old guy Yang Samu is a member of the 4 secret realms, and he is only a member of the Handle. It stands to reason that as long as you have Tier 5 combat power, you can be ranked B, and if you have great achievements, you can personally promote the Qixin to a member. Although his credit was not small back then, he has not yet reached the level of A, but he also has the identity of Bisan. From top to bottom, 9 is the smallest and 1 is the largest. Sheep's 3 eyes were promoted to grade 6, because they were casters of gods, and their status was very high. Only those 6th order emperors can have this treatment. And above, there are some extremely powerful emperors with special skills, such as the one who once suppressed him. His font size is Jai, which is comparable to those divine masters. The foreign god, taking refuge in the gods, is only the beginning of A, and then rises. Precisely speaking, the lowest threshold for the members of the T-shaped sign is the emperor, and the 4th order emperor of the handle size can directly enter, and the B-shaped corresponding to the 5th order emperor. Of course, there are also many 4th order emperors who have made great contributions to enter the B-shaped name. Most of the type names are 6th order emperors, and a small part are 5th order emperors. The top font size is Tianziho. The emperor was not allowed to enter, and even the peerless sword and the emperor who had the power against the sky did not get the title of heaven. Qiu Huang is miserable. When he was cut into the T-shaped number, he climbed all the way to the handle number 1. The gods collapsed, and they had to sleep in the 4 secret realms. Now it is recovering, Xiongguan Road, starting from scratch. The difference in font size is also the difference in resources. The relationship is very great, as can be seen from the order. I just don't know if the current true spirit will recite the original affection. Although they have been summoned, their strength has been rigid, and it will reawaken the combat power of the year. If the credit points in the identity token can be redeemed for treasures, they still have the hope of regaining their peaks. They also have identity tokens just like those trialists, except that their identities are different. They are responsible for building the Temple of the Gods, and those trials are to enjoy the great opportunity of the Temple of the Gods. The gap is too big. The 3 eyes of the sheep in the front seat were all raised by Qiu Huang, and they also followed up inquiries. Others also looked sideways. Zhu Yi lowered his eyebrows and smiled, pointing out. A ripple also appeared in the sky curtain, and the picture continued to zoom in, and finally fixed in the north tower of Qiu Huangqing, the original star of Jiajiu. In the picture, it is a delicate monk with thick eyebrows, clear eyes, distinct facial features, and a loose monk robe floating in the wind. And beside him, there was a twittering teenager who danced with his hands from time to time and made gestures. Everyone naturally put him aside and stared at the delicate monk. This person is Hui Qing. It's really him. I thought it was Jian Wushuang, that kid. Qiu Huang stared blankly. Yang Sanmu was also a little shocked, staring at the delicate monk in the sky. Recalling the scene when he saw him, his brows stretched out, a smile leaked, and he sighed, "Goodness! This sun, really extraordinary, the realm of rank 9, rivals the power of the emperor. Congratulations to the Lord Zhu Yi. This person will be under your command in the future. Now that he is strong enough, he will be able to fight the emperor after he breaks through and becomes the 9th rank consummation." Zhu Yi leaked a smile on his face, but he cursed secretly in his heart. Based on her understanding of the true spirit, I am afraid that if she dares to create a primitive star, the true spirit will take people away. The true spirit does not recognize the rules set by the gods back then, and naturally will not leave the people he likes in the Vermilion Bird Palace. I am afraid that when the time comes, he will set up a separate world for the people he chooses to practice. Rebellious. Zhu Yi wanted to point at the real spirit and curse. Why, back then, the master had to make a death order and obey the true spirit. Now I can't resist, I can only watch. Ding! The token trembled. All the veterans present felt their identity tokens trembling and watched them carefully. The Senate Palace was established independent of the 4 main halls. After everyone saw this sentence, their expressions changed, and Zhu Yi naturally couldn't escape Zhu Yi's eyes. She also seemed to feel a little bit bad, and quickly took out her identity token. Senior Palace. Zhu Yi is going crazy. In addition to the 4 main halls of independence, this true spirit is ready to rebel. The veterans present also looked at each other, not knowing why, but they knew a little bit that Zhu Yi was afraid to drive them out. The Palace of the Elders outside the 4 main halls of independence. MX. Chapter 5261. This is something that I haven't thought of before. The 4 great halls are the core subordinates of Qixin, just like those shaped existences, most of which are the core existence in the 4 great halls. Now that they have recovered, the others should have recovered, and now all of these people are removed from the 4 main halls and all are recruited into the Senate Palace. Isn't this dismantling the core layer of the past? The true spiritual purpose is not pure. These people are not the core, but now they are recruited into the Senate Palace. But they have become the core, which is equivalent to chasing after the master of the Qixin Temple. At the same time, on the bloodthirsty continent, there were thousands of true veterans who were the true cores of the 4 great halls. They were really drunk in the Azure Dragon Hall and ate the unique food on the bloodthirsty continent. Once this hissed out, they banished them to the void. The Xuanwu Temple is okay. Xian Yi's character has always been calm and unmoving on the surface. He has mobilized an army of puppets in private to firmly control the third world. Even he felt that this true spirit was about to rebel. Fortunately, he didn't tell the true spirit everything. Among the 4 main halls, his Xuanwu Hall was able to build puppets, and there were secrets in it, but fortunately he didn't say all of them. The White Tiger Palace was fighting everywhere to clean up the 4 secret realms. The true spirit had also come to help them clean up once, and also awakened so many elders at once. And the people in the White Tiger Palace were very moved. I felt that the real spirit was also very easy to talk, but turned around and made something that was not done by humans. Fortunately, he doesn't have those veterans here, and it's useless to stay if his strength is too weak. Traitor! Zhu Yiqiang resisted the impulse and glanced at the people below with a dark face. This look shocked everyone. Zhu Yi was the first seat of the Vermilion Bird Palace. When the Qixin refined the 4 first seats, she spent a lot of thought on it. Her power is not only the 6th Order Emperor. Powerhouses of this level, let alone them now, even if they were at their peak, they can still ravage them at will. The 2 sides confronted each other like this. Qiu Huang had small eyes like mung beans. It was so sudden just now that the wine he had just drunk in his mouth didn't even swallow, and he couldn't help but squirt out directly. Huh. Zhu Yi snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared above the hall in a flash. She is going to ask True Spirit, what is this going to do? Separation? The power of the True Spirit is the greatest. And now, this one is to completely dismantle the former Core 4 halls and re-establish the Qixin Temple. This news shocked the inside of Qixin Temple, but it did not affect the cruelty on the original star. Thousands of devouring demon lords waited in a serious array. The formation was set. Only Jian Wushuang was outside the city, and there were tens of thousands of pairs of eyes on the wall watching all this. There's a haze in the big, dead sky outside today's style. Jian Wushuang stood in the air without a sword in his hand. At this time, he didn't use any treasures, but his thought power had been condensing, and his thought power was flooded in the surrounding millions of miles. Every trace of thought power is like a long sword, and hundreds of millions of thought power are billions of long swords. My heart is the only one. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion in his heart. The fifth level of mental strength is really not that simple. Now that his mental strength, mind strength, and kendo are all in a bottleneck state, this makes him very anxious, and the three are the only one. The only point today is in kendo. It seems that kendo spans everything, but in fact his current kendo is like a human eye, shrinking to the extreme. It is too difficult to break. Thousands of devouring demon lords rushed out of the black mist. After this army rushed out, the black fog was lightened a lot. It seems that the devouring demon lord has already appeared for the most part, and the rest is estimated to be those 4 or even 5 stars. The devouring of the devil. Of course there are 6 stars and even 7 stars. Zhu Xian! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. Before the devouring demon lord struck, there were 18 long swords instantly condensed around him. Go with 18 long swords turned into a long rainbow running through the world. The unparalleled immortal formation used by the ultimate kendo, unparalleled in ancient times, penetrates everything. The streamer that the long sword turns into is constantly dividing, from 18 handles to 36, 72, to the last 3,600 swords. Jian Wushuang's strongest Juxian formation now is the 18 Phantom Sword. But to deal with these 3-star devouring demon lord, the strongest Juxian array has the effect of slashing flies with a big knife, which is very difficult. It's better to separate out and maximize the Juxian array. Although the overall power becomes weaker, it is the best to deal with these devouring demon lords. 3,600 phantom swords spread over the sky, forming a huge sword formation. Ha! The sword formations were interspersed first, and after crushing hundreds of thousands of devouring demon lords, they stood upright one after another, forming a 6-pointed star shape from above. At this time, Zhu Xian, today slay the demons. Jian Wushuang turned into 3,000, got up and entered the battle. Take the 3,000 stars busy, open the perfect fairy array. Boom! 3,600 swords fell into the devouring army and turned into a huge star sword catalog. The catalog keeps rotating, and the power that it radiates has caused the devouring monarchs above to fall one after another. This is the trial of the immortal in the ultimate immortal formation. After the 10,000 devouring demon entered the formation, both feet unconsciously fell on the formation map, and the whole body began to sink continuously. For a time, the first 2 rows of devouring demon lords, all 400,000 were trapped in a large formation, and they were strangled clean. This caused everyone on the wall to take a breath. There is even a whole card. Tearing the sky couldn't help blurting out. Mo Long stood above the city wall, leading the people behind him. There was excitement and fear in his eyes. He could not forget the phantom sword that Jian Wushuang used, which once forced him into a desperate situation. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang's strength was still comparable to him, but now, in only 3 years, the difference in strength is actually like this. If he was among the 10,000 devouring demon lord, he would have no chance of turning over, and he would be besieged to death. But Jian Wushuang could block the 10,000s alone. This kind of terrorist combat power, showing a powerful background, is absolutely invincible. They could see that the strength of the sword formation threatened the limit Dian immortal the most, but no one of them was able to maintain such a huge sword formation and strangling the 3 stars to devour the devil. The force needed by this large array every moment is an astronomical figure. 1 breath can consume the energy stored by a Taoist monarch, which was calculated by Jian Wushuang. Although they can't see it, they can also feel Tao. Puff! Jian Wushuang maintained for only a few breaths. His own power dropped sharply. His limit was a stick of incense. But if it really reached that point, he himself would be finished. Ready to meet the enemy. Jian Wushuang reminded, and then contracted the large formation, and the 3,600 swords instantly merged into 960 swords. In just this time, with the absolute immortal formation, he killed almost 2 million devouring demon lords. Now, after shrinking twice, he can still block 4 million, and the remaining 4 million is really impossible to block. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 5262. He also wants to earn more treasures, but his strength does not allow it. After the sword formation narrowed down, the devouring demon lord was like a dam bursting, turning into a scourge, rushing to Chiu Huang City. Standing in the middle of the city wall, Dao Xing Tian, his eyes filled with madness, his hands changed and turned scarlet. Kill! 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 Tens of thousands of people formed a line of defense to meet the millions of devouring demon lord who rushed over. The monarch of Tier Heaven was the first to bear the brunt, and one person rushed out, turned into a streamer, and could not see his figure, but he could see several claw marks that tore the void left in the sky. Countless claw marks remain in the sky for a long time. Each claw caused thousands of devouring demon lords to fall, and when converted into the most precious point, it was 1,000 points. How can this not make the tearing sky crazy? Soon, the defensive line collided with the devouring demon lord, and 1 out of 10 top-level Dian Immortals had a pinnacle of great immortality. Among the 10 peak Great Fairy Immortals, there will be another extreme Great Fairy Immortal. As for those generals and half-walking monarchs, they are walking around the city wall they are responsible for. If there is a gap, they will go there to fill it up. They are willing to waste a moment of time, and even burn the divine body to double their speed and power. Fight! A pinnacle Dian Immortal took the initiative to lead people to burn the divine body and began to work hard. The God Emperor Mo Long, who was in charge of this side, cursed, "You are crazy, this is just the beginning. Is it burning the origin?" Boom! After smashing out a punch and repelling hundreds of devouring demon lords, Mo Long rushed to this side and quickly cleaned up the thousands of devouring demon lords surrounding him. He also suffered some injuries and quickly took out 2 Shanyan stones. Just hold one by one and absorb it crazy. He followed his father and had a lot of knowledge. This God Growth crystal is very rare in the outside world, but it is cheap in the Temple of the Gods. A treasure can restore its strength. After he recovered, Mo Long looked at the few Dian Immortals with broken bodies and sighed and turned and left. As soon as they collided, they burned their origins. Originally, he wanted to say something, but after seeing their miserable situation, he realized that the current forms surpassed their cognition. Of the 10 top Dian Immortals, 7 have fallen, and the remaining 3 divine bodies are damaged, and nearly 30% of the origin has been extracted. I don't know how many years or how many treasures it will take to repair in the future. That pinnacle powerhouse was okay, but he burned part of his source and was not swallowed. This time the rate of fall is faster than the previous total. It was only a quarter of an hour after the fight that suffered heavy casualties. Now there are millions of troops outside the city. No matter how fast Jian Wushuang kills, it will take a long time. Can he withstand it? It's really good, it's worth installing. After all, you can cache books and read them offline. Compared with the others, their team was lucky. In the attack just now, many teams all fell and no one was spared. Jian Wushuang, the core of the battlefield, ran a large formation wholeheartedly, constantly eroding these devouring demon monarchs, and he was relieved for a while. Millions of devouring demon lords were all playing with applause, playing them round and round. My devouring power has become stronger again. Jian Wushuang's heart moved. After the strangulated devouring demon lord was swallowed by him, he obviously felt that it was several times stronger than before. If it swallows a complete origin path, his extreme path can obtain at least 3 cost sources. It's a pity that now there is no source for him to swallow. Only these demon kings can be swallowed. And the increase is only the swallowing power, which also fills the hunger in his heart, by the way. It's time. Jian Wushuang's heart moved. The universe is infinite. Xian Huang is one. One thought of the universe. Do whatever you want. At this moment, the universe of one mind was huge, and even the black mist was wrapped in it. Jian Wushuang used all his mind power, and the universe of one mind was as long as 30 million miles in diameter. This is the limit today. In the universe of one mind, the power of the phantom sword has become more powerful, and the energy consumed has also increased a lot. Jian Wushuang turned over and took out a pot of dirty wine. This was exchanged from Qiu Huangli, and it was worth tens of thousands of treasures. An ordinary Dayan immortal only needed a drop to instantly recover from a dying state. The value of this pot can be imagined. If the Shan Yanjing used by God Emperor Mo Long was the cabbage in the ground, then the turbid wine in his hand was the dragon meat in the sky. The incomparable sweet smell made Jian Wushuang's appetite wide open. He raised his head and poured into his mouth, his whole body exuding a pale golden light. Jian Wushuang took a big sip, making his whole person almost swelled. Minute. In one word, 960 swords instantly transformed into 3,600 swords, and then divided into 7,200 swords. At this moment, the universe is full of terrifying sword intent. That's how it is called. The sword spirit is full of the world. Jian Wushuang's mouth turned upward. Originally, he didn't want to be so wasteful, but now the kendo is loose, and he hasn't fought desperately for a long time. Now he wants to see how strong his limit state is. 3,600 swords can stop 10 million, and now there are only 7 million on the field. He has to see how long these 7,200 swords can hold and kill the devouring monarch. A large number of devouring demon lords outside the city wall squeeze their bodies one by one, trying to rush to the city wall, but after feeling the breath behind, turn their heads and rush straight to Jian Wushuang's position. That breath makes them even more crazy. Although almost 2 million devouring demon lords had been withdrawn, the form of the first city wall was still not very good. After all, devouring demon lords who were withdrawn were only those from the rear, and the fighting in front was still fierce, especially at the very edge of the city wall, where the line of defense was the weakest. The general in charge here had been seriously injured. His divine body was broken, and one person resisted tens of thousands of devouring demon lords. Originally, there were more than 3,000 Dayan immortals in his line of defense, but now there are only a few hundred people left. Half of them are pinnacle Dayan immortals, and they are now the most elite Dayan immortals. It's all at this time. If you don't burn the origin, just wait for death, the general roared. It's time to kill, and he still wants to preserve his strength. If it weren't for the rules not to kill each other, he really wanted to slash these people with a knife, especially those few extreme Dayan immortals, the strongest but also the most afraid of death. As long as 100, they will bypass other people and change their positions privately. This section of the city wall is now precarious and cannot be held at all. The devouring demon, lord of this section of the city wall alone, has 100,000. Hundreds of them couldn't stop them, and they were soon forced to the barrier. This is the first time they have been forced to this position. Jia Jia! The devouring demon rushed up, and the walls at this time were crowded with devouring demon, a total of 7 to 80,000. Taoist here, Heaven has been walking around other city walls to maintain balance. Now that he sees the situation here, he can't help cursing in his heart. Can only go to support at full speed through the air. A hole is opened. Once these people have fallen, the devouring demon lord can turn into a big mouth, biting off the Dayan immortal on the entire city wall. By then, the people will die, and the city wall will be broken. No, even if their city wall was scrapped, they were all forced to retire. Chapter 52, 63. Within the scope of Yin Yan universe, Jian Wushuang clearly perceives and also finds the gap. A total of 7,200 swords rose up instantly. Go with! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the Juxian formation broke through the air and left, and began to lean towards the city wall. From the beginning, he never thought that these people would be able to hold on, not to mention 2 million. Even if it is 1 million, it is very difficult for them to guard. Now he has to rely on himself. The city wall cannot be broken. If he breaks it, he will give up all his previous achievements. At least he has to get through the 11th wave and let the candle dragon wings and the candle dragon eyes merge with each other. There is only one crystal source, which is his primary goal today. Therefore, he has already considered this 9th wave. If it is not possible, he will defend the city wall with a sword formation. He is alone, using the law of heaven and earth to stop the remaining devouring demon lord. Once he loses the sword formation, he can only use the power of the origin and the divine body to stop those devouring demon kings. At that time, he would not have any greater means of killing, and the speed of killing these devouring demon kings would become very slow, and he would also be in desperate situation. Big. Jian Wushuang's figure expanded from 10,000 battles to tens of thousands of battles, but his boda's huge speed did not slow down, stopping millions of devouring demon lords in front of Huang City. Now there are only more than 2 million people attacking the city. With the absolute immortal formation, he only needs to resist for 1 hour. 1 hour is enough to kill all the devouring demon kings who are attacking the city, really looking for death. Tin Tian also noticed Jian Wushuang's side, especially seeing the sword array landing on the city wall, helping others to guard the city wall. Without this method, Jian Wushuang himself fell into the army, which was very dangerous. Once his strength was lost too much and his strength weakened, he would be in danger of falling. Burn all the origins. Resist me, or I will die. Torn the sky, roared, and smoothly dragged several cowardly warriors into the devouring monarch behind them. Their figures instantly turned into a blood mist, and in the end even their breath was swallowed by those devouring monarchs. He himself also took the lead in burning the origin, and at the expense of the divine body, he madly beheaded the devouring demon lord who had climbed the city wall. If Jian Wushuang couldn't hold it, they would really be finished. Taoist tier, heaven, knows the current form very well. Once the city wall is broken, even if they survive, they will not be able to participate in the subsequent battles, and the second stage of the trial will be over. Boom! Another line of defense broke. Fortunately, there are sword formations constantly strangling those devouring demon lords who want to tear the enchantment. Otherwise, they will really be broken. It is like Jian Wushuang, who is Qing Tian, his arms stretched out to be 1,000,000 miles long. In Yin Yan universe, his strength has increased several times. Although there is no sword formation, his divine body has reached 8,000 times. The origin of Jidao is extremely strong. Even if he burns the power of the origin for an hour, he will not be damaged in the slightest. With the exception of Jian Wushuang on the 4 major walls, life on the other walls was not easy. Outside the city walls of Lungshuang and Blood Moon Taoist, the Scarlet Domain and the Frost Snow World overlapped, and the methods of both were similar, and they could barely hold on. Moreover, in addition to the two, there is also one person who also has the power of Daojun. A cold spear shuttles the battlefield, and the world of killing is turbulent. The Dian Immortal on the city wall is also much higher than the configuration on the East City. At least the number of people is a complete victory. After fighting for so long, there are still 50,000 people. Among them, there are 10 half-trail monarchs. For a time, they actually blocked the 10,000 devouring demon lord. If Jian Wushuang knew, he would definitely vomit blood. The gap would be too great. The situation of the Wanqing Tiandi was better than them. One person was in charge of all directions, and the Great Seal instantly destroyed hundreds of thousands of devouring demon lords. Announcement, Mimi Reading Gap, The Dian Immortal on the city wall didn't lose much at all. This powerful combat power shocked everyone watching. As for Hui Qing and Ji Chaiyang, the situation is somewhat reversed. Today the city walls are in jeopardy. Hui Qing stopped 5 million devouring demon lord alone, and Ji Chaiyang also stopped more than 3 million on the wall. But it didn't help. The city wall would have to be broken sooner or later, especially the fallen Dian Immortal. Originally, their strength was the most complete. In the 9th wave, there were almost 70,000 people. Now they have fallen in less than an hour. 50,000. It's over. Ji Chaiyang rescued everywhere and did not help. He has made a breakthrough in the origin of space, and the increased combat power is not enough to reverse the universe. He bursts out desperately and is the top power among Dao sovereigns. In such battle conditions, it would be difficult to reverse the power of the emperor without a half step. Hui Qing, Ji Chaiyang whispered. Seeing Hui Qing turned into the head of a monk and stopped 5 million to devour the devil, he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Ji Chaiyang glanced at the fearful Dian Immortals and shouted angrily, "It's all rubbish!" In fact, when they tried their best at the beginning, they were not so miserable. The bad thing is that those protected by the two of them are too good. Now that the real fight, some dare not to burn the original source to fight, so that there is no time to display their strength, and they fall. Up. At this time, these people haven't reacted yet. If you don't look at the current form, you will die if you don't fight. Broken. The spear was like a dragon. After rushing away tens of thousands of devouring demon lords, Ji Chaiyang once again went to other broken lines of defense. His form here is more tragic than Jian Wushuang's side, but his strength and tearing the sky is the same, and it doesn't play much role at all. Hui Qing, who swallowed the devil in the depths, was bathed in sacred light, shining on the heavens and the earth. The power of reincarnation is almost infinite. He is invincible. One stick stirred the situation and killed tens of thousands of devouring demon lord. Looking back, the city wall was already in ruins. Hui Qing sighed in a low voice. He has seen the scene. That is the battlefield of bones in the great wilderness. In just over 10 years, he changed from being a little novice to a peerless Tianjiao now, and even the Temple of Qixin did not hesitate to pass it down to him. But only he knows all kinds of past lives. In exchange for the bravery of this life, the last time a few masters fell, and Jian Wushuang desperately helped him, he survived. At that time, he was even more desperate, but eventually he survived. Jian Wushuang was able to save him under those circumstances. What a huge determination this was. Now that the position has been changed, he has hesitated to save people. He still remembers the last scene of the inheritance of an old man with a fleshy beard on the corner of his mouth. Child, fate reincarnation. You and I have a future. You can't hide from this disaster. After the old man left this sentence, there was a golden hoop in his heart. Fuck the magic circle. In addition to all demons in the world, the demons sit in the heart. For greater goodness. Hui Qing yelled in her heart, and the golden hoop rose instantly, flew out of her heart, and appeared on his forehead. At this moment, golden light appeared in his eyes, and these devouring demon kings turned into filthy things in his eyes. Damn it all! The long stick smashed down again, killing 1 million and devouring the devil in one move. This huge breath broke the battlefield. Chapter 52-64. The devourers felt the breath and fled one after another, trying to bypass Hui Qing to attack the city. But the long sticks didn't give them this opportunity at all, dancing again, directly annihilating countless devourers. Jia. They are beginning to be scared. This scene has never happened before, and even if they are beheaded, they have no regrets or regrets. But now I am scared. What's afraid of is the breath on Hui Qing's body. Fu Mo. The city wall. Countless people shake. Hui Qing's strength exploded in an instant, and it was so strong. This is not comparable to the emperor. It is clearly the emperor. One breath strangles millions. Just a cup of tea time. In this piece of heaven and earth, there is no more devouring demon lord. Standing on the city wall, Ji Chaoyang stared at Hui Qing in a daze. The breath was so strange that it made him feel jealous. Hui Qing. Ji Chaoyang cried tentatively. Hui Qing outside the city put away the long stick, and once the golden hoop was worn, it was impossible to untie it. With it, the thoughts of hatred and hatred filled Hui Qing's mind. This evil is not a simple devil, but an evil that devours the devil, all the choppy that swallowed it. He turned around and came to the city wall. When he saw Ji Chaoyang, he nodded faintly and rushed back to his previous character. After not finding anything wrong, Ji Chaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Their wall is probably the fastest wall on all primitive stars to end the battle. With the first one, there will be a second one. It's just that now, no matter how they fight, they haven't been able to attract the attention of Qixin Temple. Because at this time, the universe of Qixin Temple is full of evil spirits. The head of the 4 main halls came personally, and there were 3 guardians, the fighting power of the 7 and 6th-tier emperors. If you are outside, let alone the primitive universe, you can walk sideways even in the long river of time and space. At present, the time and space of the original universe is in Long Hanoi, but there is no one at the peak of the universe, and the 6th Order Emperor is really walking sideways. In addition to these people, there are more than 2,000 elders who have been moved in. All the elders who were assigned to the 4 main halls came. These people looked at each other and stood aside without saying anything. The other 7 are murderous. Master True Spirit, this matter is not in compliance with the rules, and there are too many discrepancies with the owner. I will forgive it. The first white one in the talking white tiger palace among the 4 halls, he advocated crusade. Although the 4 secret realms have been crusade and suppressed, the combat power is not weak at all. Once in the 4 secret realms, he killed a rebellious 6th Order indigenous emperor. His words still have a lot of weight. Zhu Yi controls the great treasure house of the primordial world, and Long Yi is responsible for running the Temple of Qixin. Xian Yi is the most mysterious. He has built his nest in the outer world. There are hundreds of domains, and 10 of them have been created by him. No one knows how many powerful puppets there are. Not only puppets, but also formations. Xian Yi is the top master, surpassing the former master. These 4 talents are the real core of the Qixin Temple, and almost all the treasures in the Qixin Temple are in the hands of the 4. As for the guardians, look at me and I will look at you. They didn't have anything, they had a fighting strength. Zhan Ling blew his beard and stared, flicked his sleeves, and exclaimed, "Pick a lantern in broad daylight. What are you looking at?" The spirit guard crouched, trying to speak, but was interrupted by the true spirit. "Do you know, what should you do?" "Subordinates know that. Take care of the master's body," Zhan Ling said with a cold face, and continued, "Then you know who you are." "No, the subordinates are spirit guards." The spirit watcher didn't know what the real spirit was doing for a while, so he had to answer 1 to 5 to 10. "Oh, you knew it." Zhan Ling sneered, and then sternly said with his face, "I know what you are still doing here. Go back to the tomb of God. Other things wait for me to notify." Zhan Ling's roar shocked everyone else. Many of them clearly felt the breath that just radiated, that it was the breath of the origin of the universe, and it was an extremely powerful origin of the universe. This is the master of the universe, who is the pinnacle of the universe. The guardian trembled in his heart. His figure bent down a lot, and then he didn't dare to say a word. He concealed his figure and disappeared into the sea of the universe. After the 3 spirit guards retreated, Zhan Ling's complexion eased, and when he turned his head to look at the 4 hall masters, he leaked a smile. Ahem, just a few slaves, everyone laughed. True spirit changed from normal, and even took the initiative to bow. This made several hall masters feel incredible, secretly guessing in their hearts what this old man is doing. Seeing the strange smile on Zhan Ling's face, The veterans couldn't help but shrink their necks. Even those spirit guards who used to be the personal guards of the gods do not have the qualifications to speak, even less. Moreover, it seems that they are still on the side of the real spirit, and it is good for them to establish a senior palace. At least they will have rights in the future. Don't say that they have the courage to refute. Even if they have the courage, they will not refute the true spirit, but stand firmly on the side of the true spirit. For the first seat of the White Tiger Hall, the Lord Bai's face is pale, but he bit his head and said, "Master, true spirit, the master set the core for refining the 4 main halls back then. This really cannot be changed." The others followed suit and bowed. "I know, I never want to change anything, but the current temple of Chishin still needs other powers, these elders. Which of these elders are not heroes who have shed blood for the temple of Chishin? They should have recovered long ago and regained their vitality. Re-enter the 4 secret realms, and the establishment of the Senate Palace is urgent." After I have finished speaking, who is for? Who is against? Zhan Ling stretched out his hands. One side is tens of millions of yuan, and the other is the old core 4 halls. As soon as he said this, his aura instantly stood up. Those veterans are excited, and they will definitely support it. As for the 4 halls, I'm afraid. Zhu Yi stood up at this moment and was the first to speak. "I follow the master's death." After hearing this, the Lord of the White Tiger snorted, disappeared, and left here. I have no objection. Long Yi had no confidence, and there were no people under him. Not as strong as the White Tiger Palace. Zhu Yi did not have the confidence to control the treasure house, and even less profound than Xian Yi. Originally, he was very opposed to this matter. As the core of the 4 halls, it has been the rules for many years, and now the palace of the elders has suddenly been added. Isn't this dividing the forces in the temple of the gods? But in the face of the powerful true spirit, he can only bow his head. Standing at the back, Xian Yi leaked a smile and nodded slightly, agreeing. 3-1, this is the case. Since Bai Yi questioned my order, let him go to the tomb of the gods and guard the body of the old master. With a light and fluttering sentence, Zhan Ling sent the White Tiger Temple to the desolate tomb of the gods. Of the 4 secret realms, the most mysterious is the tomb of the gods, and the most desolate is the tomb of the gods. Chapter 52-65. This is considered to be Bai, sent to the frontier. Just after suppressing the rebellion in the 4 great secret realms, the real spirit will unload the grit and kill the donkey. This caused those veterans to take a breath, so unfeeling and crazily suppressing the old forces. It seems that true spirit is determined to cleanse the internal forces of the temple of Chishin. They are all human spirits, and they understand the true spirit's intentions. This time is also their opportunity. With the decline of established forces, they took the opportunity to rise, restore the peak. Okay, things are settled like this. You are all busy people. I won't keep you here. Let's go and work on your own. The trial of primordial realm ends as soon as possible. The real practice is the 4 secret realms, not primitives. Xing, as for the immortal in the outer world, I think he will stay in the Xuanwu Hall first, cultivated by Xuanyi himself, and then transfer to the primitive realm when he arrives at Dian Immortal. The real spirit's voice was gentle, and it was just a word to dismiss them. For these stubborn puppets, the true spirits look down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Even if you have the 7-orifice exquisite heart and your mind is far beyond normal, it is not a human being. After all, it is just a puppet. After the hall masters stepped back, the true spirit turned to face the elders, revealing a kind of smile. Everyone, you all have contributed to the successful completion of the Chishin Temple. I will now honor the promise I left back then and regain my identity in the Senator Palace. I can go to the 4 secret realms. There are my people over there. The true spirit's voice paused and then said, After your identity is restored, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Don't worry. Everything you have done will not be forgotten by the Temple of God. A group of elders bowed solemnly to thank them, and then gradually disappeared. They are weak now and still can't come and go freely. It is the true spirit that transports them to the 4 secret realms. After all these people left, Zhenling's expression became serious. Xian Yi, the master of the Xuanwu temple who had left, reappeared in the Sea of Origin. Zhenling was not surprised when he saw the incoming person, but said politely, "Xian Yi, that senior, after all left it to you, now you can do it." "Master True Spirit, don't worry." The 2 figures flickered and appeared in the most central part of the Origin Sea, where there was an emerald green palace. After entering the palace, the 2 sat opposite each other, and a teapot appeared out of thin air on the jade table in front of them. After Zhenling himself poured a cup of tea for Xian Yi, he poured himself another cup. "It's okay now." After Xian Yi looked around for a while, he still said a little worried, "This matter is too much related. Don't worry, there is time and space in this temple, and has been independent of time and space. It is one of the strongest treasures in the Temple of Qi, you can rest assured." The True Spirit said solemnly. After taking a sip of tea slowly, Xian nodded his head a little before he could tell the secret thing. After Zhenling heard this, his flesh was vacant and his eyes were dull. Xian Yi also shook his head silently. He was originally the same as the other 3 hall masters. They were all puppets refined by the gods, although he was bestowed with 7 orifices exquisite heart. But he knew that he was not a practitioner at all. The Qixin gave him only a 7-orifice exquisite heart, and the senior gave him a complete life. The divine body, origin, and physical body are the keys to practice. Real people are not those that can be represented, feelings, wisdom, and thinking. "I understand. Can you still contact that senior now?" Zhenling asked again. Xian Yi shook his head, out of his own guess. "That senior is probably not a practitioner of today, but a strong man who will control time and space in the future. He traveled through the long river of time, came to the primitive universe, entered the temple of Qixin, and the outside world has his breath." Future. Rao is really knowledgeable and has inherited most of the memories of Qixin, but he still feels incredible. The powerhouse who masters time and space can travel through time and be truly immortal. Why does such a strong man come back to this long river of time that is drying up? The True Spirit is a little confused and also chose to come here at this time. There is not even a master of the universe. What is the purpose of coming here? With so many rivers in the starry sky, I just came here, and also led the temple of Qixin to this. What is all this for? Do you know the name of that senior? Xian Yi shook his head, but thought of one thing and said, "The senior seems to have deliberately concealed himself. He used my name in the outside world. Shuttle time, it seems that there is still scrupulousness. Even if you master time and space, you must not change the things of this era." Zhenling guessed. These methods are too unbelievable, and he is just guessing. "Master True Spirit, let's solve the immediate matter. Since the senior is willing to remind, then we can change some things in the future, and we can't just wait and die." Xian Yi frowned, and that incident would indeed affect the overall situation, and even completely collapse the Temple of Qixin. "Migrate first." Zhenling sighed. His migration is not as simple as leaving the original universe, but leaving this long river of time and space, drifting in the chaotic and unknown time and space turbulence to other time and space rivers. Xian changed his eyes and blurted out, "Migration." "Correct. We have no choice but to migrate first. If what the predecessor said is true, we must migrate. The main body fell back then and cannot be changed. Now that the catastrophe is coming, we can escape if we can't change it." After True Spirit took the attention, his eyes became firm. The 2 fell silent and drank tea in silence. Because of that incident, he was not allowed to pull out the waste and build the Senate Palace. All this is to prepare for other time and space after the migration. The Temple of Qixin is a mobile treasure house, and there are no strong men under his men, How can he defend this family business? In front of that incident, the trial looked a little pale and weak. Primitive world. Qiu Huangqing. Hui Qing was the first to finish, and then Wanqing. The other two walls still fought hard to resist. Blood Moon and Ling Shuang Daojun increased a lot in strength, and the two of them could barely compete with each other. It was not a problem to defend the walls. Jian Wushuang is at stake here. With the absolute immortal array, plus the 20,000 remnants of Dian Immortal, facing close to 3 million devouring demon lord, he still couldn't fully defend it. The majestic Jian Wushuang, while entangled the devouring demon lord who was constantly attacking the enchantment, also stopped the remaining 5 million devouring demon lord. Yes, he alone fought the devouring demon lord on the entire battlefield. Tear! This person is simply a waste. He really doesn't understand how a Taoist strongman is so wasteful. Can't share it at all, like a headless fly, ramming around. The sword formation and magical powers consume a lot of him, but the speed of strangulation is slower than the beginning. When this continues, how long will he have to kill? It seems that I have to do that. Chapter 5266. Outside Qiuhuang City. The battle is endless. The towering idol fell into the devouring demon lord, and countless people fought battles on the wall. The color of Sora changed into blood at this moment. Absolute immortal sword formation, exuding endless power and that unmatched aura. On the city wall, every Dian Immortal is desperate. Buzzing. A body gleaming with a faint golden light rushed up, wearing a high crown and a majestic face. It is God Emperor Malong. Burning divine body. The original divine body, which was more than 1,000 times, soared to 3,000 times in an instant, and the source and the divine body burned together, making his strength approaching Daojun. Dead. The divine fist that shook the ground smashed towards the devouring demon lord. Thousands of devourers were smashed and flew out, giving hundreds of people behind him a breath. But it was only a breath, and the next moment was devouring demon sea. Divine Emperor Mo Long fell into the demon sea again, and his entire body was covered with golden light under the Black Sea. The top 10 generals, the first to fall, was God Emperor Malong. The stronger the combat power he exploded, the more he could attract the devouring demon's crazy attack. Hundreds of thousands of 3-star devouring demon besieged. Even if he burst out of the power of the Taoist at the last moment, he was still consumed to death. Hundreds of great peak fairy immortals who originally followed Mo Long, seeing the tragedy in front of them, burst out all their surplus, resisting desperately, wanting to be dragged to the rescue. The blood claw was torn, breaking 10,000 in one blow. Quickly, come here to withstand this. Tearing angrily, several half-walkers filled the vacancies again, as if no one had fallen here. The corpses of the devouring demon were all strangled and swallowed by the sword array, and the flesh of Dian Immortal was also absorbed by the devouring demon. Although the battlefield was crowded with people, at the end, there was no need to clean the battlefield at all. The entire battlefield was cleaner than before, but under Qiuhuang City, a lot of abysses appeared. The top 10 generals fell one after another, and the remaining peak Dian Immortal was simply unable to resist. The 3-star devouring demon lord is equivalent to the top-level Dian Immortal. In addition, the power of the devouring Dian Immortal is soaring. Some 3-star devouring demon lord, absorbing a Dian Immortal queen, instantly stepped up and becoming a 4-star devourer. A peak Dian Immortal can withstand at most a dozen top-level Dian Immortals. Once it exceeds hundreds of Dian Immortals, there is a danger of falling. Nowadays, there are more than 10,000 big fairy immortals on the wall, and each person on average can withstand more than 200 heads to devour the devil. However, among the more than 10,000 people, only a few thousand peak Dian Immortals, and more than half are top-level Dian Immortals, of the same rank as the devouring demon lord. Can't resist at all. Tear to rescue while observing Jian Wushuang. Give some help. You have exchanged the candle dragon wings, and you have given you everything, but you have some help. Tyr is very entangled now. He even has a trace of regret if he sold the candle dragon claw on his body to Jian Wushuang. Would the current situation be better? Once the city was broken, they all ruined their chances. But give away the treasure. Get your teeth. He doesn't regret it. After losing this treasure, his combat power will drop by at least 1 level, and even Dao Jun can't maintain it, no matter how strong Jian Wushuang is. What about passing through the 9th wave? In the end, it's not cheaper for others. Thinking of this, I felt firm that was Jian Wushuang was too wasteful. This matter had nothing to do with him. He had the ability to cut him off in the first stage, and he had nothing to say. There is no door to let him hand over. The brutality on the wall exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. The 9th wave of devouring demon lord was far more fierce than he had imagined. Although the number is only 10 times more than the 8th wave, in terms of difficulty it is not 10 times, but 100 or even 1,000 times. In the 8th wave of offense, he was able to attract hundreds of thousands, and the rest would not attack him at all, and attack the city wall in a brainstorming manner. Of course, at that time he had the idea of preserving his strength, and now he is going all out to face the 10,000 devouring demon lord, which actually forced him to this point. F.A. Xiangdi, on the verge of collapse. These devouring demon lords are like mice biting an ancient giant crocodile. 1 or 2 couldn't break the defenses, but under the combined force of millions, even Jian Wushuang's crazy armor began to appear cracks. This is the first treasure. The Xianzibo that Dian Immortal couldn't damage at all. It would be very difficult for the Emperor to damage it. But now it was eaten by these rats. Absolute Immortal! Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he didn't dare to hold it big anymore. He directly retracted the Ju Xian formation, protected his body around him, and dispelled the devouring monarchs who had surrounded him. But he recalled the sword formation, and the city wall was instantly slaughtered. When there was a sword formation, the 20,000 Dian Immortals struggled to resist, and the loss was always very large, but the devouring demon lord kept flowing. Without the help of the sword formation, they couldn't resist at all, retreated all the way to the edge of the barrier, leaking a look of despair. Jian Wushuang, tear around to rescue. He can't stop it. On the vast ocean, he is an ancient beard, and he can't swallow this black wave. He can only let these devouring demons pass by. Damn! In addition to him, there are other 4 leaders who have also given up struggling. They know there's no hope. The 19th wave swallowed the devil, and the 9th wave would not work. It's over. They are completely finished. But even if the barrier is broken, they will kill all these devouring demon kings. Everyone assemble in one place. Hold a group. Save your life. The remaining thousands of people gathered in one place and even began to evacuate the city wall, slowly killing the devouring demon from the periphery. Although this time I am going to fail, but the treasure point can still be obtained. Let's stop the loss first. For those peak Dian Immortals, and even the top Dian Immortals who survived by fluke, they resisted the 9th wave at most. And now it is better to give up, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for tears to have been walking around and staring, many of them would have to run away. Tear to stare at these looking badly. He really wanted to throw these people into the devouring demon lord. It's all waste. Devouring the devil's madness. The enchantment can withstand at most 1 breath, and Chengpai will have no hope for them. But the remaining devouring demon lord will not disappear. They have to kill. Once it fails, it is estimated that Jian Wushuang will go crazy and will watch them die by the time and finally come to an end. They are also afraid, but there is no way unstoppable. It had been expected that these people would collapse, but Jian Wushuang did not expect that these people could collapse so quickly. With just 1 breath, the line of defense would be broken. Death to death, wound to injury. These people are unreliable. He knew it a long time ago, but he didn't expect to be so unreliable. He couldn't even imagine now how the other walls were guarded. But what he didn't know was that the other walls were much better than his current form. Both Huiqing and Wanqing ended early. The remaining southern city wall, Blood Moon, and Lingshuang Dao Jun can barely hold. Chapter 5267. The domains of these two people are very strong, especially Lingshuang. She exchanged a lot of space treasures, the most precious treasure together with Frostsnow. In the world of frost and snow, she summoned 6 great ice phoenixes alone, and they were all 6 Taoist masters at once, and there were several breakthroughs on their walls, and their burning origin was comparable to Taoists. It is not surprising to hold on. On Jian Wushuang's side, one is that no one can cooperate with him. He can't tear the sky down the city wall, and it's useless if he goes down. He has no domain and can only rescue around the wall. The rest of them have average strength and potential. Even if they get a lot of treasures, there will be no qualitative changes, and they will be upgraded by 1 level at most. Those half-walking monarchs finally burned the source, but they also failed to take that step. This made Jian Wushuang feel that someone was correcting him behind his back. Why is he the most unlucky every time? After the sword formation returned, protect his surroundings. There are millions of universes in the sleeves, and half of the turbid wine in the pot. Fight! Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. He didn't want to fall here, not to mention what the sword Qiu Huang said, but the crystal origin of the 11th wave. He was determined to win and would never give up. One thought of the universe. After pouring all the muddy wine into his mouth, his mental power and strength were restored to their peak. The one-minded universe, covering 30 million li, became more and more solidified, and the sun, moon, and stars kept changing. The terrifying power of thought not only affected those devouring demon lords, but even Immortal on the wall felt dizzy and could not feel his own body. Jian Wushuang's body is like a divine stone, affecting the surrounding environment. What is this? Torn Tian exclaimed. He has a bad feeling. Sure enough, as expected by the tower, Jian Wushuang burst out with a huge light in the next moment, illuminating the entire Yin universe. You are crazy. So I thought that Jian Wushuang was going to blow himself up. It was really the wave just now, so I wanted to explode too much, and the whole Bodhi's power was gathered in the whole body, and it exploded in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Jian Wushuang blew himself up, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. If Jian Wushuang fell, how would he deal with these devouring demon lords? Wrong. Jian Wushuang blew himself up. Wouldn't he kill these devouring demon lords? In addition, he can leave the wings of the candle dragon and another treasure of the candle dragon on his body. Thinking of this, I felt a little short of breath. The dazzling light struck in an instant, and everyone clenched their teeth. The light overwhelmed the sky, swallowing millions of devourers, and annihilated those devourers that ate away the enchantment. The previous thought power envelopes every devouring demon lord, although it is impossible to kill all of them. But under this powerful aura, the devouring demon lord does not have 1 in 10, leaving only a few 100,000. The light gradually dissipated. The crowd straightened up and looked towards the center of the battlefield, especially tearing the sky. He took the lead and rushed into the core of the battlefield first. Fist-sized dust was always flying in the sky, and the white ground turned to jet black. Where? Look around. Huh. A figure suddenly appeared in the tearing sky, reluctantly. His face was pale, his face was stained with blood and dirt, his armor was a bit torn, and his hair was shaky. Jian Wushuang. Tearing Tian couldn't believe it. Puff! The candle dragon's wings, covered by the dirt behind him, unfolded instantly. Feather is aggressive and domineering, suppressing this void. Why, you are surprised. Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, disdainfully said. Tin Tian shook his head quickly, and he was also frightened at this time. He never expected Jian Wushuang to die, but he just clearly felt Jian Wushuang. He blew himself up, except for self-destruction. He couldn't imagine that Immortal could exert such a terrifying aura. Wanqing Tiandi can't do it. No. Looking at the stunned Dao sovereign, Jian Wushuang said again, What I told you last time, you have to think about it. There are so many treasures on my body now. After saying this, Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and rushed towards the remaining devouring demon lord. His breath is actually very weak, and now he is just holding on. One thought of the universe: explode! This is what he inspired when those emperors canyon in the Great Wilderness War. However, this trick cannot be used for many purposes. It can even be said that the moment of necessity is unavailable. Once he made a mistake, he blew himself up along with his own thoughts of the universe. After all, it is to let the real universe self-destruct and collapse. Although it cannot be compared to a real cosmic explosion, its origin and operation are the same. This blow can hurt the emperor and the strong, but it can also consume half of his divine body and origin. The whole Buddha strength was drained, and a trace of thought power was gone. Fortunately, his mental strength was unlimited, and he still thought about the scene just now. Carefully comprehend all the methods, and you may not have to use this trick in the future. The rest of the people also reacted at this time, rushing towards the remaining devouring demon lord. Tearing the Sky also recovered from the shock and rushed to this side quickly. After this wave, most of them can no longer get the treasure point. Earning a little more now is a pinnacle treasure. Although Jian Wushuang was seriously injured, let alone the Ju Xian formation, even the phantom sword could not condense. He could only open the beast god realm and use the blade of the candle dragon's wings to kill these devouring demon lords together. It took a few hours to completely end the 9th wave of the battle for the city. The sky is dim. I don't know if it is night or dust is covering the sun and the moon. When he returned to the city wall, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the only attic. This was once the place where Emo Long was guarded. After learning that he had fallen, Jian Wushuang dropped a jug of wine, which was regarded as a farewell. If they have chance, there will be fall, and when they enter the Temple of Qixin, they will have enlightenment. It's dead, what a pity. This battle he has been here is enough. He was exhausted, but he couldn't even take out a pail. Jian Wushuang was also lazy to recover. This injury was the heaviest in history. This kind of injury for death method really cannot be used frequently. If there is no Temple of Qixin, he uses this trick without the blessing of dirty wine. I am afraid he will fall into a deep sleep. It takes hundreds of millions of years of practice to regain the peak. He was severely injured in the past, and the divine body was on the verge of collapse, and he could recover in a day. Now it will take hundreds of millions of years. One can imagine how badly he suffered. The divine body collapsed, and the source was also turned off. The body is no longer there, and his eyes are extremely hollow. Pieces of rotten flesh fell off his pale face. Can't hold on anymore. His body is completely broken. Only a skeleton is left. Fortunately, it was covered by the mad demon armor, and the horror scene did not leak out. The head is still intact, and the hair on the pierced skin hasn't fallen. In Shumi, there is nothing left besides the 4 origins, but there are some useless things which can be obtained from killing those Dayan immortals. Look around and find a scarf made of sackcloth. Wrapped his neck and head, it leaked 3 gaps: eyes, nose, mouth. Amex.